College. Tonight is Miss Jane Sean. If she's so willing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we get started, trustees, has everyone gotten a chance to review the agenda? And if so, is there any questions, comments, requested changes? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to what I believe is always the best part of being a trustee, is seeing all the wonderful things that our students do. So we're going to move right into recognitions. First up is National Merit Finalist from Capitol High School, Principal Zanto. If you could come on up and check that out, we really appreciate it.
Good evening, members of the board. First off, I was going to give a shout out to Charlie Snellman, whose birthday is today, but I don't see Charlie over there. So anyways, Charlie, wherever you're at, happy birthday once again. Yeah, thank you for taking the time to recognize our National Merit finalists. Of course, at the beginning of the year, we found out our list of semifinalists, and at this point, I'm proud to say that our semifinalists are now officially finalists. So these students are from a competitive pool of over 16,000 semifinalists who are now being named as being National Merit finalists. So these students represent less than 1% of high school seniors in our country. National Merit finalists are selected based on their exceptional academic performance, as well as their proven accomplishments, leadership abilities, and potential for success in rigorous college studies. And really, it all starts at junior year in the fall by taking their PSAT and scoring exceptionally high. And what I'd like to just also add with our two National Merit finalists from Capitol High, just well-rounded students who certainly have a bright future ahead of them. So I'd like to call them forward right now, so you can maybe ask them a few questions and of course find out what they're doing next year. So at this time, if I could please have Adeline Walters and Mason Whitney, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Mason Whitney, the first of our two finalists here at Capitol High. And I just like to say, first of all, thank you all for recognizing us and the effort we put in. I can tell from experience, it's not very easy. It's quite a rigorous journey, as both my parents know. And I just like to thank all of you, and especially thank Mr. Zanto for the hard work all of you have put in to make sure that I get this recognition. I do plan on going to a college for aerospace engineering. Right now, I've been accepted to the University of Illinois, and I am waiting on MIT, Stanford, Chicago, and Purdue for their decisions. MIT's coming up this Friday, so cross our fingers. Yeah, that's my plans. Thank you very much for this recognition, and that's it for me.
Over a year-long process between the PSAT and the National Merit. And a lot of it has involved so much work and support from the faculty at Capitol and Helena as a whole. So thank you so much. It's a huge honor. I'm planning to study political science next year. I'm still kind of in the process of receiving decisions from universities, but right now I'm planning on going internationally for university, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, thank you so much.
very proud of this of you, to make us all look good. So thank you for your hard work and also for the staff that, allowed you to be so successful. Next up is, Principal Kessler for our merit finalists on the other side of town.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It is always kind of nice to get to follow Mr. Zamto because he can tell you all the stats and everything. And I mean, to do some of the fun stuff with that. We also at Helena High had 2 National Merit Scholarship finalists. We're very excited for these 2 amazing women who have put in an amazing amount of time and hard work to achieve the honors that they have so far this year. Both of these individuals not only excel in the classroom, but excel in extracurriculars and other things in life as well. I did not, is Evelyn or Eva here tonight? I know we had band practice or choir concert and Legally Blonde rehearsals tonight, so I think that's where those 2 individuals are. But just briefly on Evelyn Callery, she is a mainstay in our theater. And was part of our winning thespian troupe earlier this year. She's a presidential scholar candidate, distinguished student for the class of 2025, and definitely makes our school a better place. And then Eva Skibicki is our other finalist. She participates in ballet and dance, and is working to attend school to further her dance career. She's also a distinguished student for the class of 2025 and earned her seal by literacy earlier this year. So very amazing individuals.
Even in their absence, let's give them a nice big round of applause. Next.
I also have the honor today to recognize our speech and debaters from both Capitol High and Helena High, who have earned the great distinction of being able to compete in the National Speech and Debate Tournament in June. First, though, I would like to recognize our coach, Coach Jen Hermson. She, I don't know if she would agree that it was a smart decision with me this year, but she took on both schools and was the head coach for both Helena High and Capitol High, and did a masterful job in helping our students be prepared. And it wasn't an easy task to try to be in 2 places at once to do that. So it's a great job by Coach Hermson in doing that. Tonight, though, we get to honor a couple different groups of students. First, as a Helena High recognition, I want to recognize Layla Riggs will be one of ours. She was nominated and honored with being selected as the Montana West Student of the Year, which is a very high honor. Seniors are nominated for this by their coaches and voted on by the coaches. And it definitely speaks to all of the hard work Layla has done. She's a 4-year national, right? 4-year national qualifier for the speech and debate tournament. So very high honor for Layla on that. And then we have 7 students from both Capitol High and Helena High that 7 students total from the 2 schools that will be competing. Only 30 Montana students have been qualified to compete nationally. So having 7 out of the capital city is just another example of how great things are happening in our hallways each day. So I'm going to call up Coach Hermson to introduce those 7 and talk a little bit about those guys.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
I don't know that it was a smart decision, but I am immensely glad that I did it. It gave me such a great opportunity. I mean, I had worked with, excuse me, I had traveled with the Capitol High students. We shared the bus. I had been with them, and I just could not imagine letting them go without a coach this year. But it gave me such a great opportunity to just interact and coach directly a powerhouse team of students. They're just amazing for both sides, and I am immensely proud. But I also could not have done it without the terrific support of both of AD McMahon, who was cheering me on most of the way, but helping make it really easy administratively. The principals from both, Principal Kessler and Principal Zanto, who are just tremendous supporters. And anytime I asked for something or needed something, or I was like, can we do this? They found a way to make it happen. But most of all, I had an incredible team of assistant coaches, one of which is here tonight. I want to recognize Nick Tass. Crazy or not, at least he was there with me because he also agreed to be assistant coach for both schools. So he was also pulling double duty. And I guess we're a couple of crazies, but I could not have gotten through the year without him. But I would also love to recognize the students. We have a tremendous group of seniors that were giving rides. If your coach was at the other school, they gave underclassmen rides over to the other school. We had Helena High students over on Wednesdays over at Capitol. We had Capitol students over at Helena High. And that happened because of a great group of senior students who were providing transportation and help and just in front of, whatever those younger students needed. So the students were a tremendous part of making this year successful. So I'm excited to recognize some of those seniors. And it looks like we start out with my favorite events are the original events where students write for themselves. And this young lady was one of the most amazing original orators that I have been ever able to coach. She is an alternate in original oratory, but is going to nationals in original spoken word poetry. And say that.
The National Speech and Debate as coach's pick for original spoken word. I am a senior, so I will be going to Baylor University next year, and I will be studying international studies. I would like to thank my parents who are not here tonight just because of some conflicts, but they helped me immensely, and so did my sister who's here, and obviously my coaches. I wouldn't be here without Coach Nick or Coach Jen. Nothing was possible. Thank you. Congratulations.
Our next honoree also comes from Capitol. And I am very upset that he joined us as a senior year. I'm not upset he joined us as senior year. I'm upset that he didn't join us earlier. Because he represents, I told you I love the original events, and he represents my first qualifier in informative speaking. First time I've coached since 2009, and I've never had a qualifier in informative speaking until this year. So I'm so excited to take him to nationals, even though it meant I had to call and find somebody to mail human skulls to. Because I didn't want to take them on the airplane. I thought TSA might ask too many questions. I told the guy, I was like, they're replicas. Just on the x-ray machine, they might look weird. But I'm so excited. Representing Montana this year in informative speaking is Tanner Davis.
One is a human skull, the rest are cavemen. I'm Tanner Davis. As stated, I'm a senior from Capitol High School. I want to start off by thanking the board for allowing us to come in and recognize these achievements. But I'd also like to thank my parents for supporting me through this season. And I'd like to thank the amazing coaches that we had that got me this far in my first year. And I'd like to thank the administrators at our schools for helping support our program. I'm going to MSU next year to study microbiology, and I'm so excited for this opportunity to go to nationals. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Our next next student that we're recognizing is also a first year, but we get him for 2 more. So, but it isn't a tremendous achievement in your first year, to be able to go to nationals. And most especially, to earn that way in World Schools Debate. So after the tournament, World Schools people are applied to be World Schools Debate. And this is a team that is made up of 5 students from different schools. So the NSDA committee comes together, National Speech and Debate Association committee comes together, evaluates the students' body of work and their application, and puts the top 5 on a team to compete in World Schools Debate. And it's also the only event that is internationally, there's international competition. So last year we got to debate against China in World Schools Debate. So that was a fun and unique experience. But to give this on his first year as a sophomore is an incredible achievement. So Jack.
Jack Tobin, you're qualified for World Schools Debate. I'm a sophomore at Capitol High. And first, I'd like to give a few thank yous. I'd like to thank the board for their continued support of speech and debate. I'd like to thank my parents for always being there, and my siblings, grandma and grandpa, who are also in the crowd somewhere. I'd like to thank the Capitol High administration for, again, supporting speech and debate. I'd like to thank my educators all the way from Hawthorne Elementary, Sierra Anderson, and from what I know as a sophomore, I don't have like the college question to answer, but I thank you again for your support.
And you'll recognize this guy. He already did his thank yous. But besides being a national qualifier in pros, which is an interp event, he has also served as one of our captains on the Capitol side, one of the students that really made this year successful. And he has also been recognized as an academic All-American with National Speech and Debate Association, which is a very high honor and shows not only academic excellence, but commitment and dedication and success in the speech and debate world. So Mason, come on back here.
Hello again. I promise this is the last time I'll be up here, but most of my thank yous have already been stolen by my fellow teammates over there, so thank you guys. But I would like to again thank our incredible staff of coaches, particularly Jen and Nick, who took on such a huge challenge. Jen is a recipient of Coach of the Year and has really shown this year in the way she has taken on the challenge of coaching 2 teams at once. Also like to thank the rest of my team of captains, 2 of whom you will see later on give their own speeches. But it is such a great cohort of students working together to try to help make this team happy, even when we've had our struggles. And I couldn't have done any of this without them. So thank you, Ethan and Layla.
Recipients, now we're going over to the Helena High side, is a coach's selection for expository speaking, which is an informative event without the visual aids, so no skulls. But this student, this is his 2nd year with us in speech and debate. We get him for another one, thank goodness. But he has been one that has was vital to coming across town when we needed to practice. Coming over to Capitol and making that happen and making practice happen no matter what. He is also a tremendous leader on the mock trial team, which is I hope that you'll see him again for that as well. But Maverick.
I just wanted to thank all of you for supporting this activity. It's really changed who I am, but it just really makes me happy that I get to do it every single day, especially when it's the activities director. I want to thank all the coaches that are from both the schools. I would not be here without you, and just all my teammates for supporting me and being there with me through the year. Thank you.
Each recipient is also a captain of the speech and debate team and has just, this will be third year going to nationals. If they had competed their freshman year, they might have went, but they took a year to find us, I guess. Ethan Taylor has been just a mainstay on the team and in practice, and it's just recognized. And the thing I admire most about him is just willing to come out there and share whether or not it's going to win, whether it's not whether or not it's popular opinion, sharing what they believe is right. And I think if more people did that, I think we would have a better world. And that is one of the greatest things I admire about you. Bye.
I will be going to the University of Montana to begin studying to get my bachelor's in law and hopefully move on to go to law school. I'd like to thank once again the board for being so supportive of this activity because it really does change lives. It has affected my life so much for the better. I think my freshman year, before I discovered speech and debate, I wouldn't have even dreamed of becoming a lawyer, but it's given me the confidence in my own abilities to do so. So thank you so much for supporting this activity. I'd like to thank our coaches, especially Jen, who has, despite the immense burden that's been put on her this semester or this season, trying to coach both teams, has been able to do such an amazing job and be such a supportive person. And I'd like to thank my family, especially my parents, who have always been there to support me and drive me to the school at 3 a.m. before I had my car.
So, the last person I want to talk about is our 4-year qualifier. Has been a mainstay for speech and debate at Helena High School. A captain. I don't know what we will do without her next year. But this year I was very excited to see her, that not only was she recognized, that I can see what she does, and this board can see what she does, but the fact that she is recognized all over the district for being an ambassador for speech and debate, and just being the representative of what an ideal speech and debate competitor is. And I know that she will go on to do amazing things in the future. I'm hoping run for legislature. We'll see. But a national qualifier for the 4th year, but also receiving the National Speech and Debate Association District Student of the Year award is Ms. Layla Riggs.
Been competing for 4 years in legislative or congressional debate, and I genuinely have found my greatest passion in it. Thank you to the board, thank you to our principals, and every single teacher at the high school who has let us use their rooms and mess them up continuously over the past years. It's truly an event that I think changes lives, and speech and debate is genuinely, I think, one of the best activities for children to grow and for people to gain a greater understanding of the world around them. And I also want to give a huge thanks, just like everybody else on the team has, to Jen. She's been one of the greatest influences that I could have ever asked for in my life. There was a point in time a few years ago where she asked if I wanted to join a different event, which I did not want to do at all. And eventually a year later, she pushed me to do it, and I did really well in it and actually really enjoyed it. After I spent hours crying to her about how I hated it, I never did it in a million years. But without that encouragement and without that push from Jen to go and actually try something, I would have never figured out another event to do that I love. I also want to thank my very large family, which has continued to, just like Ethan said, give me rides at 3 a.m. or help coordinate plans to get other people where they need to go, help bring food to tournaments, everything like that. Truly, this speech and debate is a community event, and we couldn't do it without everybody from the community, everybody here, parents, families. So thank you all.
state, national level. We'll hear how that goes. So, congratulations once again. All right, next up, state wrestling tournament recognition, Capital High School. Hopefully have space for the wrestlers.
Yeah, you do exit though. Miss Ogden would love to get pictures of you out the hallway, so feel free to, she's right there by the door, raise your hand. We'd love to get a picture for us. Nice job. Might be a good time to talk about also, these mics are our older mics since we've set up in a new location. They do require us to be a little bit closer to them for people to hear in the back. And so if you get up on the mic just a little bit, people it's not, they can hear you.
All right, state wrestling. First, before we recognize our state champion wrestler, I do want to just talk a little bit about Sean Graham, as well as just the rest of our coaching staff, and really specifically regarding Coach Graham, really for stepping up and coach this team after we had a vacancy just a few years ago. Sean immediately stepped in and just continued to build this program. And he's been able to see a lot of successful seasons and really be able to help support students to be the best that they can be, both on and off the wrestling mat. This past season, Coach Graham was fortunate to see multiple students place at state, and of course was fortunate to have a state champion in Taylor Lay. Coach Graham, unfortunately, he is stepping down after this season. I guess it's official as he handed his keys to me here this evening, and so certainly a big loss just for our wrestling program. But I can't thank enough for all of the time and effort that he's put in for the past few years. So if anybody's interested in wrestling coaching or coaching wrestling out there, please, maybe see me after. But anyways, I would like to once again thank Coach Graham. So if you could please step forward at this time, talk about the season, as well as to share more highlights about Taylor Lay. So, Coach.
Thank you, members of the board. Thanks for taking this time to recognize Taylor's accomplishments. I think we kind of got a bad draw. We have to follow the speech and debate team or the public safety engagement, but we're wrestlers, so we'll be. Yeah. Right? So, as Brett said, this was my final season. I did 4 years as the head coach of the Bruins. I was honored to do so. Had some great wrestlers. Each of my 4 years, we have had at least one state champion, which is a great accomplishment. And the lady I'm about to introduce is really a trailblazer in Helena. She's our first ever in this school district state champion high school wrestler. She's 3 times in a row a state finalist. She's wrestled for the championship 3 years in a row, and she is now our first 2-time state champion ladies wrestler. So she's won 2 out of 3. She has 1 year left. She had a season this year with a record of 29-2. She won the Lewistown Invitational, the La Crosse Invitational, the Western AA seeding tournament, and of course the state championship. So with that, I want to introduce Taylor Lay. I'll give her a certificate.
My wrestling career, and then I'd also like to thank my coaches and my teammates for all the support that they've given me throughout the season. And then also, I'm hoping that in the future I can wrestle in college, hopefully get a scholarship for D1, maybe D2, and yeah, that's all.
All right, moving on to another winter activity, state swimming. So first, I would like to thank Coach Julie Shannon for her hard work and dedication, because she too coaches 2 different teams, or both teams from the high schools. So thank her as well as her entire coaching staff, because I think as already expressed earlier, it's enough just to coach one school, but yet, two schools, it's a lot. And really, it's also difficult when you think about maybe the lack of our, training facilities, i.e. a, competition pool. I think that makes it even much more difficult. Speaking of which, how about the Capitol High boys swim team as they finished in second place at state? And yes, I think there were a few ADs that were like, are you kidding me? They don't even have a regulation pool. Yet second place, pretty remarkable. So, and certainly a big part of that, second place finish is one of our students being recognized here this evening. So, Coach Shannon, she was not able to make it tonight. However, Assistant Coach Eddie Larry is here this evening to recognize our individual state champions. That would be Elizabeth Urban and Isaac Urban. So maybe a coincidence with the last name there? No, they are siblings. So they certainly spend a lot of time both in the water as well as together outside of the water at home. So Coach Eddie Larry, if you could please come forward and talk more about both the season as well as these two athletes.
Hello, I'd like to thank the board for acknowledging our swimmers and our state champions. Takes a lot of work to get 52 kids trained in a 4-lane pool, but hard work and dedication is what these kids are all about. I'd like to leave a remainder of my time, number one, to congratulate Julie Shannon for the job she's done, and number two, to the athletes and their parents for the hard work they put into this season.
Congratulations, thank you.
State champion in the 100 freestyle and the 50 freestyle.
I'd like to thank the board for recognizing our accomplishments. I've been swimming for 8 years now, 4 years for the high school and 8 years for the club. And I'd like to thank Coach Eddie right here and Coach Julie for helping me win and the boys get 2 times second places at state. Next year, I plan to go to college to continue my swimming career either at Milwaukee School of Engineering or Frostburg State University. I plan to study some sort of math or engineering. Thank you again.
Congratulations.
Talent runs in the family. His sister also state champion in the 100-yard butterfly.
Julie, Lisa, and Eddie for providing so much for our team and just giving support to every swimmer. I'm only a sophomore, so I plan to continue my high school career for the next 2 years. I'd like to thank my parents as well for providing so much for me in the past 8 years of my swimming career. Thank you.
Isaac set a school record in his 100 freestyle time, and Elizabeth set 5 school records this season.
That's the end of our recognitions, as always. Just so incredibly impressive, and I'll say it once again, I think it's the best part about being a trustee is just see what shoots out the other end of our system and how amazingly well spoken and dedicated and completely impressive our students are. So thank you again for coming. We're happy to and honoring for all your hard work. All right, up next is our superintendent reports. Superintendent Watts.
You ready?
Yep, we're ready.
All right, so as I always note, the superintendent report will run out in 3 categories. We'll talk about recognition, new business, and then outreach. I expect the new business is gonna take a while, so I offer just to see where the outreach, the meetings have been as of late. There's a back page list of those. Couple of thank yous that I don't have on here initially. First of all, you were not present when Ms. Verzanto wished you happy birthday, and I believe you got a copy from the counterpart of her happy birthday. I do want to acknowledge a thank you to technology and our facilities. I knew that we were going to have a larger crowd, And we've come accustomed and grown into our boardroom, but I knew that wasn't going to be large enough. And so as of yesterday morning, we started moving equipment around out of this room so that we could have a larger audience. And so it was just to make sure that we welcome people, they felt comfortable being here, not have to stand out in the hallway. But that comes with a lot of work. And so facility set this up, and then Gary and his team, Uriah, really working on the sound just 5 minutes before we all showed up, and we were getting some feedback. And so thank you, Gary. Thank you, Todd, for your team to pull this together. I know it wasn't an easy feat. Recognition as well. Mr. McMahon, you had a couple of students recognize you for being their AD. I don't know if that would have happened if you weren't sitting next to them or on the left, but nevertheless, they recognize you. But I want to do the same thing. You turned in your letter of resignation last, feels like a month ago, it might have been a little less. Mr. McMahon has officially resigned or will resign at the end of the school year. Let me tell you a little bit about Mr. McMahon. He started 6 years old at Rossiter, went on to C.R. Anderson Capital, graduated Capital, played football, went on to Carroll, played football there. He really never thought he was going to be a teacher. He told his mom and dad forever that he was going to stay on the ranch. However, as we saw before us, coaches have incredible power. And coach said to him, "You're not going to go ranch. You are going to go to college and you're going to play football." And that's what he did. And thankfully, he did, because we were able to keep him here for a long time. From Carroll, he then went to, I believe, C.R. Anderson as a math teacher. And it really gets cloudy because I asked Ms. Carter what you did, and she said everything. However, what I do know is that you spent time at C.R. Helena High School, and then I believe 16 years at Warren Elementary, maybe 17, followed by 7 really good years also as our athletic director. He picked up, we talked to each other, we tried to speak at least once a month or a couple times a month. And I asked how he's doing. He says, "I'm doing really great." He goes, "This will be the second time this year that I'll have a weekend off." He kind of tells me a little bit about the expectations and the work ethic that an athletic director has in our district. With that said, wife Lisa, I think 4 kids, 9 or so grandkids, and I think there must be 15 advanced some part in your life that run around town in various capacities. But we are thankful for your dedication. I believe he self-proclaimed says that he is the longest consistent employee in the Helena School District. Now, there are people that have worked here longer, but they worked, went away and came back. I believe that 37 years consistently is where we're at right now. And we thank you for your expertise and dedication. Those numbers at 37 years be a little blurry, so you can clean that up with the media if you need to. You're good. All right. In recognition. So first of all, board trustees, our work session, Bryan Elementary, I want to thank the Bryan staff for hosting us last month. It is Maintenance Workers Appreciation. I call it month, but March 3rd was the day. I want to thank Lisa Cordley again with HEF. A lot of work has gone on with the foundation. We had a meeting last night. They have distributed grants and teacher awards here in the last couple of days. But I will tell you a story that Wednesday, I pride myself in being the first at work. And at about 6:30 in the morning this week, I roll in and Lisa Cordley's sitting here, standing out in the hallway. And she goes, "You gotta come see this." This room, as I said, there was a lot going on, and there was pallets, but there was I believe there were 6,000 pounds of Legos, about $65,000 grant from Boeing, and an instructor teaching our elementary librarians how to teach lessons around these Boeing Legos. And it was dark in here, but each one of them was plugged in and they were all glowing. I instantly said, "These are not the Legos I played with in 1986. It's a different brand." Anyway, the work they do is really remarkable. I also want to thank Robert Worthy. He's not on my list, but Robert Worthy, last weekend had the Helena Future Chefs Cook Up the Storm event. I know that Ms. Ridgway has some pictures of that. You posted that out. But as you all know, it's no secret, Mr. Worthy is a force to be reckoned with a lot of energy. We appreciate what he does for our district. Going on to new business, you'll see there, USI data dive. We are really working hard to find, more answers, more questions around. Really initiated House Bill 332, which is the health bill. And, the Saturate I and several others sat in with, USI. And we've asked them for gratis work that they are analyzing our data. And we're really using that as another third-person conversation tool so that we can make the best decision when it comes to really rethinking what our healthcare looks like across the district. We're also working through, the Health School District is working with, SMA. They helped us sponsor our first tour at Helena High on the pre-bond work. Remember that SMA is doing a lot of pre-bond work from about January till June, and that 6-month period. We're really working hard to figure out what our design or what our, defining what the project will look like, not designing our projects. And so we had our first community tour at Helena High last week, I believe, and we had nearly 100 people show up, and we had Honor Society students then give tours throughout the building. So we're thankful for that. Master Facility Planning is still working. We've talked to PAL staff last week. We are running the 2025 May technology levy that we'll be working through. The pre-bond work at Helena High, Capitol High, Kessler. And then Mr. McMahon is also working through, if bonds are successful, then we're going to encroach or take on some areas in which we have practice field. And so Mr. McMahon's working with principals and soon coaches on where might those teams be practicing if we break ground on top of facilities that we currently use. I was thankful that we had an opportunity to meet with the county elections office. Remember when we went out for, as SMA and the master facility planning talked a lot about what our bonds could look like and when they would open. We reached out, Janelle reached out to our county election, said we really like an early fall election for bonds. They responded back and it's just not going to work. That time didn't seem to make sense for them. And so we asked for a second meeting and the reason we spoke about why we would need an early fall. And I would say that in that early fall, if we would wait till November during that general, we wouldn't be able to open if we were able to be successful, we wouldn't be able to open buildings until 2029. If we were able to have an earlier election in the fall of 2025, we would be able to open our doors in the fall of 2028. So it was really important, those 3 or 4 months, push the deadlines down quite a ways. And you'll see a little bit later, as we extend the time that we are asking for bonds in construction, inflationary costs really kick in. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into our recommendations for future considerations. 2025 legislation session, I always report on that. It is transmittal time and things have slowed down and everybody got to go home, take a break, including Mr. Snellman does a lot of that as well, as that there is a break period. Things have crossed and bills will be heard again. It will ramp up, I believe, Thursday of this week. And so things will pick back up again. We're keeping a close eye on all funding that's coming at us. Our team is working on the summer jump start program. Continue to work with CMS. Carrie in the HR department is working to develop that comprehensive manual. We've been working on that now for 6 or 7 months. RFPs, as I've reported, are still out there. We're still looking for requests for proposals on coffee, working compensation, and food service. Mr. McKay and Mr. Meyer have worked extremely hard around the accreditation process. It's been really frustrating in the sense of how long it takes. You upload information, you have to wait 24 hours and see if there's an error, and then you have to correct it, but you have to do it within a month. And it just really is needing to be complicated. So they have put in a lot of time and effort, but more importantly, patience as they work with OPI to make this process work. And my superintendent recommendations for future considerations and action to the board. So let's go into that. That's what's going to take a little while to see. Smarty, you want to roll that up? Those in the audience will be able to see this here on the left-hand side, full screen. Or before you'll have this in a printed version. Mr. Barrow, I have also asked, might wonder why it's not by coincidence that we went into a new place, a new room, and I have my cabinet leadership in front of me, right? They're here for support. If there was a question, I also have them here to support, you as well. All right, let's back this up. In December, board meeting, second Tuesday in December, Mr. Barrow reported that Helena High's in vet space, right, with HVAC system is met its life expectancy. I believe there, as we heard at Brian's work session last month, the HVAC engineer had just said that things are barely holding together, and you're gonna have to do something around their HVAC system at Helena High, or it will fail. That was in December, and I followed right up behind that saying if that's the case, then we're need to start thinking about what our facilities look like in terms of bonds. And so from that spot, we started, I believe that's the directive was from this board, provide a plan and make it available to us as soon as possible. I think Mr. Hindu in fact said, do it quick, right? Let's get to it. So that's where we're at. What you'll see before you with about 40 to 50 slides. My team keeps knocking them down. I had them in 60, but I think we're down to 50. This is what I want to present to you. Again, there are no decisions to be made tonight, right? This is the place where I'm going to offer recommendations. You're going to be able to hear them. You can ask questions, but if you need specific details and this is the direction you want to go, then we'll start diving into the details. But tonight, I'm going to have recommendations for you to consider moving forward. I don't believe in our ability as a board to meet twice a month to make decisions timely. They're just not set up. Boards are not set up to make quick decisions. And so I forecast that we're going to have a place in our life. Sorry to tell you, but we're going to have some special board meetings, and we just cannot wait 2 times a month to make decisions, because it really is, I got students and I got staff, I got a community that we need to provide direction with. And it takes way too long when we have to just meet twice a month. And a lot of times you've heard our work sessions at 4 o'clock are really difficult for some people to get to. And so sometimes those are not even adequate times to have discussions that are meaningful. Although I would argue the fact now that we have a lot on our plate. If you choose to, have decisions to be made. So are we ready?
Question.
Yes.
Superintendent West, there's a lot of information here. As trustee, would you like us to kind of jot down our questions and go through them at the end, or interrupt you as you go along?
Let's jot and talk at the end.
Okay.
Right, there's a flow to this.
Okay, great.
I was at Kiwanis yesterday and they say you talk really fast, and so when I get interrupted, I slow down. All right.
I just want to acknowledge also, I'm so thankful there are so many people here. The reason that we wanted to talk about what we're gonna talk about before so we could have kind of a normal conversation. So this is a superintendent report. It comes before the opportunity for all of you guys to speak, but we just wanted everyone to be on the same page at the same time together. So I appreciate the way we've organized this meeting so that everyone knows the same thing at the same time, and you're not talking about something without knowing what else is going on. So I just wanted to acknowledge how this is coming together tonight.
Gary, you ready to do this? So I'm gonna watch off of my computer screen, and then you'll just kind of get a feel for it when we're moving through our slides. All right, reason what we're doing here is our finding our way. I'm gonna transition between looking at you and looking at the slides, all right? And so I'm not ignoring you. So finding the way, I really want to increase our communications, right? That's really what we're about. This is one of the pieces that we're obviously focused on. But we'll never lose the sight of what's most important is our students and staff. And so our finding our way is because our students and staff. I have had conversations with people in our community and they're like, we don't know what you're doing. We don't know what it looks like. And so at times we would say that we don't want to say too much because it confuses people. But if we don't have the vision and a path forward, then we also confuse. And so where I'm at today is that I want to paint a picture forward, the vision of where I think we should be going and recommendations that I would offer you to consider. That's the reason why what we're doing today. And through that transparency, people understand and we can communicate, then that transparency makes sense. Mr. McKee has termed this, he says, well, really, we're working on the 4 Bs, and that's not the good soup restaurant. The 4 Bs for us is really around building budget boundaries,
and our bonds, right? So those are what we would be concentrating or focusing our energy on in the coming months. In this, the journey ahead of us, it's really recommended and grounded in several key factors. It's gonna be from our 24 master facility planning that SMA has done. I think in 2024 is when we completed, but we started about 18 months prior to that. It's also the 2022 deferred maintenance report that Mr. Merrill has put together and has shown us. We also are talking about the Helena Public Schools Consensus Budget Committee. We spent a long time with that committee stakeholders around what are some recommendations. And so the decisions that we have before us are grounded in that committee. We have a 5-year school budget that Janelle puts together. Though those budgets are a little unclear because we're in a legislative session, we don't have all the variables cleaned up yet. But we do have a projection. I think that on Friday, the budget committee met and talked about what that long range looks like, knowing well that we still have legislation to adhere to. We also are looking at a tendency to both state and local. I would say that on a state level, we're losing about 2.5% of the school age population every year. Birth rates are down. But I'd also say that's true in Helena. Though we are seeing building, we are not seeing the increase in school age children coming to Helena, although we are seeing increase in construction. We're gonna we'll recommend visions and planning operations for the next decade, or if not longer, 10 to 15 years. For recommendation for best outcomes for the district and our students and our staff. We'll have recommendations with facilities and budget options that provide our students and staff with really healthy and safe facilities that they need and deserve. And recommend options to manage our operations and facility costs responsibly. So those are what we're up to today. We have two options right now. We can stay status quo. We can keep doing what we keep doing, and we're going to be offered the same results, if you will. It is dire, and Mr. Darrell had said, if we do nothing with Helena High, those boilers will go down at some point. And our options is to go remote, or we will split shift our Helena High and Capitol High kids. We will run a 6 to noon schedule with our Helena High kids at Capitol, and then I'll run a 12:01 to 6 o'clock at night with our Capitol kids. That's the only facility that we have when those boilers go down. We will have an opportunity for some, though we learned through COVID that putting everybody online doesn't work. And so we will have that until we fix, if we choose not to build a new Helena High, we'll have to fix it. And Mr. Rail had an engineer point blank tell us that it's going to be expensive and it's going to take years to do it. Right? So we can stay with what we're doing, and that's probably where we will end up. Or we can do something different. Or we can take action, right? And really that take action is in front of you. That take action looks like this. I gotta change my slide. Redevelop Helena High campus. That comes with central kitchen, PAL, movement, vigilante stadium. Our career center is struggling. Our career center, our career buildings, CT buildings are struggling. Remember that we reported to you in both Capitol and Helena High that we had to paint a membrane for a roof because we couldn't put metal on those roofs because of the weight. Right, it would indicate that the buildings are old and need attention as well. Same over at Capitol, it's improved, remodeled, and added some additions to. They needed commons, they needed a bigger cafeteria, needed an oxygen, performing arts upgrades, CT, as we talked about, the practice fields, the performing arts. If we take action, it also addresses some really severe safety and security needs. Remember, we brought in SEC 2 years ago already, and his report, SEC Secure Educational Consultants from Michigan, gave us reports that it's one of the most concerning high school districts that he's audited. We paid attention to our elementary when we had the 2016-17 bonds. Right, we had safety and security part of it, but we did not address our high school. And so that's really the findings, which is not surprising, is that we need to address our high school. We need to update elementary schools and our resources, increase our instructional programs. And I want to talk a little bit about a regional or a Helena Public Schools career center. Next slide. So this is what I have before you. Right, I think this is where it all comes together, and we'll talk more about how this fleshes out. So the recommendations to consider, I am going to ask you to consider the recommendations I put before you, and it's on a page. They're your decisions, right? We'll make these in public. You'll have time to talk and have the public weigh in. But this is where we're at. I'm gonna recommend that we have an elementary fall bond in 2025. I'm gonna recommend that we have a high school bond in the fall of 2025. I'm going to recommend that we re-boundary our district next year. Right, that's in our elementary, middle school, and high school. We're talking more a little bit about that here. I'm gonna ask you to consider the future of Hawthorne Elementary. Right, we've had some really, this has been a item of conversation. I have held a parent meeting last month where I had a parent that has a high school student said, I was a Hawthorne parent 14 years ago, and we were talking about it then. We were wondering if we were going to buy playground equipment because we weren't sure if it was gonna stay over. We've got to have a conversation. Either we do something or we don't, but I want to have a conversation. I'm gonna ask before you, there's a recommendation for sale and lease of district properties. I have community members and friends that have said to me before that you want our help, but it doesn't look like you're doing anything with your own facilities, and I want to make sure that that's clear. We have Ray York Learning Center team offline. We turned that into a community partnership that's doing well. That's about $250,000 of revenue a year. I would say the same thing with Seventh Ave Gym. Though we're not getting a lot of revenue, $1 a year, I think is what we have, but we offered that up to the community. It's a soccer facility right now, and we offloaded the ability to pay for the utilities out of that as well. So there's a little savings, but it also is a nice place for our community. So we are starting to look at our own facilities, but I'm going to have you take a deeper look into that tonight and into the future. And then I'm also looking at anywhere from 60 to 80 acres of purchased land, and really for our transportation and future needs. We'll flesh that out as we get through. So those are really the recommendations that I'm going to set before us that we'll have conversations with and about throughout the spring. I have some deadlines that we need to. If you choose to have bonds both in the high school and in the elementary, we need to back those off. I believe, Janelle, those are 70-day notices. So if we choose to go, if that's your decision, then I need to let the elections office know 7 days prior to the election. So there's some deadlines we need to backwards design. Okay, moving forward, here's what we have. Right now, this is what I know we have. We have amazing teachers, we have an amazing administration staff, and we have great staff members working with our kids, evident tonight with all of the acknowledgements. But here's what we don't have. We really have a budget shortage there that's not temporary. It hasn't been temporary since 2017. We had a reprieve with federal money, but that's not helping. And I believe if you look at the long range forecast, it's not getting any better. In fact, we had in session this last 2 weeks, we had a 6th grade funding bill that I thought was going to help us a little bit, but our own advocates kicked that down the road. It looks like it's going to hit the decennial study, and we won't see that until 28, 29, and 30. Right, so I don't see anything that's coming at us other than STARS and inflationary increase. Those two are coming at us, but that's not going to close the gap of the 10.5% inflation deficit that we're experiencing today. All right, so we know that we have a budget shortfall. We have limited district resources, and a lot of that's just with a workforce shortage. It's hard to find people. We have a declining enrollment. We talked about that. Mr. McKay tracks our kindergarten numbers across the district, and they're getting smaller per year. We have a decaying Helena High School. We have a desperately needed update to Capitol High. We have an aging elementary and middle school buildings with inadequate learning spaces. I was at an elementary school last week, and we have reading groups in the stairwell in front of a double door when it was 20 degrees. We're using spaces that are not appropriate for learning, and we need to address those. And then the other one that will be evident tonight is that we have an escalating inflationary construction cost that is facing us, and it is real. Next, this spring, here's what we're up to. We're going to pass the technology later. That will help us immensely. We're going to continue to work on the reboundary of the district and putting lines in. Mr. McKay has done a lot of pre-work there, but if that's something that is of interest to you, and that's our direction,
we will fine tune that and bring it for consideration. We'll continue the district facility assessment work, and SMA is going to continue that pre-bond work. Again, defining the scope of work and not designing. Designing comes with architects later. Right now, we just need to know what we are looking at, so we can put a square foot on it, so that we can put a price tag on it. We need to know the square feet, and that's what the work that SMA is doing, with us now. In the summer, we'll do bond campaigning. I would say that when you all built the elementary schools in 2016, 17, 18, and work, you started talking about the next step was going to be a high school. That was the community conversation. These 3 schools are coming in, but after that, we really got to start talking about the high school. And I'm just carrying that torch. We are going to talk about the high schools. And then probably realignment if needed. So around bonds. Tonight you're also here with DA Davidson. This Rich Ekstrom sitting here to my left will be presenting to you on bond 101. Right? It might be a little bit down the road tonight, but I've asked her to come in and just talk about what do bonds look like in Helena and how can we manage that and still support our community and our educational community. Through those bonds, that second part, here's what I want to do. In this phase 1 Helena High School bond and the K-8 bond, remember we see elementary bond, but that's also our middle school. Right, the elementary district is also the middle, it's the K-8, and so that's the way we have to post it. But in the high school bond, we're going to look at the new Helena High. We'll have central kitchen, Pal will go there, performing arts, updated classrooms, CTE facilities, and relocation, which is going to get some people off guard, but I'll talk a little bit about that later. But relocate the Vidge Stadium. And the capital side, Ox Gym, CTE facilities, commons and cafeteria, performing arts upgrades, updated classrooms, and if we're going to do something with Vidge on this side, I'm not going to leave the track and football field alone over on the other side, right? We want to make sure that we're consistent there. And then Kessler, of course, that's going to be new construction. I forecast that. SMA has put that into the master facility plan. And that looks a lot like it's going to be a build up on the soccer field. I like the Helena High new build, Kessler new build, because our students can stay in the buildings as construction's going. As soon as construction's done, our students vacate the old buildings and go into those new, and the old ones come down. So it's less intrusive into instructional days or months or years, if you will. So that's our K-8 and high school bond proposal. Next slide. But it's not a good time. I would say that there's 60%, over 70% of the people in this room say, well, it's not a good time. Can't do that. I'm going to argue just the opposite. It is a good time. In fact, there's not been a better time. I'll tell you a story. It's a sunset story, and we're getting chicken for my mother-in-law, and I met these people that have 6th graders, and I said, what do you think, where are those kids going to school, because they don't live in our district? And they said, well, I don't know, we were high school graduates out of Helena High in 1991, so we're building, I'm not so sure if we're going to build there. I said, well, if we build a new school. They said, absolutely, but it's not the right time. It'd be great to have that, but it's not the right time. Let's talk a little bit about what's not the right time. I would argue the fact that it is. If we build these 3 same elementary schools today, when you built them in 2018, or they opened in 18, they cost $53 million. 7 to 8 years ago, they were $53 million. Today, they're $86 million. Inflation is 63% increase over that period of time. That square foot today, that what we're talking about is $450 a square foot. Remember that number, $450 a square foot. We built them for 53. It cost us 86 million today, 63%. Next slide. We also know that Glacier, Gallatin, and East Helena built high schools. Glacier in 2004, they built their school that's to about 242,000 square feet. They built that for $164 a square foot, 2004. 2017, Gallatin, much like what we're proposing right now. Gallatin, they built their school for $310 a square foot. They spent in Bozeman. They built a brand new high school like we want our Helena High. They remodeled their old Bozeman High School like we want to remodel our Capital High School, and they moved their field across the street. So you might as well move it 100 miles or 3 miles. It's the same expense. They put $129 million into that project in 2017. We believe right now that's about a $186 million project. Inflation is taking a toll on us. And if we wait, it's going to get worse. So when a gentleman would say to me, it's not the right time, you're right. 5 years ago was the right time. If we wait 5 years, trustees, you're going to come back and say, we should have did it 5 years ago because that was the right time. Today is the right time. We have to do it. There is my right time slide next. So let's just talk about, we were thankful that we were partnered up with with the election office out of the county. They allowed a September, they're going to work with us from the September 25th. By the way, they would like some volunteers. So if anyone that wants to help out in the election office, I said that all trustees would love to do that. The master plan, Kate. The master plan is the work that they're doing now. We have a bond election in September 2025. We are going to be doing a lot of the design work. Remember, SMA right now is doing the defining work, but in that year, it'll take about a year to design the work and paperwork. We're going to design it, hire architects, get an owner's rep, and it takes 1 full year to design buildings. From that, it takes you 2 more years to construct it. I forecast that we would, if we have a successful bond, we will come out of the ground in July of 2026. You can offer a small little package to say site prep, foundation, and then that fall of 2026, you start seeing vertical construction. And that's when it gets exciting. But it will take 2 years to get that. So when I said September 9th is really important because that allows us, you can see this, to open our doors in the fall of 2028, not the winter of 2029. And we're saying that we're seeing percent increases in construction. There are some variables in which we need to be cognizant of. Tariffs, steel, what's going on in our world. Obviously, I understand that. But I will not do this. I will not be paralyzed by fear, and we're not going to do anything because we're afraid something might be bad. We have got to make plans to move forward. We have said no. We haven't done the work we needed to do because we were afraid. We're not doing that. We're going to have to move forward hard. So that your job is to make plans. We'll make plans. You set me on the direction, we'll go make that happen, but we have to ask our community for that support. So I really would like to open up 3 new buildings or 2 new buildings and a remodeled one in the fall of 2028. I put that in there because I just thought it was really great that the county elections office is working with us. And so there's your date in 2025. So now you can put the move-in date, 2028, and 24 months worth of construction, but the story doesn't end. We can't stop and say, if we are successful and we ask our community, this is the direction that we want to move, right? There's still more to do. I talked a little bit about Vidge Field in the earlier slide. But one more, Gary, thanks. I was ahead again. This one hits home. I've been part of these before. We had a gym that was near and dear to a community, and we took an excavator and chewed it up and built a new one. It's emotional and it's tough. But this is this is the next part of the story. Where Helena High sits today, and we build a new Helena High, and really what I think our master facility plan calls for, it potentially could be up on our softball field and cascades down into the practice field. It's being built away from the old Helena High. Kids are still in it for 3 more years, and hopefully Todd can manage those boilers for 3 more. We move our students into a new building, needed new building, increased safety, CTE exposure, then the old building comes down. The old building comes down in lieu of, that's where our Vidge Stadium sits. Next slide. We'll have to move Vidge Stadium, and here's the reason why. Todd, you can point if you'd like, but this is Helena Middle School. Helena Middle School and Vidge Field no longer can live together, and here's the reason why. First of all, we need 300 students per grade level at Helena Middle School to build a high school for 1,200 kids. Second of all, the gymnasium area in that school is small and inadequate. And for us to, thanks Scott, in fact, I'll have you point in a second here. For us to build an adequate space for middle school students with 300 kids per grade level, so we put 900 students in that building, we need to build a new classroom space out to that blue area, which I believe is the southeast section of the ground, or the east section. That's where Mr. McMahon, as an athletic director, has shot, discus, and javelin. Right? We can't build out there because that's where we compete. There's no room on that postage stamp. Furthermore, we do need an additional or more space for a gymnasium and locker rooms, and that's going to come out to about half or twice the length of the track.
we were kidding today, well, maybe we lift that up and run underneath it, but that one was just being facetious. That the new space really does not fit. Something has to move, either Litchfield or Helen Middle School, but they both can't live together. And so that being said, next slide, Litchfield gets moved, Vidge Stadium gets moved, and it sits on the old side of Helen High along parallel with Montana Street. Same spot. If we're going to pay attention to our Vidge Stadium, then remember, that's the part where I talked about what we need to look at is also the practice field capital. I cannot have capital students working or playing and practicing football on grass turf and go expect to play on turf. Right, so it has to be. So that's in our facilities. Next slide, Gary, boundaries. Heard someone say that we really should look at our elementary boundaries, but it's more than that. Next slide, Gary. We really need to think about when East Helena built the high school, we had students move, and quite fairly, the district, Helena's public schools, really wanted to see, are they going to go or they're not? Well, how big is this movement of students moving out of the district? We know that answer now. A lot of them. We're shorter than we were prior to having that school built. And so we should have been moving boundaries at that time. But we'll talk a little bit more about that. I want you to consider, I'm going to have recommendations that we redistrict our elementary, middle school, and high school. I would grandfather in and make exceptions for students that, you know, I was planning on being a Bruin and I don't want to be a Bengal or vice versa. And we'll make exceptions there. Mr. McKay has plans on what that would look like supporting families as we move through those conversations. But this next slide really goes to show. In the elementary district, just case in point, we all drive around. There's a lot of construction on the north side of Super One. If there are students in there, they will go to Bryant. But you also know the luxury apartments on the south side of Winco is going to be another 300 apartments being built. We meet with the city quarterly, and they let us know that there's 300 more apartments being built on the south side of the luxury apartments near Winco. And that is also Bryant. But we also have 2 to 3 open classrooms in Brossard because we're getting smaller. And so we really need to look at what's going on in our community and adjust our boundaries so that we balance our numbers. I don't want to overload an elementary school because we don't change our boundaries. I would argue the fact that Helen Public Schools in all districts should be looking at their boundaries every 8 to 10 years. It is something that people just get really nervous about addressing, and it shouldn't be. We should look at our district. We should see where the construction's being held. And we adjust our boundaries so that we don't have an overflow situation that we've had in the past. So here's what we have. In the elementary, we want to balance our elementary schools. In the middle school, we currently have nearly 1,000 CRs at 696. As the last couple of weeks ago, Helena Middle School is sitting at 707. Helena Capital High School is 1305, and Helena High School is sitting at 989. There's a reason and a need for us to redistrict or reboundary our district so we have equal opportunity for all of our students. CR's been heavy for years. We need to balance that out. It is getting smaller just because the valley is not growing, our school age population is not growing, but we can accelerate that to a point with redistrict or reboundary our district. Okay. Buildings. So now, future of Hawthorne Elementary, May Butler, and Front Street. These are, again, grounded in our master facility plans, budget consensus, and here's what I have before you. You'll have choices in this. This is my recommendation, but you'll have 3 options to choose from as we go through the process. One more here. We talk around it, we skirt the conversation, but we really need to have a conversation. We've had it for years. This is not new to me. In fact, Mr. McMahon has been here for a couple more years than I. Let's say that this has been a 20-year conversation. So let's have the conversation. So we really want to talk about the future of Hawthorne. If you're looking for details, you're not going to get that time because we're not making a decision, but I will have that in the next meetings. But operational savings, deferred maintenance costs of about $4.6 million in that building, consolidated resources. There are organizations right now that have reached out and said we would really like to long-term lease or buy property from you if anything comes open. And so there's a revenue source if that's the decision that you choose to make. And then if Hawthorne was to come offline, I would really like to build back our elementary music NPE throughout the district, the elementary district. Okay. Next slide. So with Hawthorne, I'm gonna have, options for trustees. Right, my recommendation has been always that it closes for, and it's not funny. I get that, right? It's emotional. But my recommendation is the 2025-26. That's the next school year, we close. But your second option that you'll have to consider is close it the following year, right? Advisory year. I don't think that music and PE comes back if we wait another year, but, we'll have to have that conversation. Or status quo. Let's quit talking about it. Right, that could be an option as well. So those are the things that we will visit about as we move forward in this spring. But just be mindful, as I never seen, but there's a policy that we need to think about. It's 9150. There was some confusion. I think that Ms. Africa found it at 8150. I found it at 8150. There was a time where policies merged, and you can find it both in 8150 and a 9150. I will tell you, Barb researched it. It's truly the 9150 series, and that's one that we should be using. But in this policy, and paraphrasing it, the board shall consider the impact of such school closure to the educational committee. In evaluating the impact, the board shall consider at least these 7 factors. I print in front of you is 9150. You'll see those 7 factors in which we will have a hearing. 90 days before the final decision is made, the board shall conduct a hearing to receive testimony from the public, right? I've reached out to our legal counsel. She will facilitate that hearing, and we will announce it when we're getting closer, if you choose this option, right? Again, it's your choice. These are my recommendations. Moving forward, sell and lease district property. As we get back to what we talked about earlier in the conversations that I have with friends and community members and business members of the community, they ask me, what are you doing with your own property? We have some property that I want to make move. We've holding on to them, but we really don't need an emergency school, not this size. And so May Butler, I recommend that we sell. Right? That is my recommendation. I'll tell you why later, but this is the reason. This is my recommendation to the trustees. And Front Street Learning, I recommend that we sell that building as well. And here's the reason why. I do want to wait for the Front Street Learning, and this is not a shock to the teachers and the educators and staff members at PAL. We were down last week and we visited with them and said, this is kind of the vision of we're moving forward. And so they know, right? This is not a shock. I try to let those that were going to be notified tonight that it's shocking on them. We tried to get to them before this presentation so that they had a chance to process. So if we were able to, and the recommendations are before you, and we do have revenue from sale or long-term lease of facilities, that it is one-time money. It doesn't go back into salaries because it terminates, it dies off, it doesn't, unless you invest it. But I want to invest that into purchase of new land. And here's the reason why. There are 60 to 80 acres that I'm in contact with, an individual would like to sell to the district. It's within city limits. And I think it's important for us to plan for our future. But more importantly, if we were able to reinvest the sale revenue into new land, I say 60, 80 because there's a pivot on it, and I'm not sure if he wants to keep the pivot. If he does, then it's 60 acres. If we can get the whole chunk of land, then it's 80. And working with a local realtor in town, she understands where we're at. And so it's important to know that we have a realtor involved in the process as well. So if this is my recommendation and you choose to move forward with this, there are some parameters in which we need to ask the public for purchase of new land, or we have to have input. So we'll work our way through that. But on this new land, we have transportation out on East Helena. First Student has a contract with an individual where that revenue for that bus parking and shop goes to that individual. I would like to have land for that revenue that First Student or our bus transportation contract comes back to the school district as a revenue source. All right, so that should be revenue back to us. We talked about Vidge Field coming off. We're going to need some space, and that's where warehouse and facilities get relocated. And Mr. McMahon could speak to the fact that we rent our facilities from the city, and those have been increased over time in the last 4 or 5 years. So we're spending money to play soccer, tennis, and other activities. And we really should have, and be in control of our own facilities. And so if we should choose, this would be a really great place for us to also have, our outdoor sports facility. There's an opportunity for us to, commit to community partnerships. But most importantly, our expectation is that this is not general fund expenses, right? This will come out as the proceeds from our sale of assets. And our transportation can also help offset the cost of that if we're using it for transportation needs. Did you notice I was looking at Janelle? I was getting the nod. Okay. All right, next slide. We put this in here as a summary. So whatever needs in 2025 to 2028. We're gonna replace Helena High Schools. We're gonna update Capitol High School. We're gonna replace Kessler as a 4-3 school. No one's building small schools. Scale economy does not work. You can't have small schools throughout districts and state that has a principal, a counselor, all of those needs, and spread that over a small population of students. Right now, we need to build in our elementary 4-3 schools because that's the economy of scale. That's what works in our budgets. We're going to reboundary our district. We are going to decide on the future of Hawthorne, sell or lease May Butler. Remember, we went out for RFP on May Butler, if not once, twice, and we really got nothing out of that. There wasn't a place where somebody had wanted it. But I would say that South Rodney Street has grown up, and it's new and it's a little more popular. And I think that we have an opportunity for people to look at May Butler differently. Sell or lease Front Street, given the information that doesn't happen unless we know the fate of the bond. I'm gonna go back to that because I didn't explain that well. As we address our PAL staff, Front Street is a building that I want to sell. But I don't want that to happen. I wouldn't recommend that to the board to do anything with it until we know what happens with the fate of the bond. So it would be not fair to them saying that, oh, you're going to move you to Helena High, and pass on, we're gonna have a new structure, because we're not sure what the fate of the bond is. And so we would then come back to PAL once we know what the September 9th vote looks like. Bitchfield is relocated. We have new property where facilities and warehouse sits on, transportation fits in that area, and we have an opportunity for outdoor facilities if we should choose. Next slide. But this, again, this is just what we're looking at in this first phase of bond, right? Moving forward, we cannot forget about some really important aspects. Our middle schools need attention. And so in 2028 to 2033, or maybe it's a little further down the road, the board will pick those dates. But we cannot forget about the Helen Middle School and C.R. Anderson. They are both needing work. I think the SMA said at one time, put all of our schools up on a dartboard and throw a dart. Pick a spot and start, right? We could have started here. We chose not to. We chose to start where we did. But that doesn't mean this is less important. Helen Middle School needs additional space. They needed, we need to update their physical education and locker room facilities. Their classrooms need to be updated and expanded. CR needs a commons. We cannot put all of our students into one room at CR Anderson. There's not a room big enough for them. I believe that they need a commons to have an assembly with all students present. And update classrooms. We cannot forget about, if we build an elementary school once every 10 years, it'll be 120, 130 years before you get back to it. Right? The elementary district cannot be forgotten about. The 3 that we just built are nearly 10 years old. Our bonds have life left on them. So, excuse me, with that being said, Warren Elementary, that's my next, our next focus in future years. But do not forget that places such as I was from, Rossiter or Smith or Broadwater or Jefferson, they are schools without a cafeteria or a phys ed or a gym. And so when you have your cafeteria and your gym in the same structure, then your instructional offerings is decreased that compared to the newer schools. And so as we look through this, we cannot forget about that fact. Next slide. Some aspirations, and this gives people heartburn, but this is an aspiration, I believe, my recommendations that we seriously consider. Meaningful salary increases. We can't keep just giving 1.5 and 1.5. Right? Meaningful salary increases for 2-year contract for the 25, 26, and 26, 27. We should really work hard at getting our high school teachers back to 5 and 7. building back music and PE in our elementary district, and increasing our offerings in CTE in our middle school. We do that meaningful increase in the 26-27. We're also working extremely hard to stabilize our healthcare insurance costs. We're doing that through the state pool of exploring House Bill 332. That's the $40 million, 150 districts and 12,000 lives. John Dorn's leading that cause, and we're actively studying it. We're looking at restructuring our own self-funded plan. That's some of the work that USI is doing and helping us understand what that looks like. And the staff that sits on that health benefits committee knows that it's been a lot of work. And then we're also looking at the 340B, that federally qualified pharmacy program that would reduce costs to our employees. So those are aspirations, and we're going to continue to work on. Doesn't mean they're promises, but they are what we should be thinking about moving in the future. And lastly, and I don't take this lightly, and I think this is going to be through a lot of community partnerships. Right? This is not going to be the shoulder of the burden of the Helen Public Schools to build this on their own. I have already, my connections within the community is that there are people that want to help out in this area. And so a Helen Public Schools Career Center. And in that Career Center, it's different than your CTE buildings at each one of your sites. We can teach welding, we can teach Microsoft, and we can do that within our sites and exploration type of career, work and CTEs. But a Career Center is different, it's more robust. And it's really studying, I just put up these possibilities, right? These are not what I'm saying we're doing. These are just possibilities of what we could think creatively. But auto tech, auto body, computer science, construction trades, cosmetology, culinary arts, dental assistance, diesel technology, digital arts filmmaking, drone avionics, early childhood. We need to grow our own teachers, firefighting, EMS, law enforcement, pre-electrical nursing, physical therapy, pre-vet, summer school, which is where we would have a lot of our summer school work, video game design, super popular, and welding fabrication technology. That would be what would fit in the career center if we should build it. And that, I would remind our community, is down the road. I just want to make sure that people understand that we have a vision moving forward. We're not just looking at the end of our nose and saying, what if? We understand that. But I want to make sure that there is a plan moving forward. And so these are all opportunities. I reverse back to that, about the third or fourth slide. I just said, these are the recommendations I'm going to give you, and these are the ones that I would like for your consideration. With that, trustees, that's my superintendent.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. We appreciate you bringing all of this forward and having a comprehensive plan. You can look around the room, you can see that people have really strong feelings about this. And that's probably why it's been avoided for so many years. And those feelings are legitimate and grounded in fact of the position that you're standing. Those are the things that the board is going to have to wrestle with in the next 90 days. Also want to point out that the board has felt the uncertainty. We have old buildings that are notwithstanding, well, they have actually withstood the test of time, but they're older than they ever were designed to be functioning. So, you know, that we can point fingers or do whatever, but it's gone too far, and those things need to be addressed. We've got ourselves in a situation with Helena High where we either dump money in, it's almost like throwing it down a hole, because there's to be more maintenance right behind that, or we do something meaningful and bigger. We have uneven enrollments, which has been brought to the board several times, where we have inequities in curriculum between the two schools. And, you know, now that as enrollments go lower and lower, we used to be able to have a small classroom and say 15 kids. Now those classrooms are 5 and they're just too expensive to run. So we really need to address making those inequities in enrollment both at the elementary and the high school level. We also, I think everybody's really aware that we have precarious finances. We've been working kind of behind the 8 ball for the last several years. So knowing that, you know, we asked the superintendent to come up with a recommendation. There's a lot of balls in the air, as you just heard. There's a lot of different elements to that plan. And we're very thankful that Superintendent Wells brought that forward as a starting point, knowing that there are policies in place for much that we do, and this is a process that will be, 90 days-ish, depending on, how it works out. Finally, I would like trustees to just think about this as you go forward with your comments to Superintendent Wells. We're not ready to get down to the weeds and find out the details, but I think just as far as direction for Superintendent Wells and his staff, now would be a good time to have asks in a general sense, like what is the information that we need to know as trustees so that we can make the best decisions going forward. So I'd just like to open the table for that. Yes, please.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells. If I come off frustrated, it's not directed at you. It's how we've let all this stuff come to this point. After a couple decades, I am curious what former trustees have or have not been doing for the last couple decades. So I guess my question, the first one, I sit on the budget and finance. It's my first year, so it's a steep learning curve. But one of the options you said in terms of Hawthorne, it's like close it this school year, close it next school year, or remain status quo. So can you elaborate on what that means, remain status quo? Just because based on our last meeting, I don't feel like it's fiscally an option. Now, I know new information comes since we had our meeting last week, but yeah, I'd love you to explain what that could look like, or is that really?
Absolutely. So if you're asking, what does a financial outlook look like for that building? I can pull that together for you. If it's a closure next year, if you want to keep it open for 1 year, or if we choose not to, if the board considers to leave it open, I think we need to consider what that looks like as well. Your A and B next year, you'll have, I believe, it looks like 1 kindergarten class. And so the numbers are getting smaller, and we would want to know what that revenue source looks like in terms of the student population in the building. And so I will bring that to you if that's what you're asking for. I know Candace is taking notes for me, and we're taking questions. And as we move through the process, I will have those numbers for you. But I think what you're asking is probably what you already know. If the numbers are getting smaller, then the revenue source for that is getting smaller across the district.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in my mind, if you gave me the numbers, to be honest, the reality is it's close this upcoming school year or the next school year, right? Like you put remain status quo, so I'm just trying to understand if I missed something from last week, like, is there something magical that's gonna?
No, you as a board need to have a decision and come to an understanding of where you want me to go. I'm asking the board for direction. My recommendation is to close it next year, and we will go through that. But if that is not the wish and the desire of the board, you will need to make the decision, but you'll have to do it with data and science. And there's going to be a lot of emotions around that as well. That conversation is going to be filled with emotions. And so I will bring you the numbers. I have a recommendation. It's for you as a trustee collective to have the conversation in public to make that decision.
Just to jump in here and clear up so that everyone is aware of the process. Ms. Ridgway, I'm going to put you on the spot. We have a policy 9150 that requires a process, and that's not something we get to choose to do or do it a different way. It's in the policy. It's a policy, and the board will follow that process. So if you could just recap that generally, so that folks know. What if we did move, as Trustee Cletus said, to a closure, it would require an extensive process.
So it requires 90 days before a final decision is made, or it's the benefit of the grid.
I might add, it might be hard to hear.
Yeah.
I thought about that once we put everybody over there with no mics. So either you have to really yell or get to the podium. Janelle says, that's great. I didn't want a mic. Thanks, Barb.
Yeah. So 9150 is the school closure policy. It maps out 7 factors that need to be considered. And those 7 factors are projected or actual enrollment declines, and the likelihood that it will remain permanent. The effect that the school closure will have on other facilities on the district's educational program.
We can't hear at all.
Can you hear me now? Is that better? I'll just do it over here.
Okay.
We're gonna have to take a look at this. 9150 talks about a school closure. I believe this was, the effects of a past lawsuit when Ray Door came offline. That's correct. In that, wonder if that mic went off. In that, the consideration 7 evaluation impacts to consider, and these are the 7. Projected actual enrollment declines and the likelihood that it will remain permanent. The effect of school closure will have on other facilities and districts' educational program offering. It's feedback. Alternative use of facilities, including potential for revenue sale and will release property. Financial considerations, including operation and maintenance costs, anticipated capital improvements. Other costs of closures and transferring operations elsewhere in relation to other schools within the district. Number 5, the effect of school closure will have on the district staffing and the cost of instruction, administration, transportation, and other support services. Number 6 is student safety factors, including travel, school building features, school grounds in relation to other school district property, ability of other schools in the affected district to safely accommodate pupils in the school if the school should close, and such other facts that the board deem necessary and appropriate in light of the circumstance. It goes on to say during the 90 days before the final decision, the board shall conduct a hearing, receive testimony from the public. Notice of each hearing needs to happen for 2 weeks, posted simultaneously 1 week apart, and the hearing can't take place no sooner than 7 days from the final posting. Comments received in the public hearing for any advisory or is for any advisory purpose only. The weight to be given to any of the criteria is left to the complete and sole discretion of the board. The final determination is whether a facility shall remain open and what alternative the district shall take shall be made by the board.
So the bottom line here is no decisions to be made right now. Should the board decide to move forward with Superintendent Wilson's recommendation, then that would be running through each one of those steps. So hopefully that gives you the information on how this would generally work, and also for trustees that we're really at the infancy stages of this process. Should we decide to move forward with a school closure? Trustees, any other recommendations, asks? Trustee Cleaves.
I was curious about this split shift. I was trying to wrap my mind around that, having a Helena High School student, just trying to see what that looks like as the boilers die.
Not unheard of, really uncommon. If you can't safely house students in a facility, case in point, when Central came offline and they all moved here. We're lucky to have this here. You would have wondered, what would we do with our students if we don't have a spare school, as Lincoln presented itself? You would have had to, one, they went and had some time. No, that was Rosser. Rosser went to Carroll. There, sometime you would have to share a facility so that both schools have the ability to go to school. Right? And so a split shift would be that. We did this once in an earthquake, rattled the middle school, and our middle school students had to go share the high school in the morning, and the high school students got it in the afternoon. So it would be similar to what we experience now, is that the boilers go down. Actually, God would say when they do, we are going to have to find a place for our students. And we are building contingency plans now. This is not like, oh, it just happened, now we know what we're gonna do. God's building plans on what to do if it should fail. But they're expensive and they take time. But if we don't have an alternative resource to heat that building in a cold spell, then we're gonna have to share a facility. You don't share high schoolers in a middle school or an elementary. One, there's not room. Two, your middle schools can't handle it. They don't have the equipment that's appropriate for the instructional needs of a high school. So you're gonna have to share a high school building with high school students. And the one that you can do it is start in the morning. You'd ask, I would assume I was able to ask for some variances from the state, saying, hey, we are really in a tough place. Can you give us some movement on the number of hours we're going to need this year because we're gonna have to share a facility? I would assume that we have that same professionalism from our state organization, say, have at it, so you don't have to go 6 to noon and noon to 6, right? We can condense that. But you would, when that building comes offline, we're going to have a place for our students until we get those boilers back up and running. And so you will split 2 high schools into 1 building.
Ask a follow-up to that, Thornton. You just said the term offline, and that made me think of the tech levy. And Gary had mentioned in a meeting, like, if, you know, we're trying to pass that tech levy, it's just not about Chromebooks, but it's about licensing, infrastructure, the unsexy things outside of the Chromebook. And you had mentioned, like, if we had a, you know, ACT testing, there's only one room we could do that in. So let's say, we go offline, literally, let's say the boiler still works. But our technology, dies in the building, then, yeah, what does that look like? I guess, let's say that happens at Helena High. What do those students do that don't have internet?
Well, I mean, that's a difficult spot. We know from our COVID experience that the in-person learning experience is to say preferable, is probably an understatement. So, you know, we would certainly prioritize that where we could. But we also know that the resources that teachers use for instruction, whether those are, you know, being used in the classroom or remotely, those require the internet to deliver them. So it's not something that's easy to find. We would, you know, we would react to it as we would for any other crisis and work on triaging it so we could get whatever systems we need to be back online as quickly as possible, as functional. You know, the challenge that we're in right now with our tech levy is that we really just don't have the resources that we need to be prepared for those sorts of emergencies. So if we have a switch or a wireless access controller go down, we can likely repair those things. It will just take time and there will be a longer gap in how long they're offline. So that's the situation that we're in. We're approaching that with all our devices. You're absolutely correct to point that out, that it isn't just the devices that students use, it's the devices that teachers use, the projectors in the classrooms, the wireless access points, the switches, it's all the network infrastructure in all of the buildings. That stuff ages and needs to be updated, and we haven't done that because of our limited technology. We haven't done that work for the last 20+ years.
Thanks, Gary.
You bet.
Kerstin, guess this way. First of all, thank you, Rex, and your team for putting this together. It is clarifying to see a path forward, especially when we live in times of such uncertainty. I was really pleased to see addressing and talking about meaningful raises for our staff and growing back music and meeting. And one thing that you might not realize if you don't work in the high schools or have a kid in high school is that when we balanced the budget kind of crisis last spring, we made our high school teachers just literally work more hours. That's how we did it. And I'm glad that we are addressing that and talking about it. It isn't just got under the rug, and now it's how we do business. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm not expecting answers, Sonny, but just like the kinds of information that would be.
Hold those questions real quick. If you have a cell phone sitting next to your speaker, that might trigger feedback. Let's try that.
Try that. Is that better? Is that me? Oh, no, it wasn't just totally me. Between the socket.
You can't turn it off. You can unplug it.
Okay, sorry. But this ruins your ears. I'll just list these, and I can also just send them an email if that's easier, but it's kind of where I'm thinking is, how many students are at Hawthorne Elementary this year? Last year, when we were looking at the crisis budget, there was about 220 kids there, but I understand it's significantly less than that now. So that was one question that I had. And then how many are in the attendance area of the school? And I know that I mean, when you are tasked with educating every child, it's not a bad thing to have a Chromebook overflow school. But a question that I have is, if there's capacity in the district and we redistricted the boundaries, do we actually need an overflow school? Or are there schools that are closer to where kids live that if we redistricted, it would make more sense in their lives? And you'd be looking really at like just the area around Hawthorne and the normal neighborhoods. That's one question. How many schools in Montana, particularly in the A's and AA districts, operate an elementary school with that number of students? And the third question is, what kinds of services could be improved when you think about kind of like the whole budgetary and common good picture of the district? What kinds of services could be improved or grown back with the closure of Hawthorne, and what kinds of services that are currently being implemented at Hawthorne could be pushed out into, you know, the same district with fewer buildings? So sort of like, I guess, what benefit would we get from it as a group? And then I would really want to see what are the plans for the teachers and the staff? That's a really important part of the entire conversation. And then I just wanted to mention this, the one thing that people who are paying attention have thought about, and it's logical, is we are heading into a biennial or a bicentennial review of our school funding formula. There will likely be changes. There will likely, honest to goodness, there will likely be improvements. We will likely have more money. But it's just to hamper everyone's expectations. The Legislative Fiscal Division has already done a forecast of expected upcoming revenues. Now, it was not done with education in mind, but it's still the amount of money that our state has to spend, and almost all school district money comes from the state. And you can take a look at it on their website, and it's not a windfall. So just as we think about what is the future hold for us, there's not a giant chunk of money to pull from, even if lawmakers have the will to increase more funding, and I suspect that they will. But there just is a reality of what exists within the state budget, just to be, I mean, it's not like hard and fast, but it's not like we don't have any idea what the legislature is looking at when they look at how to pay for all kinds of things, including schools.
I suspect that when this policy came online or adopted, those are the same questions they had then. Because I'm looking through the 7 factors, and your questions fit right in line with those 7 factors, which we need to address. And we'll bring this to you.
I'd just like to add in, I think this is maybe what I've been hearing from our constituents as a board, is people want a very clear and understandable financial benefit for especially a closure of a school and what that looks like. I think also just been on this board for a while, and I feel that we did inherit some financial problems from the past that we've been wrestling with really hard over the last 5 to 10 years. And we want to make sure that we have a good glide path coming out of this, and that we're setting up our whole school system for success financially in the future. And then also the same for redistricting. Like, what are the cost savings, and also what are the educational savings and changes, and what are the goals for doing that? I think we all need to have those discussions in a public format so that people can really hear the whys of what we're doing and why that recommendation would be put forth.
Clarify, when you said redistrict, but you mean reboundary the district?
Reboundary, yeah, whether it be elementary or high school, when we're moving students and families from one building to another or one area to another, like what's the logic behind that? What are the goals, and what are the benefits that you're hoping to recover?
Just statutes. Is this working? This is related to that, and just to follow up. I'd be very interested in hearing soon what our timeline is for
being able to have listening sessions or to be able to have this hearing. Because I think it's very time sensitive. We can say 90 days until, that this has to happen before we make the decision. But, yeah, I'd love to see a timeline for, public opportunity for this information, public opportunities for this discussion, and then also for the rebounder process, the rebuilding process, that we're looking at. Sooner as opposed to the. Mr. Walsh.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate everyone coming in today, and I'm willing to sit through this and making sure that we're all on the same page with the information that we all currently have. It's very much appreciated, and your time is very much appreciated, sitting here and helping us better understand what our future possibilities are. I would ask, when we're considering rebounding, because, so I'm curious, because we're looking at rebounding sooner than possibilities of the bond administration is opening up. And so I'm curious when we're looking at things like trying to level out HMS and CRA as well as the two high schools, how are we doing that with the current facilities? I would assume that we are building for future to hold maybe more students than what our high schools currently do. And so I'm just kind of curious when we look at that and we start transitioning folks from Capital maybe to Helena High, where are they going to be placed in? Is that going to mean that we need to relook at boundaries when the school is done because now it has more space and that sort of thing? So just kind of wanted to throw that out there for that. And as we keep coming back to finances and budget, I think this really emphasizes the need for us to continue 5-year plans, 10-year plans, and actually staying consistent on reviewing those and looking at possibilities of each year, how we need to adjust and move forward to help ensure that we are keeping up on things and not having jump scares with Helena High breaking down and having to figure out split schedules and things like that. So I do appreciate all the time that you and your team has put into putting this information together.
I think part of that conversation is that we're thankful to have SMA. And so some of those size of schools and boundaries is part of the master facility plan. And we'll take recommendations, but we also will have our own input as well. We're looking at 1,200 to 1,300 students, but we also need to look at our population trends and how many students do we think that we're going to have. What I don't want to do is underbuild and wish that we had built more. And so we want to make sure that we don't overbuild, but we don't short ourselves in square foot as well.
Trusted requests and comments. Just a couple questions. My understanding of the STARS Act was it actually incentivizes educators relative to maybe a less full classroom. Have we maybe crunch those numbers to see what we're giving up by cramming all our classrooms as full as possible? And over and over again, I hear people leaving the district because they want smaller schools. So it seems like we're kind of risking a lot of people leaving over this shift and picking up.
We'll bring it. The STARS money is dedicated to bringing up the beginning teachers to a point of 70% of our staff needs to be at the average salary, and that's a part of that STARS money. It's for all staff. It also is predicated around the number of college educators that you have. And so we've taken some of the pressure off the number of students that you house, but it also then puts it onto the number of quality educators that you have. But as we decrease the number of students, the less we need staff members. And so those are obstacles and areas in which we are still discovering. And Montana School Boards Association has put out a lot of information on what that should look like and how to go about addressing it. So we'll bring that to the table as well.
Is Trustee Handling online? I know he was thinking about zooming in, or does he have any comments or questions?
Well, I saw him earlier, but he's not. I think he might be on the way to the meeting person, but I think he's not.
Sorry, one other comment is that, Auburn is, to my understanding, one of the only elementary schools that doesn't have special programs that would really change the numbers if some of those were located at. Like Montessori or Pete or. Just.
We missed that.
All right, I hate to do this, but, we have a lot of people that I think are going to want to give public comment, before these a quick break, so I think that will be a pretty long session. So why don't we go for 10 minutes and come back and then we will move into public comment.
So 10:37 or 7:37?
We have a request from a couple folks in the audience that they can't hear us. So I'm asking trustees that when you do talk, pull your mic closed, and then so we don't have background noise when you're not speaking, go ahead and push it back. These are new mics for us, so our apologies up front. We'll try to make it so that you can hear us. Moving right along, now is the time for general public comment. This is the time for comment on public matters that are not on the agenda. Public matters do not include any pending legal matters, private personnel issues, or private student issues. Please do not attempt to address such issues at this time, or you'll be ruled out of order. Please remember that the board cannot enter into a back and forth discussion during general public comments. And you probably, those of you who have been attending also know that when we do have several commenters, we have a 3-minute limit. So I'll go ahead and run a timer, and then I'll give you a bit of a warning and then ask you to wrap it up. I won't, the gavel will come down when you're done, but if you can do your best to wrap it up at about that 3-minute mark, that would be great. All right. We will go ahead and begin. Is there anyone who would like to start us off with general public comment? Great, come on up. When you do come up, if you could state your name, so that Candace can make sure to get that correct. Would you like them to spell it?
That would be
great, yes, please, thank you. Sure. Okay, and then just your relationship to the district. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a parent, I'm a teacher, whatever it is that makes you be interested in this point in time. So go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, good evening, board members. My name is Sam King, that's King. I am a Hawthorne parent of 2 children. I am here standing just to represent them and just to state what a wonderful institution Hawthorne Elementary is, the teachers, the staff, and of course, the students. I do really empathize with all of your difficult positions and the challenging decisions that are before you. Certainly not envious of the hard decisions that you have to make. I just want to stress a couple points for your consideration as you move forward in the next phases. First, consider, does it financially make sense to close Hawthorne, especially this year? I recognize but again, this affects a lot of people to close school doors. Hawthorne has a sterling reputation, and just ask that you consider the broader impacts on the community. And the second piece too is, it seems to me like step 1 for your consideration is make sure you have funding actually secured through the passages of the bond. I realize it seems, unfortunately, as a state, it seems like we've made the decision that the legislature is not going to do what it's obligated to do and provide schools across the state with sufficient funding, and we're left having to rely on bonds and levies to do what needs to be done. But before we start making difficult decisions for the future, it seems like step 1 is really just make sure that we actually get the funding secured before that happens, before we start planning out people's futures. So with that, I just ask that you not close Hawthorne next year, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Schaefer, Schaefer, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Jim Darcy. Thank you to each of you for your time and dedication. As I look around the room, I have a lot of thanks and appreciation for everyone here tonight. Regardless of if we agree or disagree on the issues or recommendations that will be discussed regarding the budget, every single person here cares enough for our schools and kids in the community to be here tonight. Superintendent Wells, I appreciate your willingness and vision to move us forward. I can only speak to things I know. Honestly, I'm glad I'm on this side of the podium. My view is a relatively small picture, while your view is vast. I'm putting my trust in your ability to make the right decision for the greatest number of kids in the Helena community, both current and future. I have had the opportunity to teach in 3 different schools, each very different. I can say where I've been and where I am now, and they all are and continue to be amazing school communities. I don't say this in jest or to minimize feelings. The reality is, if any school in Helena was being discussed as a potential close, there is no doubt that that school's population would be standing here fighting to keep their school open. I'm always reminded of how small our community is when I go and do kindergarten visits in the fall. Similar to Hawthorne and many other schools, my students' parents, aunts, uncles, and grandparents attended Jim Darcy when they were little. Helena schools are deep in our history. Our school has become our community where friendships are built, both between students, families, traditions are carried on, and continue to be places that neighborhoods love. However, there is no doubt if the board decides to close a school, there will be new school communities that can become those places filled with new and old traditions, new and old friendships, and more staff to connect and love your children and families. Last year, the board voted to try a new music and PE schedule as a way to attempt to balance the budget. This has had a profound impact across the district at every elementary school, impacting every student. Well, the community saw the biggest impact in December when they didn't have the opportunity to attend their children's winter programs. Students and staff have seen the impact from day one. The schedule, while consistent, is very inconsistent to families and kids. We try hard, but helping them understand why they don't have music or when they have PE last is very challenging. Add in some indoor recess and having Mondays off, and it can be over 2 weeks before they go to music or gym. I urge the board to reconsider the current PE and music schedule. While it may not seem like a huge deal, it has a big impact on our students. I have always been proud that as a district, we have been able to put children's ability to explore the arts and their health by keeping those in place. As you begin to work through the budget and begin to make recommendations, you carry a lot of weight. While there are a lot of emotions and comments, it comes from a place of love. People care so much and want the very best for their children and community. We are at a point in the district where some hard decisions need to be made so that we can start to change the trajectory of the budget. So that every spring around this time of year, these hard, painful conversations aren't having to happen. A place where the conversations aren't centered around cuts, but rather growth and innovation. And while I don't envy your decisions, I do trust you to do the right thing. I know that each one of you care as much as every single one of us. Thank you.
RT. I am a former Hawthorne Hawk, and I'm also a Jefferson parent. I have 2 kids at Jefferson. And I want to just echo what others have said. Thank you so much to all of you for putting yourself in this position of having to make these really, really awful and hard decisions. And thanks for all the work that went into the presentation tonight. It really shows a ton of forethought, and I appreciate that. As a former Hawthorne Hawk, I guess I want to say that Hawthorne was an incredible community for me. I recognize that it's probably still the same for kids today, and so I feel for Hawthorne parents who are concerned about the future of that school. I also want to tell a story. When I was a 1st and 2nd grader, Hawthorne just had 1 grade per, or 1 class per grade level. And then when I was in 3rd grade, they changed C.R. Anderson from a K-8 school to a middle school. And the C.R. Anderson elementary school students came to my school. They entered Hawthorne. And so suddenly we had 2 classes per grade. My 3rd grade year was a really difficult year for me. The kids, my really good friends were in the other class. And I didn't get to see them. I didn't know who to be a partner with in my class, and I had a hard time. And then I started to finally make some friends with some of those kids from CR. And then my former friends were mad at me. There was drama, there were tears. It was a tough year.
But I talked to a friend of mine last night who also went to Hawthorne, and I said, do you remember when the CR kids came in? And she had no idea what I was talking about. She didn't remember that this had happened. And I can also remember that in 4th grade, things were normal. I was adjusted, I had new friends, I had the same friendships from my 1st and 2nd grade year, but I also had some new friends with that group of kids that came in from CR. And so I tell this story just to be encouraging and say that I know that there's a lot of concerns, and I would have them too. If the Jefferson community were facing a school closure, I would be nervous about this for my own children. But I also know from my own experience that we all know this, but we can make new friends. We can form bonds and we can forge new communities. We can welcome new people into our communities. And I really trust that the people in Helena can do that. And I would also just urge all of you to be thinking about what is best for all kids, as many kids across the district as we can impact in positive ways with the limited budget that we have. I'm really happy to hear about discussion of possibly building back music and PE. That's something that I know all kids across the district are suffering with that right now. And my kids at Jefferson, not only do they only go, twice a week and once a week, but they have 2 different teachers every week. And so, they're confused about not only which class they have, but which teacher they're going to have each week. It's harder to form bonds with that. I'm also glad to hear that there is discussion of returning to a 5 out of 7 schedule for the high school teachers. I think that's really important. And the other thing I didn't hear people talk about, but I think we need to keep talking about, is moving away from the combination classes that we have, the 3-4 or the 4-5 classes, which can make it really difficult for schools to schedule things like small reading groups, things like that are really necessary to help kids out. And so I urge you to think about all those things that help kids across the district. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Joshua Jones. Yes. I am a parent to a 1st grader at Hawthorne, a soon-to-be kindergartner, and I'm the special education teacher at Hawthorne. So as a parent and special education teacher, one of my core responsibilities, possibly the most important of my job duties, is to advocate for the kids. Both my actual children and all the kids on my caseload. I've worked in special education since 2017 in multiple schools, roles, districts, and I can say through all that experience, the team at Hawthorne is one of the most warm, welcoming staffs I've ever worked with. They're incredibly willing to wrap around students, to provide all the supports that they need, whether it's their kids or not. When they see someone struggling, they're willing to step in. Since I've been at Hawthorne, I've seen students making incredible growth. Some students on my caseload have grown 2 years, shown 2 years worth of growth within just a single school year. That's based on iReady data from fall benchmarking, either to winter or May. And while I am very good at what I do, I cannot claim that all that growth is from me alone. Instead, it is a result of how dedicated the entire staff is to meeting the needs of these students. As was stated by a previous staff member in a previous meeting, Ms. Dunkelberger, the culture within Hawthorne's walls is something that should be replicated in other places. Instead, I feel like if we close Hawthorne, especially with such short notice, we're going to be throwing that away, creating trauma for our students there. The trauma of this because many of our students, especially some of the special education students on my caseload, to regress to such an extent that I worry that they would also find themselves pushed into more restrictive programming instead of succeeding in the general education environment where they currently are. I also worry about the cascading effects that closing Hawthorne at such short notice would have on other schools within our district. Moving students, overcrowding before we're ready for that, we have a real plan in place. Our Hawthorne tenured staff would have to bump out quality non-tenured staff from other schools because they're tenured and they'd have to have a position somewhere. So what I'm urging from you is giving a timeline. Instead of doing it this school year, I realize it's not realistic to say Hawthorne stays open forever. Give us a year, 3 years, tie it to the bond and say that if we can build a new Kessler, then once that building is built, that's when Hawthorne will close and we'll move all those students over then. But give us a timeline so that we can prepare our students, our families, and our staff instead of creating more trauma for kids. Thank you.
again. Lovely to see you, Board of Trustees. Welcome back. My name is Sarah Dramstad, Dramstad. I am a music teacher at Four Georgians and Jefferson Elementary, as well as the parent of a kindergartner at Four Gs. I am here to support Superintendent Welch's recommendation that we close Hawthorne at the end of this year and return music and PE instruction to their long-standing format of twice a week, per week, every week. In my mind, the math here is really clear. Closing Hawthorne, restaffing music and PE benefits every single student in this district, including the students currently attending Hawthorne. This year's format of music and PE on alternating weeks has been horrible for students, teachers, everyone. Continuing to operate Hawthorne as an elementary school with only 180 students at the detriment of the other 3,500 elementary students is simply nonsensical. If we close Hawthorne and restore music and PE, we can return to predictable weekly schedules. In the week since returning from winter break, I have had a fifth grader have a breakdown in my music class because he thought he was going to PE. He even put on his PE shoes. He was expecting PE, and oops, it was music. Just last week, I overheard an entire kindergarten class arguing quite loudly with their teacher that they should be going to PE when actually it was music. I watched one of those kindergartners crying as he trudged down the hall because he did not know what to expect that day. He thought it was music. Sorry, kid. It's PE, or vice versa. The kids are not coping well with this alternating schedule. It is mid-March, and both students and teachers have not yet settled into a regular schedule. Our students deserve better. This year we had no music concerts, no elementary music concerts, because the elementary music team is spread so thin, each of us teaching between 700 and 900 students. We split classes, such as at Jefferson, and we see some of those students so infrequently that we are viewed as substitutes by those students. If we close Hawthorne and restaff music and PE, we can fix those things. I have great empathy for Hawthorne teachers facing the uncertainty of their building closing and not knowing what happens next year. I spent all of last summer awash in stress and anxiety, not knowing what the music schedule would be or what my teaching assignment would look like. When I came to Jefferson, though, I found it to be filled with warm, inviting, capable colleagues and wonderful students. I know no one wants their building assignment changed, especially without their consent. But one thing that is consistent in this district is no matter where you end up, the teachers are great, the students are wonderful, and we will build a new community every year. Every year we build a fresh one of those new kindergartners walk in our doors. I know we have a hard choice in front of us, and I really appreciate the leadership from Superintendent Welch and the service from our board. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So my name is Retta Leaphart, Leaphart. I am also a former Hawthorne Hawk, as my sister mentioned that she was. And when I was in high school in Helena, there was a similar proposal on the table to close Hawthorne. And I think it was probably my first foray into student activism or activism in general. I started a petition, I got all my friends to sign it, and I sent it in to the superintendent of the schools. And that was 23 years ago that conversation was happening. And we are still having the same conversation about Hawthorne. And like Becca said, I really do feel for the parents of, and the whole community at Hawthorne, teachers, the faculty, or the administration, and the students. Hawthorne is a wonderful place for me, a wonderful community. And when I first moved back to town and moved into the Central District, I was concerned that I would really miss that small school environment. You know, my kid was going to get to go to a new school, which was amazing and very exciting, but I was nervous about the size. And I have to say, I'm 3 years in and it's an amazing community. We have a lot of resources at Central School. My kid knows people, everybody knows Joe's name when I walk to school. We see plenty of families from the neighborhood. It feels very similar to the way that I felt walking to school at Hawthorne. And I know that transitions are really difficult. And so I don't take the idea lightly of moving kids to different schools, but I also want to reiterate everything that Sarah Dramstad just said about music programs and PE programs. And as the first educator in this town who goes into different schools, my whole career is about going into all the different schools and teaching workshops. I can tell you that
the arts are one place where so many kids feel validation that don't get that anywhere else in school. And PE, I think, is similar for kids. It's not, that wasn't my experience in PE, but I think it happens for other people. So I've heard, anyway. But I think right now in the mental landscape that we are facing in Montana, we cannot overlook the importance of reinstating PE and music for our elementary school students. Thank you.
Hello again, good evening. My name is Catherine Dunkelberger, Dunkelberger, and I come here this evening as a Hawthorne parent, community member, and employee, and I am so disappointed that we are here yet again having to fight for our school. I'm upset with how this topic is being presented to the community. I think it's important that you're aware that the community is being made to believe that the closure of Hawthorne is a done deal. This approach feels unethical and, quite frankly, illegal. How is it these decisions are being made behind closed doors with such certainty and being rolled out to the public and school district as if a final decision has been made, when you, the board, have not had the opportunity to address this with the correct procedures that are required for making such an impactful decision? The way this is being handled has poisoned the community's confidence in the school district and the superintendent. For example, the promise of returning music and PE being used as a platform to close Hawthorne. Is returning music and PE a promise that can be made with 100% certainty? Or is this just a weapon being used to pit the district against Hawthorne? I find it in very bad taste to use one school as a scapegoat for the district's shortcomings. Also, the future use of Hawthorne statement that has gone out is very concerning. Our school functions wonderfully as an elementary school. If you were to move PAL there, let's say, I would ask how much money must be spent to update bathrooms, parking, classrooms. Our neighborhood school is full of uncontrolled intersections. I raised the question of safety if PAL were to be moved there. Elementary students don't drive, but high schoolers do. I also would be interested to know where the PAL students would park. These questions and concerns I come to you with this evening are just a few of many. I'm not opposed to change, but change must be done right. Ripping almost 200 students from a safe and incredibly effective learning environment and tearing them away from their friends and teachers is not the way. Run the bonds, rebuild Kessler, and circle back. Before I began working with the school district, I was in real estate for many years. Let me just tell you, Hawthorne's reputation precedes it. I primarily worked with families moving into the communities, and you can guess what their biggest request is when looking for a home. Is it in a good school neighborhood? If you go out on Zillow or Realtor.com, you'll find that each listing shows the schools and their rankings in the community. Even before families have a chance to check out Helena for possible job transfers or other reasons families move to the area, they will look online and research the neighborhoods and schools before making that life-changing choice. A decision like closing Hawthorne will have an impact that far outreaches our community and district. As a parent of this district myself, I can tell you with complete transparency that the likelihood of my own family leaving the district due to school closure is very likely. Big box schools are not for everyone. As a taxpayer and a voter, it is my right to have options for my children's education. I've said it once and I'll say it again, what Hawthorne has should be replicated, not extinguished. You'd be doing a disservice to the community and the staff, and most importantly, the children, if you close Hawthorne. Thanks, next reading.
Dear Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Adam Clinch, spelled C-L-I-N-C-H. I'm a variety of things, but this evening I am here as a former student of Hawthorne and an advocate for all neighborhood elementary schools. First of all, I would like to address everyone who has shown up to speak. Thank you for caring enough about public education to be here. However, I hope one thing is abundantly clear. We are all here because we support public education. These board members in front of me are stewards for public education. The community members behind me are stewards for public education. There are no enemies in this room. We are all on the same team. I hope the board knows I see both sides. I get it. I also hope that we are cautious about laying every deficiency in our district on a single school. That is not healthy. Now, I've already shared with the board a detailed description that supports my claim that Hawthorne should not only remain open, but should be included in the bond proposal. And although I've yet to receive any further inquiries, I am always available.
This evening, though, I'd like to focus more on the sentiments, which to some are less important, but that may be part of the issue. Here's a fact from a 2022 follow-up study from the census. Greater than 80% of Americans live within 100 miles of where they grew up or where they were born. Why is that so? Belonging, identity. One of the things that keeps me in teaching is a greater calling to contribute to a district that I and my family have been a part of for 3/4 of a century. And I'm not alone. Simply look through our teacher, our admin, and our support staff. However, if you start to strip away the things that make us feel like we belong, there will be less of a pull to come back or to stay once we are back. Now, you can certainly justify what your intended plan appears to be through immediate financial means. However, that would be short-sighted. I believe you would find investing in Hawthorne and Kessler together would yield a greater return and investment in the long run, in more ways than one, and certainly in ways that impact our community the most. Superintendent Wills, last year in bargaining, on the morning of February 28th, the facilitator asked us to share how we were doing, where we were that day. Through a cloud of emotion, you shared you had received news that the prior day your hometown had burned to the ground. As most do when we hear such stories, we empathize by imagining what would that loss be like to me. I thought of Hawthorne. You see, we moved 8 times growing up in order to make ends meet. So Hawthorne was the consistent home for me, as it's been for many others here tonight. So I would imagine what you felt last year is what I felt recently when I received the news of the intended plan for my childhood home. I've long prided Helena School District for being a district that is forward-thinking. In this digital age of seclusion where young children would rather stare at a screen than get outside, we need to ask ourselves, what role do the adults play in perpetuating this? I promise we will soon, as a society, begin to reverse course. You already see this with school-wide device bans across the country. Even bigger trends of reaching back for our more intimate neighborhood schools that provide close-by safe spaces for young children to grow and learn will soon follow. If you think building neighborhood elementaries is expensive now, wait for 15 to 20 more years. You see, you can build another school. The connections between generations that empower people to come back to our community, to stay in our community, support schools, or stick with teaching in the same way that you can't fully rebuild Angry Beaver General Store, Toby's Tavern, or the Knox and Mercantile Cafe. There's no bottom line or budget estimate that can measure that. Your home. Thank you.
My name is Pat Bosselman, that's Bousliman. I'd like more time than the others get because my name is long. I'd like to associate myself with the last 2 speakers. They said it better than I could, but just a point of order so we're clear. We don't know what closing Hawthorne would say, do we? I mean, this is the recommendation, 1 or 2, but we don't actually know what the savings are. And I don't say that flippantly because I couldn't hear very well in the back. But is that the case? I know we're not here to argue, but I think that I understood that to be the case. We don't actually know what the numbers are. So that ought to say something. I have 2 kids at Hawthorne, a kindergartner and a 1st grader. They love it there. And I wonder, why would we want to close this school? This school that, according to greatschools.org, is better than 85% of its similar schools in Montana when it comes to test scores. This school, which according to the Office of Public Instruction, 66% of our kids had showed improvement in reading and math last year in the last assessment, compared to 52%, 53% district-wide, 50% statewide. This is a good school. Why are we closing it? Maybe you'll say, oh, well, they spend more money at Hawthorne. Well, they don't actually. The average expenditure per kid is about $13,600, about the state average. In other words, Hawthorne's a pretty good bang for your buck. Getting value out of that school with better performance for about the same money. Now, any educator will tell you that schools test scores don't mean everything. What about the buildings? I know that there's the draft plan and there's the assessment of the buildings, and Hawthorne didn't do so well. But let me give you some context to that. Two of them, library and pick up and drop off, got 2 out of 10. On the second one, nobody drives to Hawthorne. When we do, I've never had a hard time finding a parking place. Most parents walk their kids to Hawthorne. The notion that you're going to shut down school because the pick up and drop off is somehow insufficient is ridiculous. The library, yeah, the library's separate from the school. It's not the most beautiful building, but I asked my kid today, my first grader, what's your favorite thing about Hawthorne? The library, she said. I mean, it's not the Library of Congress. It's not the most beautiful building, but you know why she likes it? One, there's an awesome library in there, but two, she loves to read. Why does she love to read? Because her first grade and second grade teacher taught her to read at Hawthorne. Right now, we have a babysitter at home. Normally I'd be expecting a call because the house is burning down, but probably I won't get that call tonight because my kid's face is in the book. She's been reading her tail off. Why? Because of Hawthorne. Because the teachers taught her to read and gave her that love for reading early on. So, bottom line, this strikes me as a little bit of a conversation a coach might have with an aging but still great basketball player. Hey, LeBron, I know you're better than 85% of the players in the NBA, but you're kind of getting old. Also, we had a consultant come and they don't really like the way you pull up your socks. It's not a safety issue, but it doesn't look very good. So kindly take a seat at the bench. We're going to shut you down. I think that would be a great error, and I hope you will not do that this year or next. Thank you.
Rachel Lavossier, Labossiere. I'm a parent and a taxpayer, unfortunately. I have 2 kids at Kessler, one who's going to be going into middle school next year. And I actually don't really want to talk about closing Hawthorne. I didn't come for that. I have no emotional ties. I didn't grow up in Helena. I moved here 11 years ago. But what I want to talk about is the future, because what I'm looking at here is high school. So I see a lot of emotional ties to grade schools, and I get that. I grew up in Seattle, and I'm actually, like, it's not funny, but every time I left my school, they always like rebuilt it and made it super awesome. And I was like, what the hell? Like, I always leave and the school becomes super awesome. And I was always like kind of resentful of that. And so I understand, it's changes and all that, but then I was also really super happy that I didn't have to be there for the construction aspect of that. So I understand it's hard to move and leave and all that, but eventually your kids are gonna have to go to the next level. And so that's what I'm looking at, is my kids have to go to high school. And if there isn't a high school to go to, does where they are now really matter as much? That's kind of what I'm thinking about. That boiler, I saw that picture and I just thought, oh my God. I'm a property owner and all I see is liability. And I don't know, I wouldn't put a tenant in that building. Why would I put a child in that building? And then the bugs and all that stuff, like, I don't know, I feel really dicey about having to put kids in that situation. And those aren't my kids now, but that could be my kids in the future unless that boiler goes. And, Linda, I don't know you, but like your question was like, yeah, no, like financially, and I studied finance in college and that's my background. And like I said, I'm not here for emotion. I'm just like financially, it doesn't add up, doesn't make sense. And I don't know that this is hanging on Hawthorne or not to close it. It's just about finding money and budget. I think it is about the levies and all this. But people are pissed off and they didn't vote last time for the money. They didn't want it. So we have to make it make sense for the greater community. And I'm guessing maybe that's why they didn't vote for it, because taxes keep going up and everything. and they're not seeing the payback. And when they see something that makes sense and that's gonna give back to the greater community, I think we're more likely to get that levy to pass or to get something going. I don't know. I went to a school and, you know, in grade school and high school, my class, just per class, was about 200 kids. I knew everybody in my grade. I mean, in my whole school. Like, I don't know, like 200 kids for a whole school. I don't know. I don't get, like, all those kids are gonna go together to another school. So they still have their community going with them. A lot of them will. They just will.
You don't know. You don't know.
Okay, so-
Wait a second.
there's-
Could you please turn?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I don't understand, like, there's not enough school, there's not 100 schools. They're not gonna go to 100 different schools. I don't understand. Are they gonna go to 100 different schools? I know you'll hate me right now, but like, I don't. And this is not about closing down Hawthorne. I don't say that. It's about opening up high schools and making the future greater for our community. It's not about the past, it's about the future, and that's all I want to say. And it's about what makes financial sense so that we can get Helena, which apparently doesn't want to have babies right now, want to be with us and vote to finance schools. If they're not having the babies to put the schools, we need to make it make sense for them to get our kids to have education. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I am Peyton Cottrell, PeytonCottrell. I am a fifth grader at Hawthorne Elementary. Hawthorne is a small school. That doesn't mean it shouldn't not be heard. It is a great place for the kids to grow up. Hawthorne teachers and staff are wonderful. They are willing to hear my problems and willing to come up with solutions. I want Hawthorne to stay open because my brother is a third grader at Hawthorne, and I want him to be able to graduate through fifth grade having the same great experience as me. I've had a wonderful experience with everyone at Hawthorne. The kids are so nice and so caring. I wake up every morning and think about how great my day is going to be at Hawthorne Elementary. Please let this experience be shared with everyone else in our neighborhood. I want Hawthorne to stay open. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Scobie. I have been a teacher here in Helena for 16 years and I teach music. I am also a homeowner and a taxpayer.
Please, Ms. Scobie.
Yes, you can quickly spell that for Ms. Scobie. Yes, Skogley.
Thank you, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. This year has been one of the hardest, if not the hardest year of teaching I've experienced. And yes, I taught through the pandemic, and this year rivals even that experience. In previous years, when I was responsible for only 2 buildings, I was able to differentiate my instruction. Just because all of my fifth graders are working through the fifth grade curriculum does not mean they're all at the same skill level. Just like in reading or math, there are different ability levels between my classes. Normally, I would adapt my lessons to better meet their needs. But this year, I have not been able to do that because of the increased teaching loads in 3 buildings. What this ultimately means is everyone is getting intermediate lessons. No one is getting remedial work. No one is getting advanced work. And they are not getting everything they need from me, and it's very frustrating for me as an educator. While music is so much more than the numbers, it is important to acknowledge that the numbers do support including music in the school day. Some of the outcomes that are positively affected by musical learning, including standardized testing scores, attrition, GPA, college admission rates, and health outcomes, including stress, depression, and anxiety. My classroom teachers are seeing a change in how well their students can rhythmically count or recite information. Students are struggling to maintain a steady rhythm while counting simple numeric patterns. The fact that they noticed this in the same year we reduced music instruction time cannot be a coincidence. My students have noticed that they get less music time, and it wasn't me telling them. They figured it out on their own, and they're not fans. When I told my kids this Monday that I will see them again in 10 days and stick this song safe in your brain, they looked disappointed and frustrated because now they have to remember a new song or concept for over a week before we can return to it. And that's a long time to ask a 5 to 11-year-old brain to remember one small thing. It would benefit every elementary student in this district to go back to our previous model of 2 music classes per week. The kids miss it and they're missing out. Would adding this instruction time back make my life easier? Yeah. But I would have to give up some of my current students to make it work, and that's painful, especially having to do it 2 years in a row. It will be better for our classroom teachers who struggle but do their best to maintain a regular routine when we have a different A and B week essential schedule. It will be better for our music staff because we will be able to give the kids better lessons and what they need and what they deserve. But ultimately, it will be better for our students. I thank you for your time, and I especially thank you for your service. These are not easy decisions in front of you. And like somebody else said, I would not want to be on your side of the podium, so I thank you very much for your time and your service. Thank you.
My name is Egan, Beagan, last name Wilcox, Olds, Wilcox, space VOLC, as in zebra. Thank you all for having this conversation. It's hard, but we have to do it, obviously. I'm a mom of 3 kids in Hawthorne Elementary School, a 5th grader and 2 2nd graders. Yes, twins. I have some questions about what has been framed as the almost certain closure of the school that has become a home away from home for our 3 kids. And my kids have some questions too. I'll start with mine. First, I understand that our budget shortfall has not improved since Hawthorne faced possible closure last year. But all the same, the timing does not compute for me. Last year, we learned the savings gained from closing Hawthorne would be less than what would have been spent on renting or buying trailers for displaced Hawthorne students to attend Kessler because of the shortage of space at Kessler. The math is not clear to me with all of this, and it is not clear to me after tonight's meeting. I can only conclude that something has changed since last year because here we are again, but parents like me are in the dark about what has changed. How much money would be raised from selling the property? And I know you can't answer questions, but I just want this on the record. Or is the plan to lease it and turn it into a revenue generator like the former Ray Bjork Learning Center? Have you identified a tenant? We are not only parents of kids who attend Hawthorne, but we're also part of a thriving community that owes its health in large part to the school at the center of it, as others said much more eloquently than I can. Demolishing the school or leasing the building would change the entire neighborhood. And as members of the community and taxpayers, we have a right to know what could become of the property. Also, why is the school board now focused only on Hawthorne? I don't want any of our neighborhood schools to close, but I don't understand the lack of transparency about this change of direction. What makes it so that Hawthorne is now the only school being considered for closure? And again, I don't want it to close, obviously, but I don't understand the change that happened. 1 minute. 1 minute. The next question, of course, is what would happen with all of our kids if Hawthorne is closed? This is the question that one of our 2nd graders has asked us several times since learning that her school may be closed. Will I be with my friends, she asks. What will be my new school? Will I walk to school or take the bus? And why are they closing the school? We have no answers. And the 2025-2026 school year begins in just 6 months. You need our help to pass your school levy this year, but we need you to be accountable and transparent. You need to explain what has changed. Why are we here for the 2nd year in a row having to fight for the existence of our neighborhood schools? And why the urgency that Hawthorne has to be closed at the end of this year? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Kindergarten teacher and a parent in the district. I would like to speak on the matter of gym and music and have the board please consider going back to our old model of 2 sessions of each per week. I have noticed a difference in the students in my classroom. There's increased activity and definitely more squirmy. There's less spontaneous singing, less excitement to do structured games or group games at recess. There's a lot of confusion in the schedule and a grade that students thrive on routine. All students need to be exposed to different activities, sports, instruments, songs, rhythm, and movement. These subjects provide future pastimes, hobbies, exercise opportunities, clubs, and scholarship opportunities for years to come. We need to bring back more exposure to these subjects for all students. I'd like to speak on the community and culture of every school and how each community is just as special as the next. I've had the privilege of teaching at 3 different elementary schools in my 15 years of teaching. Three schools of different sizes, locations, and communities. I have taught at 2 schools in Helena, and I student taught in a 3rd. I also spent a year subbing in many, if not all, of the elementary buildings. I loved teaching at my first school in Cupping. It was hard for me to move. I didn't think I could ever find my people again, mimic the relationships I had built with students and families, or the connection to the community like I did there. Then I moved to Rossiter. I loved it. It was a great community, amazing kids and parents, a great team and colleagues. But we didn't have enough students enrolled to keep 4 kindergarten teachers, so I moved to Jim Darcy. I have loved working at Jim Darcy. It's a great community, amazing kids and parents, a great team and colleagues. I am so fortunate to have been able to be a part of 3 of these communities and been around all these great people. Our family left Cupping by choice and we wanted a change. That didn't make the move easy. When I left Rossiter to go to Jim Darcy, that was because of budget constraints and the consolidation of my classroom. It was not my choice. It was hard, but I have grown from each change that I've had to make. I have loved every school community that I've been a part of. It was not the building, the location, the size, or the population that made me love them. It was the people and the community. It's the dream that everyone loves their school community. I won't say that we hit the mark every time in every situation, but I think it's very clear, even by looking on Facebook posts of which school is best in Helena, that the Helena School District has amazing communities at every school, not because of location, but because of amazing administrators, teachers, support staff, parents, students, and their community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Reveley, Reveley, 3 E's. And I have a first and third graders at Kessler. I'm here tonight, first and foremost, to say thank you and to share my appreciation and support of the student-focused approach we've experienced with Helena Public Schools. Our dedicated teachers and staff at Kessler go above and beyond every single day in so many ways, even with a limited budget and minimal salary increases. As for academic excellence, Kessler teachers truly care. Our teachers planned and hosted a parent college night to help us understand the new math, yikes. Access to library materials that support reading development at home. Sorry. And they did all this, as with every single family night, on their own personal time. These events, plus our stellar teachers' help, gives us the parent support that we need for foundational educational skills, and they align with my ultimate goal of growing kids who are fostering lifelong learning. Our principal truly listens to kids' ideas and communicates so well with parents. She knows and connects with every student in school and works tirelessly to build relationships with families. She does this through events in the building and also when you run into her out in the community. The notable difference this year is the limited PE and music classes. We strongly recommend bringing these services back to full levels so all Helena students have access to these developmental tools throughout their educational careers. Additionally, as mentioned on the aspirations slide, my family and I highly support the idea of meaningful salary adjustments and properly supporting health insurance for our incredible staff. Thank you again to the board and to the exceptional staff at every single one of our Helena schools.
Admin of the board. My name is Jack Evans, and I'm proud Hawthorne alum, taxpayer, and current parent of a kindergartner. I moved up to Montana from California when I was 6 years old due to an adverse situation with my parents, drugs, homelessness, and basically put up for adoption. My aunt adopted me and just happened to live in Helena, 2 blocks up the road from Hawthorne. I grew up 2 blocks up from Hawthorne, and this neighborhood and community literally raised and guided me. The teachers, who were my parents at the time, the parents, some of which are sitting behind me, the kids, and the entire community. I met my group of best friends at Hawthorne. We talk every day, and many of us live and contribute to the Helena community. I now bring my 6-year-old, Carson, to Hawthorne, and you can imagine what that means. Why? Neighborhood schools are the bedrock of successful communities. Helena couldn't be a better example of that, and we shouldn't be taking steps to diminish the critical foundations of our community. I am one story, but it's an example of thousands and thousands of others. Hawthorne is the foundation to who I am, thanks to the amazing educators, friends, community members, and a safe, family-friendly neighborhood. District issues. The fundamental issues and concerns associated with the school district are the results of unaddressed, decades-long deferred maintenance and not proactively planning for the future. What they are not is the success and community foundation of Hawthorne School. If we've been talking about closing Hawthorne for decades, and time again, it has been shut down, perhaps we have our sign. Let's focus on fixing the fundamental issues within the school district, not cratering the very foundations that make this community wonderful. I've worked in public service for 12 years, specifically in the finance industry, and I certainly understand the importance of being a good steward of taxpayer money. Closing Hawthorne, displacing wonderful kids, families, educators, threatening the vitality of incredible neighborhood schools, and putting a for sale sign on the east lawn would be a gross mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. The avid taxpayers and supporters within the district, past, present, and future, haven't invested in the Helena Public Schools for you to plant a for sale sign, take a one-time nominal gain that could be perceived as a benefit for the district budget, and leave one of the heartbeats of Helena community in the past. What the superintendent may see as cutting a line item in the budget to improve our overall position is in fact a cornerstone of the community that would have significant impact, negative impacts for decades to come. To be clear, that line item is an extremely immaterial amount when you look at all of the numbers that we've discussed here tonight. And honestly, with the lack of information that's been provided, the math isn't mathing for me. Negatives of closing Hawthorne. Overcrowding other schools resulting in larger class sizes and less effective education. Research clearly shows that smaller class sizes build more effective relationships between students and teachers, promotes a more positive learning environment, and results in better outcomes over time for the students and the communities. In closing, for the kid whose life was at a dead-end road, but was literally rejuvenated by the Helena community, and more importantly by Hawthorne School and its wonderful network, this would be a travesty. For the incredible kids, parents, faculty members, and the entire Helena community, closing Hawthorne couldn't be further from the right answer. To be clear, Hawthorne isn't for sale, has never been for sale, and should never be for sale. Let's quit focusing on nominal actions that would be a substantial detriment to the Helena community and start focusing on long-term sustainable solutions that would provide for fundamental vitality of the district for decades to come, all in spirit of supporting the amazing place we get to call home. If you feel like I've said community 40+ times, that's because I have. Hawthorne is the epitome of what community is all about. Let's be sensible and pragmatic, not driven by short-term headlines, fear, or irrational decisions. And the last thing I'll say is this. From everything that I've heard tonight, it seems Hawthorne couldn't be further from the problem or the solution within our school district. And the second part is there's 7 factors of criteria when we close a school, and the lack of information and data that's been provided, even though we have a recommendation to do something, seems backwards. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Tom Clinch, C-L-I-N-C-H. Good evening. I'm a proud Hawthorne parent and alum, and my daughter is a 3rd-generation student currently attending Mrs. Talley's class, kindergarten class. As most of you have previously heard from my brother, Adam Clinch, our family has a long history at this school dating back to the early 1960s. I won't say anything more on that because I know there are several families throughout the neighborhood who share the same story. What I would like to speak on is how I view the world in which we've grown up in and how our children deserve more thoughtful consideration for the world in which we build and maintain for them. Our generation was the last to grow up in a time where social media and the internet wasn't so ingrained in our daily lives.
I know what a landline phone sounds like. I remember calling 406-442-1730 most mornings before school to get the weather for the day, so I could decide to wear shorts or swooshy pants. I consider our generation fortunate to experience this great transition from a more personalized childhood fully tied to reality to a digital world where our relationships were built on instant messaging and social media platforms. Most of us here this evening can attest to the positive power of these digital tools, but also the dangers they create. With all of our personal experiences navigating this drastically changing world, I hope we can attempt to hang on to the foundation that brings us together and has made us who we are. In this new digital world, it's easy for us to get lost in such rapid change. And with that comes a bit of an identity crisis. So I asked myself, what makes me a Hawthorne Hawk? It's the memories I hold dear from the mornings I spent walking to school with my siblings and best friends, the friends I still talk to on a daily basis. It's the teachers that work tirelessly to understand their students both in and out of the classroom, the same teachers that attended our weddings. It's the faculty that makes the school a special place it's always been. It's the building itself that sits in a neighborhood full of rich history that makes this place so unique. It's the people here tonight that stand by this school being one of the most important places within our community because it has shaped our world today and will continue to shape our world, our future for a better tomorrow. It's the clear pride that exists when we get to say, I was a Hawthorne Hawk. I fully understand the immense uphill battle that our district has faced with in regard to funding, so I don't take any of these recommendations lightly because this impacts all Helena citizens and taxpayers. The main question I would ask any of you here is, if you choose to close Hawthorne, who are we moving forward? We should all want our kids to be a Hawthorne Hawk because there's no greater pride tied to a school in our district, in my personal opinion. Most importantly, what do we risk losing when if we consolidate our elementary schools? I'll leave you with the story regarding a situation that came up just this past week with our daughter in her class. My wife and I received an email from her teacher last week asking if there had been any noticeable behavior changes at home in the recent past. She expressed some concerns and wanted to reconcile her in-class behavior with her at-home behavior. We have always assumed that we, as parents, are imperfect and should expect opportunities for lessons to be learned along the way as our daughter transitions through her grade school years. We have greatly appreciated her reaching out, as there have been some challenging moments in the fight behaviors expressed recently. We had a conversation with our daughter that helped us better understand her outlook on her recent behaviors and how we can best help her excel in and out of the classroom. We challenged her to lead by example and always consider how her actions impact others. The next evening, we received a follow-up email from Mrs. Talia. It stated, hello. I meant to send this right after school, so I apologize for the late email. But I want to let you know that Emery did so well today. She came up to me and apologized in the morning and was kind and respectful all day. I told her that I was so proud of her. I could tell she was trying hard to make very good decisions all day, and it showed. She came up to me at the end of the day and asked, did I do good today? My heart melted. She knows right from wrong, and I can just see that it makes her little heart happy to know she's doing very well. I just want you to know how proud I am of you. You are two amazing parents, and your influence is very evident in Emery. You're raising an amazing young lady. All kiddos and grown-ups have bumps along the road. It's how we handle those bumps that make all the difference. Have a wonderful evening, Mrs. Talia. I'll finish with, none of us can do this alone. My wife and I need help and the feedback along the way. Consolidating to bigger class sizes is not the answer, and we risk kids falling through the cracks in doing so. It's not just the children that lose in these moments, choose to close Hawthorne, it's all of us. We need our neighborhood schools so we can be the best version of ourselves for our children and for our future. Invest in the best, and that's exactly what Hawthorne Elementary is to all of us. Thank you.
Spitting out my sister. So, my name is Brittany McMahon, MCMAHON. And I have the unique perspective of being both a former teacher and parent of Hawthorne Elementary. I came to teach at Hawthorne during the darkest time of my life. That community welcomed me with open arms and held my hand as I rebuilt my life and grew back into myself. During my time there, I raised my children within those walls, and we looked up to Hawthorne as an extension of our family. My adoration for that community is deep. My oldest daughter began her school experience at the top of those steep ramps, and she found her love for learning, teachers, and school at Hawthorne. In the spring of 2023, I was reassigned to Kessler School, and I made the difficult decision to take my daughter with me. The move was heartbreaking for me, but it was devastating for my daughter. Clara was physically sick on the last day of school. She cried frequently over the summer. She was mad at me. We spent many conversations discussing some hard truths about how bittersweet life can be. I was honest with her about making difficult decisions and that there are things in life that we can't control. I did my best as a mother to teach my daughter that the only thing that is constant in life is change. How lucky are we to have loved our school this much? I cried with her. This is such a hard thing, but we are going to take the things that we loved about Hawthorne and bring them with us to our new school. And we did. What we found at our new school is another community where a strong school team rallies around kids. Students and teachers are loved and accepted, and families are active in sharing the school's goal. My daughter loves her school. We still talk about our Hawthorne family with fond memories and so much admiration. We now add our Kessler family to those conversations. I would tell the staff, my friends at Hawthorne, that I found another incredible school family in Kessler. I would tell any student experiencing the potential of unknown and change at Hawthorne or Fort Georgians or Central exactly what I told my own daughter. I would tell any other parent in our district that the teachers and admin at Bryant and CR and Helena High show up every single day to do what they can for students within their building. The communities at Smith and Jefferson and Jim Darcy are vibrant and thriving. Warren and HMS and Capitol High are all neighborhood schools too, even if their neighborhoods extend outside the immediate vicinity of their campuses. And all of our students, like those at Central, Powell, and Rossiter, deserve to have functional technology, restored and or updated buildings, and educational opportunities that reach beyond reading and math. Like many of you have been frustrated with some of the district level decisions made, but I will say that for far too long, Helena Public Schools has done a remarkable job of admiring our problems. I'm grateful that our district is beginning to make decisions to ultimately benefit our students, even if I don't like those decisions. None of this is easy and none of this is taken lightly. Heartbreaking cuts will continue to be made and in effort to shift our district towards a better direction. We will not all agree on those decisions, and we must prepare ourselves and our children for the inevitability of change, difficult decisions, and the things we cannot control in the Helena Public Schools and in life. I don't know what will happen at Hawthorne, but I do know that no matter what, the things that we love about Hawthorne exist beyond those walls and are living in each of our schools. The best thing we can do for our young Hawks is remind them that wherever they land, they go there with strong minds and gentle hearts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Christy Klein, Klein, and I am a parent of a 5th grader as well as a special education paraprofessional at Hawthorne Elementary. I want to start out by saying that I don't envy your position here tonight. And quite honestly, I don't envy the position I find myself in either. I've poured my heart and energy into the Hawthorne community for the last 3 years. Each year I worked under a different principal, but the outstanding teachers and staff never wavered in their commitment to their students. They are literal rock stars, and it breaks my heart that every year they have to wonder if they will have a job the next school year. It is incredibly unfair to them. I have always just shown up for the kids and didn't worry about the politics because I felt like the most important thing was what we were doing every day for our students. I think we have proven ourselves by our consistent outstanding test scores, by the fully functional relationship we share with our CSCT team, by always showing up for our kids. That all changed after a fateful conversation that I had with Superintendent Welts a few weeks ago at the brew house. I can no longer afford to be complacent because he made it clear in that conversation that there was already plans in motion for the closure of Hawthorne. It was time to stop playing defense and go on the offense. I've gone down a rabbit hole of how trustees conduct their business and how decisions are made. I now know that board discussions must take place in notified public meetings. Montana has very strict quorum laws, which you adhere to, which is why I am confused on how it seems to be a foregone conclusion within the district that we are closing when this is the first time it has even been on the board agenda this year. things are not adding up. Why, for instance, did the district replace the carpet at Hawthorne or replace the whiteboards if they are planning on closing it? The rumor I've heard is that Powell will move into the building. Listen, I am a proud graduate of the Powell program and know that it is an extremely valuable piece of our district. But I still don't think the solution is to displace a whole student body, especially when other schools would end up having to absorb our students, making them stretch too thin. This is a decision that does not make sense. Just last year, this board found it unreasonable to close Hawthorne because it would actually cost the district. I want you all to remember that one of your duties is to be an advocate for the students of the district and to put their education well-being in the forefront of your decisions and not the best interests of anybody else. I will be avidly listening to tonight's discussion and what trustees' motivations seem to be. I thank you for your time and appreciate your transparency on this issue.
Wilkerson, Wilkerson. This is my second year in the Helena Public Schools teaching elementary music. I have 18 years in education total in like 7 different districts in 2 countries. Last year I was full-time at Rossiter. This year I'm at Warren, Rossiter, Jefferson, and a very little bit at Jim Darcy. I spend the bulk of my time at Warren and Rossiter every other Friday at Jefferson, and I teach 2 classes at Jim Darcy every other Monday. In the 2-week rotation, I see 909 students in 38 different sections. I share 16 of those sections with another music teacher, meaning that in a 2-week period, I see a class 1 or 2 times. Then I have 22 sections that I see by myself for all 3 in 2 weeks. I just want to tell you guys, first of all, I mean, to everybody here, but especially you guys, like, thanks so much for your work. I used to joke that being on the school board was like the world's worst volunteer job. I think given the state of everything in the world, that's not even really accurate anymore, but just thanks for what you're doing because, well, I mean, you're really right. But thanks for what you're doing because there is really no way forward in all of this without having these very difficult conversations. Like, there is no way to avoid this. So, like, thanks for being here and, like, thanks for being at the front of it and the work that was done. So, my schedule this year is definitely not ideal. There have actually been some kind of interesting and unexpected positives. It's not all been horrible. Our team has grown closer together and we've really had to consider what is most meaningful and essential to teach given less instructional time. It's been a huge privilege to work with hardworking and professional and compassionate staff in every building I'm in. And of course, the kids are amazing everywhere. Great administrators in every building. Like, I was joking with my roster crew last week. I was like, you guys might not be in first anymore. Like, there are wonderful people everywhere. So the reality, though, is that with a schedule like I have this year, not only do I see less progress in students in their sort of musical development, but you just can't invest in 4 buildings. You can't invest in 4 sets of colleagues and really 900 students in a meaningful way. I'm sure you guys can all imagine the schedule is challenging. Last Monday, I saw my Jim Darcy classes. I have 2 classes, a 5th grade and a 3rd grade. I saw them for the first time in 8 weeks because of the January, February schedules. And then I missed one Monday because my child was sick. Anyway, I don't diminish the strong feelings of everybody here, and they're very valid feelings about their own school, but I would support any number of administrative measures that would restore the elementary music PE, FTE, and return the students to a consistent schedule with their very own dedicated instructors. So thank you.
Hi, my name's Alex Street, S-T-R-E-E-T. Thank you all for your service on the board. I'm lucky enough to know Kay. I'm grateful to think that such good people are doing this hard work. I'd also like to say thank you to the Hawthorne teachers today. It mean a huge amount in my children's lives. Going to lunch with Miss Jen still seems to be the best thing that can happen to my daughter, to my chagrin a little. So I guess I have a few things I'd like to say that I hope you can address in your future meetings and as you work through this. One of them is around communication. For us and for my kids, I have a second and fourth grader at Hawthorne. It has been very scary not to hear anything along the lines of, oh, and we have a plan for where the kids and where the teachers are going to go next year. Nobody has told us that. We heard last year that it would involve multiple classrooms, but that those would have cost more than the savings from closing Hawthorne. So for a lot of us, this just doesn't make any sense. And I think it's partly because the communication really has raised a lot of fear and not answered a lot of questions. So I hope you can work on that. My second question that I hope you can clarify for us is around resources. What we were told last year, I think, was that it would save something like 340,000 a year in operational to close Hawthorne. Somehow that number wasn't up, but it was a much bigger, scarier number. But from what I can now tell, that's a different budget that would be coming from. Right? Like if we're talking about operational savings, that's a year-to-year thing, but the deferred maintenance number that you showed of 4 or 5 million, those are very different processes for like putting those costs into place and bonding and all that kind of stuff. So it's worrying to me when we don't get to see the operational savings, but somehow we're showing some other number, much bigger number, but I don't see the connection. I also think this gets to the question of the way this was presented is that if we close Hawthorne, then we can have PE and music back. And that just doesn't seem right. From what I know, there's a huge operational budget with a deficit of several million. All sorts of things get paid out of the operational budget. And somehow the way you set this up has been that there's a trade-off between this school and these programs. That seems like a really dangerous. If you set up decisions like that, what other decisions are people going to be making arguments for in those terms? What other trade-offs are they going to be saying? Oh, we do this to this facility and we get this program. My guess is you don't want to be going that way. That's going to be very divisive and not good for a school district. And then the final question that I have is around timing. It seems that the idea was that you would move forward with this decision before you even know what the outcome of the bond vote is. Which again, considering these operational savings that we're talking about, these are drops in the bucket compared to the amount of money that you're talking about on the facilities. Right? Like, and the way it's being presented kind of brings those two together. Oh, if we shut down Hawthorne, then somehow that makes our position better for these bond decisions. And those are wildly different scales that we're talking about. And people have suggested to me that the logic is that the board makes a show and says, look, we had to close the school, and that somehow that's going to make people more likely to vote for the bond. That seems like a very risky decision to guess how people are going to vote based on your decisions like that. I think we'd be in a much better place to actually make decisions around this once we know what the financial situation is. It's going to be presumably after the results of that bond election. So I do hope that you can work on these issues of communication and clarifying what kind of resource trade-offs we're talking about, and also why this timing. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Hathorn, trustees, Superintendent Welts. My name is Aaron Pratt, P-R-A-T-T. I'm a product of this Helena Public School System, a taxpayer, and a proud parent of a thriving first grader at Hawthorne. Thus far, my wife and I have chosen not to speak to our 6-year-old daughter about the superintendent's plan to close Hawthorne at the end of this school year. In spite of our plans to keep quiet, on the walk to school last week, she asked me if she raised enough money at this week's readathon if Hawthorne could stay open. If so, she said she'd be eager to read a lot more books. And she's an excellent reader. Thank you, Miss Jen. This week, when I picked her up from school, she was sobbing, wondering why people were still talking about Hawthorne closing, and why would anyone do that? Why indeed? Many of the parents, staff, and now our children had to learn about the superintendent's plan from an offhand conversation he had with a staff member a few weeks ago at a restaurant. Is this the level of care, concern, and professionalism we should expect from our leadership? Does this signal a thoughtful approach to planning, a respect for process, a full consideration of the trauma and disruptions plan will inflict upon our students, staff, and families? I can only speak for myself, but I'm certain that most of the parents and staff at Hawthorne are inclined to be part of the solution to any challenge this district or you, the trustees, might face. You want to build a new Helena High School and renovate Capitol High School? You have my full and unwavering support. You want to build the new Kessler Elementary School? I'm with you all the way, and I'll vote for that levy all day long. I think most of us stand ready to help in whatever way we can, but I'll admit it's difficult to foster and maintain a spirit of collective effort when the conversations that deeply affect our kids are handled so carelessly, as you might imagine. And scapegoating Hawthorne to save PE and music, I believe, is intellectually dishonest. What I have not heard is a compelling shared vision for a brighter future for our kids, or how closing Hawthorne advances a vision for success for the kids across this district. I have not heard how closing Hawthorne improves academic outcomes for our kids in this district and how it advances excellence for opportunity. I have not heard how closing Hawthorne improves walkability and safety for our kids. I've not heard how it maintains optimal class sizes for teachers and students at Hawthorne or across the district. And I have not heard how it creates any net savings at all. What we desperately need is a collective, positive, inspiring vision for the future of our district. A vision and a plan that harnesses all the goodwill and creative energy of those who support public education and academic excellence. Any plan that closes Hawthorne only serves to divide us and undermines the goodwill of the people who are most inclined to support these big, bold, and inspiring plans. I stand before you, our trustees, ready to support a positive and collective vision for our district's future that truly benefits us all. Thank you.
Superintendent. My name is Tracy Swingley, SWINGLEY. I present a melting pot. My presentation is a collaboration of my words, my other children that couldn't attend, who were also Hawthorne attendees. I attended as a student, was a parent and now grandparent of a Hawthorne student. I was a para at Hawthorne and then a sub throughout the district. Between my first day as a second grader in 1973, because I first moved to CR, I had 20 consecutive years of my 5 children attending, and now my oldest granddaughter starting her first year. I do want to say the last 2 speakers took the word divisive right out of my mouth. So I do begin part of that to say, why is eliminating Hawthorne the answer to music and TV? I also feel that Hawthorne is being weaponized against the rest of the community as holding hostage music and PE from all children in the district. This presentation divided the community and pits us against one another as we cling to keeping Hawthorne open and made to feel selfish. A newly minted Hawthorne parent married to an alumni parent had the fortitude to revisit the mission of the Helena Public Schools, a commitment to creating a student-centered community. But that's it. Being the smallest platform does not equate to less impact or value to that commitment. Why do we have traditions? Traditions are hope in the midst of chaos, faith in the face of fear, and love in the midst of hatred. What's in a name? Hawthorne Hawks. Hawks are often seen as powerful symbols of strength, courage, vision, and spiritual guidance, representing the ability to see beyond the ordinary and act with clarity and focus. Now more than ever, faith and trust are paramount to minimizing the fear that grows beyond our control. Give us a reason to believe. Our history matters, as witnessed by the outpouring vocally and written. We see people here. It's where we have grown roots.
It is community. As you can also see, the firestorm over the proposal to change the parade route, that for 100-year tradition, the flames that can't be extinguished, a parade route, and you saw how that has gone. Traditions are something that run deep, and Hawthorne is the foundation of traditions that have been fundamental to Helena, Montana. Do you have traditions in your families that bring you together and keep you bonded in the midst of tragedy or joy? Hawthorne is part of the very heart and soul of Helena. Even its location tangibly reflects the heart. Sometimes the little engine that could is the one you have to listen to. Today, in the midst of everything going on around us locally and nationally, the community of Helena needs and deserves reassurance that we won't become just another fatality. We need to know that our voices matter as we plead to save our history. Now, this part comes from another one of my sons as we create a story. Once upon a time, a little boy lost his dad. His one comfort was the escape and subsequent safety of his school, blocks away, to meet up with friends for a game of hoops or alone to shoot free throws and grieve and heal in meditated shots against the backdrop of Mount Helena as she wrapped her arms around to protect him. Forward, that little boy's sons and daughters subsequently attend and embrace the unique pride of becoming a Hawthorne Hawk. Countless basketball games back to the simplicity of sandlot, foursquare, dodgeball, merry-go-round, and swings for hours to solidify the beautiful simplicity of childhood. Finally, that little boy is now a grandfather with now his oldest granddaughter following family tradition as a Hawthorne Hawk. Please don't let the next generation have her first year also be her last. For her grandfather, his only wish is to continue the tradition to gather with his children and grandchildren at his beloved Hawthorne for a game of hoops and pizza. Tradition cannot be bought and sold. Tradition is the blood that runs through our veins and reminds us that we are alive. Hawthorne is tradition. Give us back our tradition to continue teaching our children and grandchildren that their voices matter. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Trustees, Superintendent. My name is Joe Naaman Sessions, Naiman-Sessions. If there's anyone that needs more time, it's me with the last name. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and second grader at Hawthorne Elementary School. More importantly, I'm the father of a special needs child, and of course, my phone's going to turn off on me. Diagnosed with level 3 autism, ADHD, and generalized anxiety. A child that thrives on structure and consistency. Yet a child who has seen 3 school administrators and will be 4 if Hawthorne is to close. A child who for the first time in 3 years has had the systems and trusted adults where he can not only stop being a disruption to other students, but a child that is now thriving at Hawthorne. A child who's acing spelling tests, even though his 2 parents could not exist without autocorrect. He is a kid who's come from well below grade level in most areas to leading his class in rocket math, even though it's anxiety-provoking time-based nature. This did not happen overnight. It took 3 evaluations and many meetings of many minds, countless hours from staff to find what works for him. It took nearly 2 years to get to this point. 2 years. Luckily, we're at a point where a child is able to catch up, but we recognize as academics get harder, it will not be so easy to do so. I come before you as a concerned parent, concerned that the trusted adults in my child's learning community will be unavailable to him, to a child with special needs. That the honed systems of support will be lost. I come as a concerned community member who recognizes that the most impacted students will be those with special needs. Not only the special needs students at Hawthorne, but also the other schools that will also have to endure the transition of students into their cohorts. The stories of successful classroom reintegration, change management, and new community building we've heard tonight have come from neurotypical autistics, not from neurodivergent individuals. These transitions are much harder for those individuals. I'm also concerned for all the other families with students with special needs that will have to restart the process to ensure that their child receives access to free and appropriate education. So as you consider the closure of Hawthorne, I ask you to remember the most vulnerable students, the students who thrive in consistent environments, who you would be thrusting into the uncertainty and into the unknown. Thank you.
Dan Stevens, STEVENS, parent, public school supporter, and voter. I'm missing the WCC championship and serious. I just want to talk about the process of how we got here. Back up to the master facilities plans, concerns with that. Last year, I attended a few facility meetings online and caught wind of a master facilities plan committee meeting set for January 24th. That was not publicly noticed on the district's website. And I decided to try to attend that and see what it was all about. So I came here to Lincoln Center on that day at the time that was mentioned during the meeting. No one knew much about it. I asked some questions. I got some answers. Turned out it was at the SMA office. I drove over there. I got into the meeting. I sat in on it. A few of you here at the board or administration were there at the meeting. During that master facilities plan meeting, a log of numerous other meetings was mentioned. These started July 20th of 2023 and seemed to go monthly until January 2024. They were all related to the master facilities plan. And when it was presented, I did remember seeing those because I've been looking at the meetings. And so afterwards I went and looked and double checked. And by my count, at least 7 of those meetings with the facilities master plan committee and SMA were not noticed to the public in any way. I can provide a list of those meetings for anybody who's interested. These are meetings between board members, school administrators, and the vendor they hired to help develop the facilities plan. These meetings were not regarding specific legal strategy nor personnel matters, and thus are subject to the Montana open meeting laws and constitution. Yet there were 7, at least 7, those are the only ones I know about, that were not noticed to the public. The master facilities plan was developed without proper public notice and comment. Further, it has never been voted on or approved by the school board. What we're talking about is if it's a done deal. This is the opposite of transparency. And I'm asking that the board and the district set aside all findings and guidance from the facilities master plan until or unless the process is started again and the public is included. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Hoberg, HOGBERG. I didn't come here tonight to talk about the closure of Hawthorne, although I am a Hawk and have amazing memories there, like falling off going to that questionable playground and sustaining a concussion. But it's an amazing school and it would be a huge blow to our community if we were to have to close that. I was also one of those people that when I chose to move back to Helena, I looked to find a house that was within the Hawthorne community because I knew it's such an amazing school and I wanted my kids to be able to receive that kind of education in a neighborhood school. But we fell just outside of it and ended up going to Kessler. And I want all the Hawthorne people to know here that I agree, Hawthorne's an amazing school, but it's not the only amazing school within the district. We found a lot of love and a lot of incredible teachers and community at Kessler that my kids, I have 2 boys, love dearly. In fact, last year, my first grader, when he woke up on the last day of school, he was in tears and he didn't want to go because he didn't want to say goodbye to his first grade teacher. That's how much he adored her. And she was an amazing teacher and she made a huge impact on his life and learning. But I'm also really excited and I came here tonight because Kessler is in dire need of a new facility. During the weeks when it was really cold and they have to have indoor recess, they don't even have enough room in the gym to fit everybody. And so the kids are in their classrooms 2 out of the 3 recesses. And they get to go in the gym for 1, but they're not allowed to run or play. They're mainly there to sit and draw or play games. And as a mother of 2 boys, it is literally torture for them to not have a space where they can run and let the wiggles out and play during a recess time and a much needed break. I don't know all the ins and outs of the space there and the challenges that's faced with the facility, but I do know that, yeah, there's lots of overcrowded classrooms. I think my son's fifth grade class, they have about 30 kids in it, and some of them are like standing desks in the back because they don't have enough situations to really all have seated same size desks, so they always rotate. And the smell in that classroom is also torture when you get fifth graders and 30 kids in the middle of a hot day. I feel horrible for the teacher. So I'm excited to see that there is at least something that's planned for Kessler, even though my kids will be not included in that plan and be graduated from there. So I would hope that the board would move forward with putting that at least to the community to vote on next fall. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Madam Chair and trustees. My name is Jamie Talia, spelled Talia. Currently, I am a second-year teacher at Hawthorne Elementary School, and I also have two of my own children in the district, but we are 4G's family. However, with that said, this district really has something so special in the Hawthorne school community. And I believe if you look hard at your budget numbers before and after the closure of Hawthorne School, you will not only realize savings sufficient to justify taking that special something away. Hawthorne is more than just a place of learning. Hawthorne is a community hub, a community where families gather and they support one another. As you consider whether or not to close the school, please ask yourselves the following questions. First, what is our mission as a district? And how does the closure of Hawthorne School support that mission? Next, how will the decision to close Hawthorne School and the process we use to reach it affect the public's trust in our district's ability to responsibly and effectively educate our children? And finally, if Hawthorne School must be closed, have we provided our staff, our families, with sufficient notice to plan their lives around our decision? Madam Chair, with your permission, I would like to give each trustee their own stack of letters from our Hawthorne School students expressing why they love their school so much and why we want to support them. Of course, you don't have to read them at this moment, but would you be okay if I handed you a stack of letters?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind to send to Candace and she'll get those.
Sure. Thank you. So in closing, I just want to say, showing up for work every day at Hawthorne has been a tremendous joy in my life. This community has carried me through the joy of annual pink slips. I spent way more of my own time and way more of my own resources subsidizing this school than I should, all because I love it and I love the community that is around Hawthorne. You are at risk of losing the support and the contributions of time and treasure from teachers, from the staff, and parents who fill gaps in your budget, which need your attention too. Please prioritize good learning environments so that we can keep the motivation to follow your lead. Thank you so much for your time.
Just like everyone has said, thank you for your time today. I'm tall, sorry. My name is Katie Kelly. Kelly is Kelley, and I'm a proud mom of a first and a third grader at Hawthorne. This community is amazing. I think no one is here to say that Hawthorne is better than anyone else. We know this school is full of amazing people. I have a former professor in front of me who I love. I have a fellow teacher. I have fellow community members. I have a cousin by marriage. I have, neighbors and friends and everyone. There's no side. There's no right side and wrong side. But there is an amazing community at Hawthorne.
And I think I'd be remiss to not stand here and thank the amazing teachers, Miss Telly and Miss C, Miss Jen, Miss Fisher, Miss Christie, Mr. Luke, Miss Catherine, Mr. Josh, everyone who's back here. I'm sorry if I missed someone. We heard a lot about overcrowding and where Kessler's at, and I am full support of the bonds. I am full support in everything that needs to happen in our community and our infrastructure. But I continue to hear about overcrowding. How there's the same way. I mean, if Kessler can't fit more kids, where are kids gonna go? Where is my kid gonna go if everyone is overpopulated at this time? Where, when I think about our community, I fully support a plan, but we don't have answers. Putting Hawthorne against PE and music is so wrong. I mean, I love Miss Huntley and Mr. Stone. Those were my PE and music teachers. I still remember them today because they're so amazing and they're so impactful in our lives. And so I am here to support the programs, but closing Hawthorne, that's just an ad that I see. So I ask for more clarity of what are those numbers? How does that actually match? And what is the financial implication? Like you were asking, what are the real numbers? I don't feel like I've seen that. And so I ask for us as a community to truly see the clarity in that. And thank you for all your work. I know it's not an easy decision, but I fully support keeping Hawthorne open. I can't imagine moving from such an amazing school and community. I'm just so lucky to be a part of it. Thank you.
My name is Justine Christensen, CHRISTIANSON. I'm here as a representative of a third grader who asked that I share her letter aloud to our board. What I like about Hawthorne and why they shouldn't shut it down is how kind the staff and teachers are. I really like the playground on the grassy side. I like that lunch seats and tables are like benches. I love that this was the first school I actually stayed at for more than one school year. When I have to get ready for school, I get happy because Hawthorne always brings a smile to my face. I just love being a Hawthorne hunk. Other kids love being a Hawthorne hunk. I also would rather be here rather than being at my previous school. When I was at my previous school, I really had no friends. But when I came to Hawthorne, I had more friends. Also, I was bullied at my previous school, but at Hawthorne, people are way more kind. Most of my friends are my neighbors. The staff and teachers are way more nicer. That is a third grader at Hawthorne Elementary. Thank you.
Lisa Richett, that's RICHI, silent D, then a T, and then thank you all so much for what you do and for the time for us to come here tonight. I had several bullet points and lots of more articulate people have been up here describing those. So I'm going to stick to a few things that have really resonated in the last 2 hours. One is just the amazing quality of staff and educators that exist at Hawthorne is that I have been blown away by the public school system, by the teachers, by the parents, by the staff, by the principal. It is in my mind that school exemplifies what we all want our kids to have when they go to elementary school. They are safe, they are known, they are a part of something that is bigger than them, that teaches them the things that you can't put the price tag on, right? They walk out of there with empathy. They walk out of there with integrity, with pride at being a part of something that is unique to them. I will also say your resounding theme is that your neighborhood schools in this district have got it. They know what they're doing. So why are we talking about closing even one of them down? That does not seem to be the place where we need to be focusing our efforts for a tiny fraction, maybe, of a financial dollar gain for the school district. It just does not make sense to me. I also have not seen the numbers. I don't know where these kids are going to go. They will be scattered, right? Like there is no way to take all of the Hawthorne students and put them in another elementary school. So what are we saving by closing Hawthorne and sending these kids all over to neighborhoods that they are not currently a part of. My last few concerns, I think, I just want you all to consider each of those students as individuals. Most of them think of Hawthorne as a second home, and really consider that cohort. I feel like of fourth grade students who their first year in public education was fall of 2020 when COVID hit. They got through that year. This particular cohort got through half of last year in third grade and a teacher, and they lost their teacher. They have had 3 principals in the last 3 years who, for the record, have all been phenomenal. But they have consistently seen change through school, and now in their last year of elementary school, they will be dispersed to be the new kid on the block for 1 year and then off to middle school. I will say too, as others have said, fully, so the one thing I feel like we can all agree on here is we need new high schools. So how, I see this plan and it looks like a plan, and it also doesn't look realistic to me. How are we gonna get in the next 6 months, how are we gonna get a levy for technology passed and 2 school bonds passed all at the same time? When we kind of tried that before and we didn't seem to have the buy-in. So can we focus on what seems to be right now the unified priority of a new high school? Let's invest in our education for all the students in the district and then move forward. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caitlin, K-A-I-T-L-A-N, Albus, A-L-B-U-S. I didn't come here planning to speak tonight, but everyone said so many interesting things to say, and I was kind of like, well, could I say it better? No, but I would like to jump on the bandwagon. I teach music to hundreds and hundreds of students here. I have every student at Bryant, every student at Smith, and 5 classes every other week at Rossiter. I'm also a mom to 3 young kids, 2 boys in 3rd and 1st grade at Jefferson, and my daughter who will soon hopefully be a kinder sprout. I moved across the country in 2019, right before the pandemic shut down, to teach in this beautiful place. And although I have strong roots in New York, my family are thriving here. So I do have a lot of pride in where I come from, and I know a lot of you guys do too. And that move was not easy. There was a lot of pro and con, like Excel sheets, but we made it work, and everybody's doing so well. I'm not here to like argue with anybody or pit music PE. Obviously, I want to keep my job, and I want to do well by my students and have fewer of them so that I can do that thing. But what I'm here to do is to try and offer some comfort in case Hawthorne does close, because I'm a person who is deeply feeling, and I catastrophize a lot, and I'm really good at that. But here's some comfort for you, I hope, and so that maybe we don't pit each other against one another again. After my son's kindergarten year here, we were forced to move again. We moved into town from closer to Warren Elementary, where I was teaching at the time. And I was told that because I was a teacher in the district, that he could continue to attend Warren with a boundary exception. So I filled out all the paperwork. And less than a week before the school year started, I received a phone call that my son could not in fact remain at Warren, and that he would be moving to Jefferson because they didn't have space. And I was heartbroken. And I loved being my son's music teacher, and he has anxiety. I wondered why. And so I was so happy to be able to have some insight, check up on him, and he was doing great, and we had like some awesome connections there. I loved being his teacher, and I knew that I would have all of his friends as my students, and that he would feel like he's missing out. And then I remembered, my childhood growing up. I moved several times as well. And when I was little, I was growing up in a really dangerous, super horrifying district. And my parents shielded me from that. I wasn't allowed to ride a bicycle until we moved at age 8 because they were afraid I would be, they were afraid I might be kidnapped. And that was a legitimate fear. But I had no idea because kids accept the reality that we give them. And they are so much more resilient than we think that they're going to be. So I took all my personal, oh my gosh, it's going to be horrible for him, traumas, and I put it aside, and we did our best as a family to reframe it as a cool new adventure, and that he would still keep his friends from Warren because they weren't going anywhere, and he could also make Jefferson friends too. And he is doing fantastic. It made him stronger. I just remember how my parents shielded me and I tried to do the same. And instead of making my children have that feeling, we've been able to move past it and it's been nothing but positives. It turns out with only 4 days to accept this transition, my son did just fine. He entered first grade at Jefferson and is still thriving there. I believe that families can prepare for a school closure with 6 months or 18 months, and not 4 days, and be able to hopefully front load and adjust. I think it's important to not sell our kids short. We're listening to families talk about the value of playing foursquare and basketball. Thank you. Harkening back to simpler times, your Hawthorne kids could bring that to other buildings. That's a great thing. Kids transition well if we let them. People keep saying that they want their children to have access to a certain teacher. At any given point, your child's teacher could become gravely ill or go on maternity leave or be voluntold to go to a different building. It happened to me. And it's just causing a rift I don't think is necessary. I'd also like to say that in the future, communication from the district to taxpayers, we're talking about passing levies and bonds simultaneously. If that could be more clear, that would be wonderful. I've talked about it in passing with a couple of administrators and we talked about some ideas. Yes, thank you. I would just like to say that no matter what size your building is here in Helena, every building that I've been in and all of my colleagues, everybody does wonderful work here and your kids will be in good hands, I promise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, superintendent, everybody who's keeping really great poker faces. Thank you. I am Renee Kelly, spelled Kelley. I'm a parent to 2 Hawthorne alumni and an incoming kindergartner, both B. And I'm coming today because I really do feel such a connection to the neighborhood, but I was also a military kid growing up. I moved 6 times between kindergarten through 12th grade. So I can kind of see as well, like the nervousness, like the wish that I have, like I should be able to like manage that. What makes me nervous is the idea that a whole community of people would have to manage those conversations, those concerns with their children without the right metrics being discussed here today. You presented a lot about square footage, price per square footage. You guys saw inflationary numbers. What I'm not seeing is student-driven data. I'm not seeing a cost per student invested. And that number, that common denominator is not even going to be present to you guys potentially, according to this timeline, until after you decide on potential reboundary lines in June, at the same time that you're supposed to make a decision about Hawthorne. The idea that you would not be using student-driven metrics, you'd just be looking at a line item that is blanketed across all of the elementary schools in this district does not make sense to me. If we are truly prioritizing the families, the students, the teachers of this district, I 100% agree. Kids are incredibly resilient. And so I do wonder if there's not an option for those overcrowded schools to help join this Hawthorne community and see if we can stretch the investment across the whole district instead of completely overcrowding the neighborhood schools around Hawthorne and draining this vital community structure that just kind of centers everything. I'd also simply caution you in leaving today. Kids are resilient. I told you that I moved so many times. You've heard other people move so many times. When it comes to that point, kids make it out, but some do not. You have neurodiverse students who have a much longer runway that they need. You have certain students with other needs, other families with needs that need a much longer runway. I do not understand why we would not present this with a much longer runway. So thank you very much for considering your time. I know that my incoming kindergartner, he's got his Hawthorne Hawk sticker proudly in his bedroom. And if the time comes for us to talk to him about this, that's my job as a parent. As board members, as a superintendent, I hope that you take your job seriously at looking at the student-driven metrics to make your choice. Thank you.
Karen Jones, not Karen Jones, as I was quoted in the paper from the last time I spoke to you. Jones. Buckle up. This is not about emotions. I'm going to start handing you some data. Because this is also not about Hawthorne. This is about the high school bond. So I employed a data analyst because I couldn't figure out what was going on. I spent the last 2 weeks trying to look at budgets and look at publicly available information. Oh my God, you're not kidding. The learning curve is really, really steep. You're not going to make a lot of money off closing Hawthorne. And I'm not even talking about when putting things in trailers or other stuff like that. From your publicly available data, I'm looking at $100,000 to $200,000 worth of savings. And that's if you take all the kids from Hawthorne and you put them in Warren, which is your cheapest school. So I'm like, okay, so this isn't about Hawthorne. This is about the high school. And I'm here to tell you something that you aren't gonna wanna know. My husband is a crazy data person. He went down to the election offices and he said, hey, do you have data on all the elections, on bonds and levies by precinct? And the guy said, well, up until 2015 we do. After that, whatever. So my husband asked for the data, which I was very happy to hand over because he's like, oh my God, you want my data? Nobody wants my data. And my husband plotted it out because he's a geek on a geographic space with precinct boundary lines. And that's why I want you to listen. Because if you do this, you will lose the bond. We have data. I will be happy to present it to you. My husband is not satisfied with the data that he has, which I looked at it and I went, oh my God, that picture is stark. He is continuing with the data analyst's help to plot the data for every single voter. The data analyst said this: you have a voter engagement issue. Now, you are setting yourselves up in an adversarial position with the community with this recommendation. I am surprised. Do you not know what happened with the last superintendent and the last set of bonds that he proposed? Did you not read that data? That data is there. I'm not here talking to you about emotional values of the thing. I'm talking to you about money and data. And I went to the meetings. The high school needs to be replaced. You said, Ms. McKee, that you would hold hands with anybody who would get you a bond for that high school. That time is now. Do not go further with this proposal. The community is angry already. This is the community that passes your bonds and your levies. We have the data. I can't show it to you afterwards. I haven't had it on my phone. I need you guys to think about this real carefully because you've already split the community by even mentioning this plan. That was not a good choice. You need to make better choices.
Good evening, Chris Goss, GOSS, Hawthorne parent, taxpayer, voter. Heard a lot of eloquent remarks tonight. There are a lot of facts, a lot of data. The work session 2 weeks ago, I asked you for transparency. I think it's a good first step. But I think you're starting to hear that there's some gaps in your transparency and some more questions that need to be answered. First, what's changed? What's changed since last spring that makes the closure of Hawthorne a part of this proposal? No one here is opposed to a new Helen High School. No one here is opposed to rehabbing Kessler. No one here is opposed to updating Capital. We want that to happen because our students will be at those schools eventually. So what's changed? What's the reason that this is being placed within this proposal? Next question that you need to address as part of your efforts at transparency is, what's the rush? If Hawthorne does have to close, why does it have to close June 30th of this year for the start of the 25-26 school year? What's the rush? Why are the three options not similar to what we heard about Cal? That we wait until the bond passes and then we decide Hawthorne may have to close when the other schools are updated.
Why is that not option 3? Why don't we have option 1 be 26, 27, option 2, 27, 28, option 3, option 4, status quo? This is not a French teacher would be horrified. This is not a fait complete. This has not been decided. Trustees have to hear all of this information in order to make the decision. Finally, and most importantly, the third question that every parent here is going to be asking and wanting to know the answer to, where is my kid going to go to school? You're going to reboundary before your bond elections who don't know if there's going to be new space at other schools. You're going to close Hawthorne, then reboundary, then maybe close Hawthorne. Meanwhile, we're all sitting here wondering, where's my kid going to go to school? Where is the spot that they're going to land? Kids are resilient, we'll deal with it. But what is the plan? That's where you need some added transparency. We trust you with our kids and our money. We'd like you to trust us with information. Thanks.
Thank you for your time this evening. I realize we're rolling into hour 4. Just want to thank you for your service. I hadn't planned to speak tonight, so forgive me, I'm going to ramble through this, but it dawned on me when I looked over my shoulder, the people who spend 40 hours a week with my children are here, and I want to say thank you. And I truly, my main points here tonight are really to advocate for them. I know Hawthorne has a sizable amount of non-tenured teachers that regardless of that status, doesn't have anything to do with their quality. I can tell, I didn't even see my name, I'm so sorry. Angela King, K-G, Hawthorne parent, kindergarten to 3rd grade. And tenured or non-tenured, I can't express how important those teachers are to my children. And to all the children in our school, and I would advocate that they are, regardless of what plan you pick or the pathway we go down, that there are serious and focused discussions talking about the staff and the placement and the retention within this district. Well, part of my real job is looking at teacher preparation programs across the state, and I'm very aware of how we, as a state, are looking in terms of teacher placement, and I just feel so fortunate that my kid's school is fully staffed with high quality and caring folks. The second thing I just want to say, because it hasn't really come up and it's been very pitted this evening, but is that my kids also love music and PE, and they go to Hawthorne. And as an education advocate, I find it irresponsible that we even have a conversation of either or for our children. All of our kids deserve full-time PE and music. And all of our kids deserve to have a school that is high quality and somewhere they feel safe and that feels comfortable and confident to them. And I'm frustrated that we live in a state that I know is not the result of anyone at this table or anyone in this room, but that we find ourselves having to have these either or conversations when our kids deserve better. So thank you for your time.
I'm Hannah Warhank, Warhank. I'm a parent of a Hawthorne student and a taxpayer and all of the things, but I'm here as a strong supporter of public education. One of the most important pieces of public education is that meetings are open to the public and the public gets a say on how their decisions are made and how their tax dollars are spent. I've heard many times that these trustees in the district have talked about and congratulated themselves on their transparency. While you as trustees may believe that this process has been transparent, it simply has not been. The lack of transparency runs a real threat in the public's confidence in this institution. Tonight, we were presented with 3 options on the future of Hawthorne, but prior to this meeting, the district had a meeting with the staff at Hawthorne. I've heard from staff all around the district and teachers everywhere, not just at Hawthorne, that the message being presented by the district is that Hawthorne will be closed at the end of this school year and there's trustee support to do so. I was not part of those meetings, so I don't know exactly what was said, but I can tell you that all of them come out with the exact same message from the district, that Hawthorne will be closing and there's trustee support. This decision was either made behind closed doors, or it has not been made and the message has been presented to the staff of this district. Both would be irresponsible. There has been zero discussion or vote on the topic of closing Hawthorne since 2024. And I would like to revisit some of the statements that this board and the district said at that time. It is clear that closing Hawthorne does not save music and PE, and your own statements will prove that. On May 24th, 2024, Superintendent Welch said, "We really pride ourselves in neighborhood schools." Trustee Hindoin said, "Everyone values neighborhood schools here in Helena." Trustee Hindoin said that closing Hawthorne is, and I quote, "not a meaningful solution to our budget problem." That was the case then, and nothing has changed. At that same meeting, the district estimated the savings of any school, not particularly Hawthorne, is $345,000. Superintendent Welch said that cost saving was because of an administrator, custodian, etc., because the teachers would follow the students. So there's no savings there. The only thing with this estimate that has changed is now that Hawthorne only has a part-time principal, so that savings is less. It simply is not enough to close a school. Again, on May 24th, 2024, Superintendent Welch spoke about Hawthorne's enrollment. At the time, he said there was about 140 Hawthorne students in the area, and the rest of the kids are deciding to go there by school choice. This remains the case. Based on the last enrollment data I received from the district, that is around the same number of children that Hawthorne still have in their own area. Nothing has changed. In May and June of 2024, Superintendent Welch said, "We don't have a school in the district that can take 200 kids and just move them. We have to find spots all around the district, with families being split up." Superintendent Welch categorized this as unintended consequences of closure. This remains the same today. There is not a place for all the Hawthorne kids in one school. I understand that the numbers are down around the district, but based on the district's last report that just came out this month, the elementary enrollment numbers are down 32 students district-wide, certainly not down 200, so you can fit our Hawthorne students anywhere. In May and June of 2024, Superintendent Welch and several trustees expressed their concerns with closing a school and packing these kids throughout the district. Chair Hathorn spoke about her concerns about the influx of new kids and building projects in town and the need to place the kids. Closing the school was deemed to be impossible at that time. Nothing has changed. Superintendent Welch said, "We need additional classroom space for Kindersprouts." This is now even more the case that this is going to be a full day program and enrollment likely will go up. Vice Chair McKee expressed her concerns with the cost and liability of modulars to house our students. Mr. Verrill said that you would need 5 modulars to house the Hawthorne kids at $500,000 apiece. There was not room for the Hawthorne school last year. Please wrap it up. And the reduction of 32 students doesn't change that.
Any further public?
Hello, trustees. My name is Jessica Fisher. I am the principal and PE teacher at Hawthorne. This is my first year there, as you've heard from lots of people. I wasn't planning on talking today. I just want to tell you thank you. This is a really hard decision. I know you have a lot to think about and a lot of things to consider. And I just ask that you thoughtfully consider what this looks like. My parent that talked with this kid with special needs, those are the kids that are keeping me up at night. Those are the kids that if we close Hawthorne in June, their futures I worry, they're keeping me up at night. And those are the kids that I need you to think about when you're making decisions on when or if this is happening. And I really, really just invite you all come to our school. Every school in this district is incredible. Every school in this district has amazing leaders, amazing teachers, amazing paras. But as you're considering this, please come and see the people you're thinking about and the school you're looking at. Please come. You are welcome to come anytime. I might be teaching PE, But if I'm not teaching PE, I'm happy to take you around the building, and if I am, you can come play with us. So please come see our school, come see what we do there, and take that into your consideration. Thank you.
Julia Gustafson, Gustafson. Sorry for your last maybe public comment in person. Thank you all for your time tonight. I am a parent of a first grader at Central who has also learned to read. So kudos for teaching all kids in the district to read. And I wanted to thank you for what, from my perspective, has been a transparent process. I know that our principal has been talking to us at Central because it would affect us too. And SMA came to our school last year for coffee at the principal. We looked at the facilities plan, saw the maps. And so as a Central parent, I'm feeling very informed and wanted to just pass it along. And I appreciate the emails and updates. I appreciated the bond presentation at Helena High last week, 2 weeks ago. And I'm surprised more people are not here to talk about that bond. I'm so excited. So thank you for this pre-work. Thank you for thinking about doing it a little bit ahead of the traditional election schedule. I do work as an election chief judge, so I'd be happy to volunteer and help the election office with the special election. So I want to just repeat my support for the bonds and all that pre-bond work. So I wanted to be on the record for that. And then last, as a parent at Central, I do have a lot of guilt that my child gets to go to a 21st century school, and not all kids in the district do get to go to such a new school that has all that a new school can offer. But I know it's not easy to make everything equal for all students. Doing your best. And for the Hawthorne parents in the room, I feel for you. It is very unnerving. If some of your kids may come to Central, I invite you to come check it out. We have our 90s bash on April 24th in the evening, so you can come see the culture of Central, and hopefully it'll be as welcoming as Hawthorne has been. It's a short walk to Central, it's just a few blocks down Lawrence Street. So thank you guys for your time tonight. Thank you.
I just want to, my name is Laura Holien, Holien. I could go on and on and on about the emotional side of Hawthorne. My grandparents built the very first house on Mount Helena in 1950. My mom is turning 80 this year. She went to Hawthorne. I went to Hawthorne. My kids go to Hawthorne. It obviously means a lot to a lot of us. I know that music and PE means a lot to a lot of us. I'm honestly embarrassed at the state of this meeting and how we were kind of divisive about that. I had no idea until I came to this meeting that we were at that spot. I hope we can smooth that over and that this can become about something else than that versus Hawthorne. I wanted to respond because I didn't catch your name, but she just talked about welcoming us to Central, and one of my very best friends works at Central. If something I want you guys to think about as you're making this decision, I live 2 blocks away from C.R. Anderson. This is a really big deal for the future of these Hawthorne students as well. So let's say we all move to Central. That's great, but Central funnels into HMS right now. Like, am I then supposed to rip my daughter away from her friends in middle school because I live 2 blocks away from C.R. Anderson? It just doesn't make sense for them to go to HMS and maybe have Valley or whoever busing into C.R. Anderson. I think that the importance of the boundaries redrawing is probably, aside from the high schools, the most important issue you guys need to consider. And maybe that means squishing more people into Hawthorne or moving people out of CR. But just think about that with where these Hawthorne kids go and where then they will supposedly go to middle school and high school, and where they're living in their neighborhoods, because we are C.R. Anderson's neighborhood. So thank you.
Madam Chair, everyone else, I'm Rachel Heberly, Heberly.
thank you all for taking this so seriously. Everybody in this entire community is so grateful, and we can do this. We can do this right. I have one point from a parent who has 2 kids at Hop. I have a 6th grader at CR, and Laura just made a really great point. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I was going to wait for one of the other meetings. But just a thought here. Another mom made comment about these 4th and 5th graders and how they came into elementary school during the pandemic. People don't like to talk about it. It was really hard. However, the plan moves forward. Do you split them up by grades? Because they're socially and developmentally driven by their friendships. What happens to their siblings? So I have a 5th grader next year and a 2nd grader. My only question in all of this is, how do we keep that community feel if my kid has to make a decision, or if we even get a decision, if we're not just told where to go? Where does my kid go so that she still has her people? But then what about her sibling? So that's what I'm worried about. I understand there's no money and that we need to move things, but I'm really worried about that. 3 classrooms worth of kids can go to one school. There's 7 spots at another school, 40 at another. I just think we can do better, and we can do this. We can make a great plan and we can move forward, but I'm really worried about that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there in-person public comment?
And it's really online. We do, the first one is Laura Liebler. It's the middle first. Laura Liebler.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board.
I'm sorry.
My name is.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you, we are running a 3-minute time limit. I don't know if you heard that. And I'll give you a 1-minute warning if we get that far. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Laura Needler. That's Kneedler. Like many others, I'm a current Hawthorne parent and a former educator, and I'm deeply concerned about the proposal to close Hawthorne and strongly urge you to explore alternatives. As a parent, I can speak firsthand to the caring, supportive, and inclusive environment that's been created by Hawthorne staff and families. Hawthorne is a rare and special place. My oldest son started as a kindergartner in Mrs. Talia's classroom this year. When he started his school career, my hope was to find an environment that was not only academically strong, but also a place where he would feel safe and have the opportunity to build lasting relationships with peers. What we found at Hawthorne is more than expected. It's a place where children are encouraged to learn, explore, and grow, both as individuals and members of a collective community. It's a true neighborhood school that excels at bringing people together and giving our youngest learners an amazing start on their academic journey. The closure of the school would undoubtedly disrupt the sense of belonging and security that my son has found, but it will also impact the collective Hawthorne community for years to come. As a former educator, I've spent time in classrooms across the U.S. and have seen the impact of school closures, the impact they have on both students and staff, which is why I feel so strongly about unnecessarily disrupting the exceptional environment created at Hawthorne by committed, hardworking, and caring staff. While I understand the financial challenges the district faces, I urge you to consider the long-term implications of closing the school. The effect on our children's academic progress, emotional well-being, and on our families can't be understated. The impact on the staff, who already give so much of themselves to their students and to the school, will be excruciating. Finally, as someone who runs a nonprofit in Helena, I'm also acutely aware of budget constraints and limited resources. I also firmly believe a community can come together to find solutions. The local paper featured a story today about the $6.6 million that Helena Christian School raised for a new facility. It takes a good story and appealing to the entire community to get them to understand why these funds are needed and how they benefit all of us. Be transparent and lean into your community. Tell us what you need from families in the district. A motivated group of parents can accomplish a lot when given the right challenge. Again, I empathize with the immense challenge you have in front of you, but urge you to choose a path that doesn't include disrupting the learning and development of the district's youngest learners and closing one of Helena's foundational elementary schools. Hawthorne is more than just a building. It's a place of learning, growth, and community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, the next one is Craig, Leggett.
Craig, are you online? And are you ready to provide public comment?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right. Hello, Board and Superintendent Welts. My name is Craig Mougeot, Mougeot. I went to Bryan HMS and graduated HHS in '09. Now have a third grader and a kindergartner at Hawthorne. Have plans for my preschooler to be in Hawthorne next school year as a kindergartner. This presentation leaves a lot of questions to be answered. Why music and PE was ever a point of budgetary contention is a primary one, followed very closely by why bringing those programs, which were cut by this body, is contingent on the closure of Hawthorne. Without presenting a specific budgetary layout as to why those things are inextricably tied together, it sounds like an agenda, especially when it's embedded within discussions of creating a new sports stadium and buying more land for other sports fields. Sorry, I need to breathe. I've heard you say that enrollment is down for kindergarten, which may be true, but something that seems to be ignored is that we have a dire lack of preschool services in the greater Helena area to match the demand. I've seen no indication of looking forward to the potential future and only looking at past trends in terms of enrollment. If this is incorrect, then you should have put that in the presentation. It is also my personal opinion that it is only a matter of time before out-of-district parents begin looking to put their children in less packed classrooms that can be provided by the Helena School District. I've heard that East Helena has classes in the range of 30 kids per class, and since the legislature removed out-of-district costs, it seems like a probable outcome to me. I'd also like to point out another likely outcome. Closing a neighborhood school where a majority of the student body walks to school will likely result in those families attempting to migrate to another school within walking distance. Is Central School prepared to and able to accommodate that amount of students? If not, will the district create new bus routes, hire new drivers? A task that, by judging by the perpetual tense around the community communicating the need of bus drivers, seems to indicate is a difficult one as it is. You say that staffing is a challenge, and yet you're actively alienating a school full of measurably excellent teachers, staff, and administrators by targeting their school without sufficient communicated reason or plan. I also want to address the bond. I understand that traditionally this is how school district raises money for much needed additions, maintenance, and repairs, but it seems that a lot of these plans are contingent specifically and only on that bond. What I haven't heard is any plan for the possibility of this bond, being rejected by an overtaxed community who has already indicated previously that they have no more to give. When the Helena community hears that we as a school district want to build a new vigilante stadium, there's a high likelihood that they will view it as overreach and ill-timed. I understand what you mean by now is the best time. When it comes to vital and emergent problems like what Helena High is now facing, which is an imminent and existential threat to the school, the best time to fix them was yesterday. The next best time is now. And I agree, these things have to be done. Helena High is due for help. But you have to consider how this needs to be presented to the community for it to have a chance to pass. Finally, I'd like to add in response to those talking about their positive experience with relocating to schools. I'm genuinely happy that your experience was positive. My children attended Bloom Montessori since each was about 2.5. I'm sure many of you know that this fall Bloom closed suddenly and without warning. Fortunately, my older children were already transitioned to Hawthorne at the time, but my youngest was not. The transition to Hawthorne was not an easy for my oldest. He left behind an extremely tight-knit group of friends when he left. He struggled to make friends, and he was certain that he could get himself back into Bloom until it closed permanently. He's since begun to adjust and make friends, but it has been a difficult process that the staff of Hawthorne has been instrumental in making it work. My youngest daughter just this morning asked if she could go back to Bloom. She's 4. She doesn't fully understand that Bloom doesn't exist anymore. My middle daughter, however, has adjusted wonderfully and is thriving. I have little doubt she'd thrive anywhere, but these experiences are not universal. Every kid is different, and we need to know that, and we need to act like it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further online public comments. Heidi Freelander?
Hi, it was Heidi Keister before, so you, most of you do know me. Sorry I couldn't come in. My apologies. I had a lot of stuff going on tonight, but I did be able to sit through. Anyway, Heidi Freelander.
Would you mind spelling your name for Candace, and then we'll get you started?
Sure. It's Friedlander spelled like Friedlander dash Keister, Easter with a K in front of it. Good evening, Superintendent Welts and members of the board. First, thank you for your dedication to our community and students. You're not going, many of you, actually probably 90% of the people in there are not going to like what I'm saying. But I'll start off with who I am. I'm a Marine Corps and Army veteran. I'm a Bryant and HMS parent. But I feel that what needs to be said as I sit through this and hear the me, and my child. You are that scared. I'm putting myself in your shoes now, and if they wanted to move my kids, which we have moved during COVID and all that, my kids did go to different schools and they end up back at Bryant. But I would be proud of my school district for looking out for the equity of all the children. I mean, that we can keep it's just, anyway. So Hawthorne is the most privileged in this community and the smallest. What is needed for our most vulnerable youth is good examples of families and privileged children. My children grow to Bryant. Thank goodness we got a new school. However, it feels that the privileged, more leaning high income and moderate income families like to separate themselves from the very families and kids they claim to be champions for. Their child isn't any more special than our Bryant, Central, etc. underprivileged kids. Say, have those children come integrate with society. Hawthorne has chess in the morning. Our Bryant kids, some of them never even heard of chess and can barely read in the 4th grade. A lot of it is from the COVID policies that did disrupt education. Most of it, I could bet, were Hawthorne parents wanted to keep the schools closed during that time, but we won't go there. But you guys had access to nannies and all of that other. And talking about access, some of the underprivileged kids have had a hard time getting to school in the first place. So moving them would not be the plausible, I think, thing to do. But anyway, excuse me, I haven't been as busy as involved, but I appreciate our attention to the issue. Alec, it was weird this week when I wrote the board. I said, what happens if we had a bad earthquake in HMS and the high school and all that, and we happen to have an earthquake this week? That's weird. Talking about music and PE, the most vulnerable and underprivileged need it. Hawthorne parents can afford music lessons, travel, sports. So if they don't close Hawthorne, then you know what, Hawthorne parents, open your pocketbooks then. We all know where Hawthorne is in Helena. Just like the one before me was talking about, put it together, figure it out. You're in the Mansion District. All these parents just proves to me all these kids will be supported from Hawthorne. You all are there. You all have the support. You're good parents. You can help your child if this happens. And thanks for showing up. It's quite the rarity, right? Quite the rare school, isn't it? That you've all mentioned. I'm sorry I had to be the person to say this, and I've always kind of gone against the grain, but that's just what I see. And thank you.
Time is just about up.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
I'm good. Thank you, and thanks for listening, and thanks for all you do.
Okay, thank you. All right, looks like we have 2 more on this next canvas.
Next up, we have Amanda Evie.
Amanda Evie?
Thanks. It's actually my daughter speaking.
Madam Chair, members of the board and superintendent. Hello, my name is Olivia Eby. I'm a former Hawthorne student and a current student at Capitol High School. This is a great school and a great community with great teachers, parents, and staff. Hawthorne School is a great school and shouldn't be closed down. Parents of kids care and shouldn't have to worry about their kids' education and where they're going to continue elementary school. I personally remember going to school and teachers and students always making sure I am getting the help I need. Having the principal be the principal and the PE teacher is ridiculous. Gym class and music class was always fun and should still be fun for the students at Hawthorne School. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Sarah Christopher.
Sarah Christopher?
Christopherson.
Christopherson? Is that right?
Yep, it's Christopherson. And that's spelled
Yeah, go ahead and spell your name and, or, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Go ahead.
No worries.
Okay.
My last name is spelled CHRISTOPHERSON. I am, well, actually, I was at the meeting earlier with my toddler, so some of you might have heard her in the back, and it got to be bedtime, so we had to leave. But I do not currently have a child that goes to Hawthorne, but I am a taxpayer and a neighbor to the school, to Hawthorne. My husband and I moved about 5 blocks away from the school at the beginning of January 2018. And at the time, we really weren't thinking of schools. We were thinking more about our dog and the access to the trails. But we soon realized what truly set this neighborhood apart, and that's the people. And we're anchored by truly a gem in Helena and in the state and in the country. I mean, this is a wonderful school. And so we don't have family in Helena, but we do see our neighbors as family, and we view Hawthorne and the Hawthorne community as part of that family without even having a child that goes there. I really have never felt such school spirit from an elementary school before. And all of this played a role in my husband and I's decision to start a family, because we knew we would be supported and that we had a wonderful opportunity ahead of us, that for the last 2 years, we've been looking forward to walking our daughter to school. That's not something that my husband or I had an opportunity to do growing up. Tonight, I've heard Hawthorne be portrayed by some as a drain on the budget or on the school board's resources. And I disagree. I think Hawthorne, more focus needs to be placed on the fact that Hawthorne is an asset to our community. We heard a previous community member talk about Hawthorne's ranking as an exceptional elementary school. And the kids there are assets to our community. They will grow to be assets to our community. And that's partially because of smaller class sizes, the success that they are being set up for at this wonderful school. And like a board member said, community, our constituents, we want neighborhood schools. We see the benefit in them. On a different note, as a taxpayer and a neighbor, I'm extremely concerned with what the plan for the building and that property are. Are we going to demolish another historic building in Helena? So please do not close Hawthorne, and please do not deprive our community and Helena of the gem and asset that it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have any additional things for this, okay, let's call for in-person comment. Right, moving on. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have our new business consent action items. Is there any questions on consent action items? Seeing that, I have a motion for the consent action items. The last one I used to look through our doing consent action items, so that is motion by trustee Steve. Is there a second? I second. It's just a second. Is there any further questions before we go?
Any public comment or online comment before we go?
I see none.
All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So passes. Yeah. Thank you.
All righty, action items. Number one, Smith HVAC replacement project.
Good evening, Todd Farrell, Facilities Director. So I'm before you this evening to request that the Board of Trustees award the Smith Elementary School heating system replacement project to Tri-County Mechanical and Electrical LLC, known as Tri-County. The work they're gonna do at Smith will replace the old heating and ventilation system and significantly reduce the number of both boiler rooms and boilers. We're also gonna replace all the unit ventilators in classrooms, replace the roof-mounted systems, control equipment, and also install air conditioning, which feedback from teachers has been well regarded. Okay, so we received 2 bids on March 4th. Tri-County was the lowest bid at $672,755, which was about $200,000 below the estimate. So that was good. I've attached a memo from Mr. Grizinga, who you heard from a few weeks ago. He's also working on this project. And he recommends we award this bid to Tri-County as well. We have a long history of working with Tri-County. And in fact, our former HVAC technician works for Tri-County now, so I'm sure he'll be working on this project. So I'm asking for the board to approve this bid. And then if that is the case, I'll let them know.
Any questions for Mr. Garrett? Do I have a motion for Smith HVAC replacement project?
Chair Hathorn. I move the board, the elementary board, award the contract for Smith Elementary School heating system replacement project to Tri-County Mechanical and Electrical, the amount of $1,672,755.
Thank you for the motion, trustee United. Is there a second? A second. Second by trustee Cleaves. Is there any further questions? We don't need to vote. Any public comments from the? Seeing none? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay, thank you. Policy 5,000.
Policy 5,000, equal employment opportunity and non-discrimination came before you for information, returned to board policy committee, and there are no changes.
Questions for Mr. Gray? Seeing none, all I have a motion for policy 5,000. Chair Catherine, I move that we accept the revisions to policy 5,000 as presented. Thank you for the motion, trustee Satchel. Is there a second? Second by trustee McKee. Is there any further questions before we roll? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Moving right along to policy 50/50.
The next policy is. It is the Aviva policy, which again you saw at the last meeting, returned to the committee. Recommendation of the committee remains that this be repealed.
Any questions or concerns? Is there a motion for policy 5,050? Chair Hathorn, I move that we repeal policy 50/50. Motion by trustee Cleavis, do I have a second? Second by trustee McKee. All those, are there any further questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Right. We need a break. So we don't take 10 minutes. Good times.
Davidson's perspective is just give a quick overview of bond issues and I'll take questions along the way. And I think there's 15 slides maybe that we can kind of go over as they are. And I told Superintendent Welts during the break that I talk fast too. So I could cover 15 in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. And but a lot of this, as you said, we'll take a deeper dive into the information as we go along. This is really just to kind of introduce some of the things that we think about as you move along with the bond issue. Any questions before we jump in? Okay. So the first slide is just the reason why we're issuing bonds. There'll be a tax exempt obligation of the school district. And with the tax exempt status, you are able to issue the bonds at a very low interest cost. So we just did $32 million for Whitefish schools at 4%. A couple of weeks ago. And so that's sort of, as you think about mortgage rates and prime rates and other type of bond rates, for a 20-year obligation, and you can go out to 30 years now for debt obligations. Historically, you've always done 20 at the district. So there'll be a consideration later where we'll look at different terms to try to best match up the projects that you decide to do with the term of the bond that makes the most sense from a taxpayer perspective. So when we talk about taxpayer impacts, that's the main thing you're going to be considering as you kind of marry the wants and needs of the district with, what the cost would be and what you think taxpayers would vote yes on. So that's kind of where we, join forces and look at, how does the bond come together and what does the information look like that you present to the voters? And so some of the key considerations are, the principal amount of the bond, how many dollars you'd be issuing. As I said before, the term, are you going to, do what you historically have, which is a 20-year term or 25 or even out to 30 years? What does the annual taxpayer impact look like based on your taxpayer size, your tax base, and your bond rating? So some of those things all come together. And so one of the key things is just the first page up here is the bond market update. It just shows where rates have been over the past 10 years. And it's just, again, a reminder that these bonds would be, say you issued 20 million in bonds, they're typically broken up into $5,000 increments and sold as an investment in the community to both individual investors, banks, institutions, all in an effort to get the lowest possible borrowing cost to the taxpayers and to the district. So that's our goal as we work through the discussions along the way on the bond issue process, is just try to how to minimize that piece. You've got the principal side and then minimizing the interest to create the lowest possible cost. So that's the tax exempt bond status is really kind of a subsidy that the federal government and the state government give to the district, because the interest income that you pay the bondholders is exempt from both state and federal income tax. So that's just important to kind of know from why we're even talking about this as a security or as an investment. So the next page is just your general obligation debt limitation, and that's always our starting place, is what amount can you issue from a state statute perspective. And so there are two options. One is based on kind of that equalized funding concept. And so that every district has, based on your AMD, about the, kind of a similar ratio as to the amount of debt that you can issue. So in the elementary, you can issue 263 million, in the high school, 339 million. So we're obviously well under those. You can see we've already taken out of this formula the 47 million that you have outstanding in the high school, or the elementary, and then a big zero in the elementary or in the high school, which is super favorable. In Montana, I think just you and Butte are the only other AA's that have zero high school bonds outstanding. So that's favorable. I have up just kind of on that conversation, the next slide would show the last two bonds that we worked on in 2017 and 2019. That was the $63 million in bonds that were passed in 2017. And this is just the cover from the official statements for Jim Darcy, Central, Bryant, and all the other elementary improvements. So you have 47 million left outstanding on those two elementary bond issues. And then the next slide on the high school is just a reminder that you page 5 and 6 of the presentation. Page 6, if we skip ahead, just shows that in 1996 was the last time you had a high school election, which is pretty remarkable for a district this size. That you had a $13.5 million bond that was presented to the voters and a $700,000 land purchase that came in at 500,000. So that's a pretty amazing. If you look at page 6, the sources and uses of funds for that project, it's just interesting to note that you did 279,000 for Capitol High parking construction, 5.3 million Capitol High construction, and 6.5 million for Helen High. So that was the last time you had a major, other than your deferred maintenance kind of ongoing, but that was the last time you had a bond issue in the high school. So if you flipped one page prior, just kind of noting the covers of all of those official statements, you did those bond issues into 2 series, and then we refinanced them 3 different times. So, Superintendent Welts and I have been talking about the fact that you've got your call dates coming up on the elementary bonds in 27 and 29. And that just means after half the term, we can refinance. So we're really close to being able to, take a look at refinancing opportunities on the elementary, just like we did on the high school, where you see that we did that 3 times over the course of those outstanding bonds. So those bonds have been paid off over 10 years. Which is pretty amazing. And then on the elementary bonds, you've almost already paid off 10 years of those. So you really just have another decade or so of bonds. Yeah, so you're good with those. Page 7 just shows that as we look at the options for the elementary district, this is just kind of some sample information, things that we're going to start to look at as you think about, how many bonds in the elementary would you maybe consider issuing? You have a 2017 bond outstanding and a 2019. And then so the first column is just a sample 25 issue. I think I ran this at just, 20 million for sample purposes. But there are a lot of things we can do where we minimize debt service for the first several years as it's outstanding at the same time to try to mitigate the taxpayer impact and then backload the payments. And it would be an option, instead of going out 25 or 30 years, as we're seeing a lot of schools in Montana do, maybe do like a 20-year, but just try to level out your debt service payments. So it makes the most sense for the taxpayers. So you're charging less upfront for the years of overlap and then paying a little bit more. So just one sample idea on that $20 million example. If you go all the way over to your district mill levy, you're going to add about 7 mills, a little less than 7 mills with 20 million, and then about 80 cents a month per 100,000, just as a multiplier for easy math. So, and then this example shows kind of what happens with a sample 2% growth in your tax base, that as you have growth in the tax base, you can see, look at what happens to your mill levies over to the right-hand column and to the taxpayer impact. So as you have growth, as you see new construction in the district, you're going to have less impact on each property owner because there's other properties paying for the project. So something to keep in mind. Just as we move ahead. The next page, page 8, just shows where we will eventually land is, this is just a sample at 10 mills. But where you see to be determined up there on the sample impact of 10 mills, eventually you're going to have a par amount. We're going to include interest. We're going to show what the annual payment is. We're going to show what the state aid for debt service might be. Because you are eligible for state aid for debt service for both the elementary and the high school. Right now, the elementary is, I think, getting about 900,000 or so offsetting your levies. So that helps keep the payments made by the local taxpayers as low as possible. So we'll factor that in. We divide that by your tax base, your mill levy. And that would come up with this example, which is 10 mills. So I'm kind of backing into just a sample number, just to show you the type of information we do. And we'll typically say, like, maybe you have 4 different size bond issues you want to consider. We look at a bunch of different terms. We kind of come up where we marry, again, the wants and the needs of the district with what you think the taxpayers would approve to kind of come up with the best financing plan. And then if you go down below, you can see for 100,000, 200,000, 300, 400, 500, 600, those sample size homes,
and then you compare that to the taxable value of those homes, what the annual impact would be. So one quick concept I just wanted to mention based on the legislative kind of session right now is we're seeing the legislature wanting to give help for property taxpayers, for the residential property taxpayers. So there'll be something out of the legislature this year. The formulas are likely going to change. This has been in place for at least more than a decade, where the residential tax rate is 1.35%. So you take the market value times 1.35% to get taxable value, and that's what's used in the formula. So it's a little more information. I said I would keep it high level. That's something we'll talk about as we get through the session, and I think it'll be really favorable for you guys as we move ahead with a bond option, a bond consideration for the taxpayers, is that we're going to see hopefully some nice taxpayer considerations, making residential property taxes a little lower in Montana. So if you look at page 9 and 10, this is just a quick mention that this is how taxable values are calculated in Montana. And you'll see currently there's 17 different classes of property. If you look at class 4 property, that's the majority of taxes in your district in Helena schools. About 63% of your tax base is coming from residential property. So you can see residential property is the largest component. You also have, commercial at almost 21%. Pipelines and non-electrical generating, the B class 9 is 8.9% and so on. So this allocation will be different after the legislative session. And so we should see residential property coming down and be at a lower overall percent of the tax base. So statewide, what happened when we went to the two-year reappraisal cycle, the reappraisals came in, quite high, as you probably all know. And so a statewide residential property went from 50% of the average tax base up to 60%. So the allocation swung more heavily than residential properties. And so that's what we're going to see out of this legislative session, which will help you guys because we'll have hopefully some good news for individual property owners. So that's just a quick, pages 11 and 12 are just, we'll look at who your top taxpayers are, just start educating, the board and the taxpayers in general. The top 50 make up about 21% or 23% of the tax bases. So Northwestern Energy, the Boeing Company, Verizon, BNSF. So you can kind of go through and just become a little more educated on what the tax base looks like. And so when we have exact dollar amounts that you're considering, then that's more information that can help you guys make decisions. So if you think about those 10 mills in the high school, for instance, and you go down to, Stockman Bank number 49, they'd be paying $151 a month, for that size bond issue. So that eventually will have, good information for you guys to consider when you think about the prospective bonds. And then the last 3 pages are just excerpts from your last Moody's reports. And that's just to show that you have a very favorable A1 credit rating. And so that would be one of the things that we talk about over the summer is just looking at the district policies and looking at your, the new variables that factor into credit rating. And your favorable credit rating helps keep the interest rates low. So again, we're back to, why are we talking about all of this? It's just to keep all of these things in mind so that we're setting you up for the best possible credit rating and then overall impact to taxpayers when they look at what the bonds would cost. So I don't know if I did under 10 minutes, but I tried.
Close.
Yeah.
More questions? Thank you.
I know, lots of information.
Yeah.
The fine print.
Hoping to see more of you.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. All right, next, pre-bond update estimate.
The probably good segue, as SMA works their way up. The work that SMA is doing right now is at defining the scope of the work. And that's what Rich was talking about in terms of Dee Davidson. Once the work is defined and we know what those numbers look like, and then that's when she takes those numbers and calculates what those burdens look like. But the work that we've been doing as of late is SMA is going to each one of our buildings and working with the staff and the admin team there. And so thank you for your work. Thank you for being patient with us this evening.
No, that's okay. It was great to hear lots of comments. My name is Ellie Martin. I'm from Ethne Architecture and Design. And I'll try to keep it brief. I don't think I can talk as fast as Britt. So, again, I guess, we can kind of move forward with the agenda. So just a quick recap, we did talk a little bit about the pre-bond planning process as well as the bond campaign process in our work session at Fort Georgians. And so this is kind of a recap of what we've done so far, what we're looking to do next. So again, a lot of this process has kind of been rooted in the facilities master plan and learning, you know, what facilities have the greatest need, what should be prioritized from that standpoint. We put together a lot of options, and I think from that, the admin team has really been able to kind of identify the projects that are next for the school district. So let's see here. So again, we're showing the master plan kind of at the top there and what that process was. And then as we look at pre-bond planning, if you want to go to the next slide. So the things that came out of the master plan and the initial action projects, from the high school standpoint, I guess first was land acquisition. We also realized the need for like a Helena High replacement, as well as work at Capitol High. And then from the elementary school district, that the needs there were Kessler and Warren, kind of each side of town. Those we not only looked at building condition, we also looked at educational and functional adequacy, and also the deferred maintenance costs, and those were kind of rose to the top as the biggest needs in the elementary schools. We also saw that the need to get ahead on deferred maintenance. And so we put together some budgets based on that for that facilities master plan. We also saw a lot of vision and goals rise to the top there. So safety and security, always a priority across the school district, a balanced budget. We see the need for equal opportunity across the district. We want to make sure that kids in each school are getting the same opportunity at education and hopefully at some point getting the same types of facilities that serve them best. And then 21st century learning facilities. And also we want to make sure we're building in flexibility for the future. So that was for the facilities master plan. As we move into the pre-bond work, a lot of the same things kind of resonated there. We kind of defined things a little bit better. But I will say the vision and goals really remain the same. And if you look, we built this word cloud from all the comments that we started to hear as we met with Capitol High, Helena High, PAL, the Central Kitchen, as well as Kessler. And so you can see a lot of things come up again and again. Security, we talked about safety, 21st century equity. And then out of that, some initial projects that we've been talking about and hearing about. We've started to kind of, I guess when we first went to the stakeholder groups, we said, what's working, what's not working, you know, what would you like to see? And we started to develop some square footages and some costs to go with those. And then also looking at the project cost as it relates to furniture, fixtures, and equipment, the soft costs of design fees, permitting, and so these numbers came out and they were kind of scary numbers. So then we kind of looked at that, came back to the stakeholder groups and said, you know, these are the numbers that we're seeing for the full build out if we did the same facilities that you're seeing in other Class AA districts. What are the top 5 priorities for your facilities that would make you successful and help you continue doing the work that you're doing now in a new facility? And so we're really trying to balance costs with what they need and how to get there, and as well as, you know, what can our community afford to get on board with. So we want to say, you know, we can't ask for everything. So what are the things that you feel like we should be asking for? So out of that, you know, we've come to some budget numbers. We're really trying to hone these a little more as we talk to Bridget
and work as a group. And so we're seeing a range of 160 million to 200 million for the Helena High replacement, as well as renovation, and then the Capitol High renovation and addition. Vigilante Stadium, moving back to Helena High site, that's a $10 to $12 million ask. The central kitchen relocation at Helena High, that would be a $6 to $8 million ask. PAL relocation is 10 to 12 million, and then we're seeing Kessler as 40 to 50 million. Again, we're trying to kind of better understand these numbers and what we can get out of that and how to make our stakeholders successful in their schools. And then we also are showing 15 to 30 in deferred maintenance. So again, these costs include what our best guess is right now, contingencies, and then as well as like soft costs. So we're doing our best with historic data as well as projections for the future, and inflation. So just moving forward to kind of the next part of that is what we're doing next. And so I know that, do you want to go to the next one? We can go to the next one even. Stick around. This earlier, just talking about that election day and how we can get everything done to get into new facilities by 2028. So again, pushing that election up is going to allow us the time to design the facilities as well as get them bid and under construction so that we can open facilities fall 2028, because we know that if we push it back a few months, it's not successful to open a school in the middle of the school year. So that's just kind of a quick review of the post-bond schedule. And then next steps, we've kind of jumped into some of the pre-bond work as far as connecting with the community. We thought that it would be worthwhile to get that started and not wait for the bond campaign. And so last week we did have a community meeting and a tour at Helena High. And then next week we will do a core stakeholder meeting at Helena High just to do some work sessions with a more selected group. March is also the time that we would look to draft bond language and continue meeting as a bond committee to kind of hone some of these things we talked about as far as budget. April, draft language development, so continuing to kind of figure out what that bond language looks like, and then April 8th would be our target for a bond resolution draft review. We have a community meeting set and tour at Capitol High, similar to what we did at Helena High, just to make sure we can get people into that facility as well so that they can understand what students and staff are kind of living every day. And then we'd also do the same at Kessler. So I believe the community meeting at Capitol is being scheduled, and we're still kind of looking at the Kessler tour. And then May, that May 13th is our target for the bond resolution approval. So as Rex said, we have 70 days before the election to get that approved. And so we just need to kind of look ahead to that and doing the steps before we get there. Okay. Any questions? Yeah. Moving on to reports. Student reports. Yellow, are you ready to give your report? Yes.
All right. Happy March from the Bengals at Helena High. This month, like every other school, so much to learn, celebrate, and love. By the end of the month, all students will have had an opportunity to enter their registration requests to help with development of master schedule for the 2025 and 2026. Thank you to our counselors for all the time and hard work they put in to ensure students are signed up for the right courses. Our counseling team works to understand the pathways available to help our students be college and career ready. We held a great community meeting, as Sandy mentioned, on March 4th, and appreciate all that were able to attend. It was a great turnout. It just was fantastic. Our students were the true stars of the show that night, providing great tours of our building and giving an incredible insight to what day-to-day life is like for HHS students. We look forward to continuing these discussions with the community. We appreciate Capitol High for inviting a few members of our staff to observe and talk through their intervention time. There's a positive feel around the newly instated intervention period at CHS, and we're excited to see how we can look further into our own schedule to provide stronger tier 2 and 3 support for our students. Currently, we have an amazing intervention team meeting regularly to review where we are at within the HHS offerings for tier 1, 2, and 3 supports. The teachers and staff continue to utilize the consensus method at HHS with the whole staff meeting, revolving around what is going well this year, what can be improved upon, and how to continue building our message on the importance of public education and school attendance. Next steps involve focus groups with teachers to dive deeper into the 4 main categories present: attendance, behaviors, student relationship and engagement, and building off of the positive. We look forward to outcomes of this structure. Congratulations to all our students who were recently named as Distinguished Achievers and Scholars. I don't have to list the names, I wish I did, but I'll come back. Congratulations to Connor Lamping for his 5th place finish at state wrestling tournament. Congratulations to our boys basketball team for winning Western AA Conference this year. Congratulations to Taylor Larson and Ella Carlson Montana on my student council for their recent elections to the district positions for District 3 Student Council for MASC, which is Montana Association of Student Councils. Taylor was elected as the District 3 historian and Ella as the secretary. Our band recently participated in the AA Music Festival and received glowing remarks from the festival's guest instructors. Dr. Gonzalez mentioned that our students were kind, thoughtful, and artistically driven throughout their time together, a testament to the great education they're receiving from Director Cody Hall. Great work to our bands. Good luck to our basketball teams as they compete for a state title this weekend, Bozeman. Spring sports started yesterday on Monday, March 10th, with incredible turnout all around, including record-breaking number for our girls track team and attendance of 80+ athletes going tomorrow for state review. Last evening was our junior parent night, and our sophomore parent night will be on March 17th. Our counselors do a great job of providing information to parents in regard to registration items, college and career preparation, and resources available to students to help them succeed. On March 20th, we will be hosting a learning night centered around topics we believe will be beneficial to our Bengal families. Based on feedback from a survey that Charlie and I will speak about, we'll have sessions around mental health support, resources available at HHS, how to navigate the Helena High systems, free or lower cost approaches to help students get off of devices, and a session called Hidden in Plain Sight centered around items easily available to hide, such as vapes, drugs, and alcohol. This is just to help make parents and staff aware. This parent learning night will be our very first approach and attempt at this event, but we're very excited because we see lots of potential. Another full month at HHS is ready to be put in the books with less than 3 months left until our big goals either step up or step out into their next adventure.
Thank you. Adela, are there any questions for student trustee? Thank you so much. Mr. Spellman.
All right, my turn. Good evening, trustees. CHS students and educators are continuing their success in academics and extracurricular activities this month as we move closer and closer to June. It feels like time just keeps flying by. It also seems that the time-old adage holds true. You're having fun, time goes faster. So it's registration season at CHS, just like it is at HHS. Over the past 2 weeks, current sophomores and juniors have been busy selecting classes for their next school year. This week, freshmen are completing their course selections, and next week we'll welcome our future Bruins for the annual 8th grade tour on Wednesday, March 18th, where they will have an opportunity to talk to their future teachers, meet other future classmates, and also have kind of an activity fair from all of the CHS extracurricular sports clubs, and all of those organizations like that. And then that same evening, CHS will also host the 8th grade parent night at 6:30 p.m., giving families a chance to learn more about graduation requirements, course offerings, and the high school experience here at Capitol. The CHS Drama Department recently wrapped up its production of Mean Girls, which drew large and very enthusiastic crowds. With excitement building around each performance, this may well have been one of our most watched productions in recent years. A big congratulations to our incredible student actors, musicians, tech crew, and staff directors for their fantastic work on stage and behind the scenes. Student leadership continues to make an impact through our CHS Student Council's For Students by Students grant program, as I like to call it. These funds generated through Student Council fundraising efforts were awarded to support student clubs and activities across campus, which includes $903 to Fish Ecology for a student fishing trip, $700 to MTSS for High Five Award incentives, $1,000 to BPA for state conference travel, $1,000 to HOSA for state conference travel, $400 to French Club to host a cultural celebration for French students, $600 to Math Club for participation in the MTCM math contest, $400 to speech and debate to help offset costs for nationals. Personally, as a club leader, I'd love to find out how Student Council fundraises this much money, but it's really nice to see how they're giving back to their fellow students at Capital. We're also in the final stages of preparing for our ACT and pre-ACT testing day, which is on April 8th. All juniors will take the ACT and all sophomores will take the pre-ACT. Logistics and room assignments are still being finalized, and we're really grateful to our staff for their support in making this day a success already here early in March. During our most recent PLC session on March 3rd, all teachers reviewed literacy data, including freshman math results and ACT trends. CHS is developing a new instructional walkthrough tool to help collect data on literacy strategies across different content areas. And once finalized, we'll begin conducting classroom observations to support this school-wide focus. In addition to that, attendance continues to be a school-wide goal. Although February saw a slight dip due to winter weather, our current average daily attendance rate stands at around 93.2%, which is an improvement from last year's 91% average. School-related absences are excluded from this calculation, and we will continue encouraging consistent attendance through the spring, which is a little ripe coming from me, but that's okay. Additionally, CHS HOSA, in collaboration with the Helen Health Science Advisory Board, or HHSAB, and Carroll College's Student Nursing Association, hosted a very successful fusion event in February at Carroll College, which highlighted cardiovascular health, complete with hands-on CPR breakout sessions. It was the first event of its kind, and we had 25 students from Capital and Helen High come with lots of interest of having another event, and we also had great involvement from Carroll students who led most of the workshops, actually. So it was a really great way for high school students to get in touch with other students that are older that maybe have more advice on the college experience and things like that. Building on that success, we are very excited to announce that our next Fusion event will be held on March 24th at Helena College this time, and it's all about the brain. So stay tuned for more information later this week. I also want to extend a congratulations to all HEF Distinguished Scholars. Today, we just started surprising all of the distinguished educators and thanking them for their service. And I personally had a blast recognizing Mr. Tanner Duncan for all of his help and support in the health sciences, which has led me to pursue the degree that I am next year. So I will quickly rattle off all the events we have coming up or have already happened in March. March 3rd, we had the Stats Jazz and 8th grade concert at the CHS Auditorium. March 3rd and 4th, as Adela said earlier, was the State AA Band Festival, big success. Yesterday, spring sports began. Yesterday, tenor bass, treble, and duets concert was also going on. In addition to the 8th and 9th grade combined orchestra concert coming up in a few days, this time at the HMS Auditorium, not CHS. In case you're planning on attending. March 13th through 15th is the State AA basketball, which will be in Bozeman. On the 13th, there's also the inaugural puzzle competition at the CHS Library for 4 teams of 4 to compete and put together a jigsaw puzzle during lunch. So if you have a need for speed in your jigsaw puzzles, you should come on over. On March 19th, we have the 8th grade tour day. As I said, that's during school hours, and then the parent night after school at 6:30. On March 24th is the CHS concert with CRA in the CHS Auditorium. And on March 24th as well, we have the Brain Health Science Fusion event at Helen College. And with that, I sign off.
Questions, Mr. Stone?
I'm just wondering if we did put together a team, could we start a little early because we know that an 18-year-old raised and supple.
If you get a
A
little
little
extra.
extra there, we got a little extra. It's
I
fine.
don't know, I'd have to take that up with Ms. Colbert.
Let us know. All right, Ms. Jane Sean, you're still here. We're looking forward to your report.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, good evening. We're getting there. I told you. Well, first of all, I'd really like to say that I really appreciated all the public comment tonight. You know, we listened to a lot of different people, a lot of different perspectives. But I thought that everyone was very cordial and polite and got a chance to say their piece. And so I'm glad that that happened. HEA held our elections tonight, and we have several new members elected to the HEA Board of Directors. Kellen Alger is our new second vice president. Erica McMillan is our new secretary. Shannon McNamee is our new Kendall High School rep. Ryan Cooney is our new Helena High Town rep. And Samantha Hoggett is our new Sarah Anderson rep. MFPE will hold their annual conference on April 11th and 12th. And at this meeting, we'll elect officers and an NEA representative from our district, as well as set the budget for our state union. And we have several representatives going from HEA. And lastly, we will, we'll be participating with the district in the consensus bargaining process with Diane Groves the week following spring break. And I have already set up some meetings with Carrie to go through some preliminary stuff, and I'm looking forward to having positive outcomes. Questions? Good. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, facilities and technology.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys want to take off?
I am so great too, so let us not have to listen.
Do it. It's Crystal.
Yes, feel free to go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you want.
I guess.
Take the way back. Be careful.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
No people I'd rather spend my birthday with. Enjoy your cupcakes, by the way. I put a little cupcake. Right?
Oh, thank you. I did.
Courtesy of Mr. Lynch, he dropped them off.
Oh, that's nice.
Said thank you for being here, so.
Yeah, we just had the facilities and technology committee meeting yesterday, I think, or recently, somewhere together. And got good updates from Mr. Myers and Todd. On the technology side, senior network engineer position is still open, and we're still looking for candidates for that. But triage they've been working with to this point has been working okay. It's not ideal, but they're really kind of trying to get that position filled. Just gave an update about the broader Power School cybersecurity incident, just the fact that both students and parents in the district have been, getting notification from Power School about the availability of identity monitoring services. It's typical response to those sort of things, and making sure those are legit, let them know that that's out there for them to take advantage of. Also talk about new employee onboarding process. This big gate set up. They've been working on that for quite a while now, and then we've got pieces of it kind of automated through the Zendesk platform, and trying to get it to a place where it's easier for people coming on board in one, to go to one spot and get integrated into the district's IT network. Same point, continue to work on a substitute for guest teacher access and devices. I realize that most folks would realize that's creates issues, for the need for guest teachers to be able to get on, use the resources in the same fashion the regular teachers do, and not being able to be super nimble about getting those folks the credentials and access they need to the system. And that's getting better. They're working on trying to make that a little more seamless as possible. Upcoming tech issues to look for. We're going to have an RFP, I think, next month probably at some point we'll sit down as a board for, the copiers, I think, across the Mesa district wide, large scale, service that will come back to the board. Last one, actually, like I said, went out and got deployed right when COVID hit, so that one had more hiccups as far as deployment went. Kind of hoping that this will go smoother when the time comes. So the application side, got a new help desk tech, it's Tyler Geisfried. Yes, Geisfried. Ticket stats for February, actually, saw more tickets than were created, but the point with that was they're catching up on closing out some of the older Chromebook tickets to, and 71% of tickets are just one touch, being able to get them down right off the bat. Really kind of good update on state reporting, and the significant challenges kind of continue to have with being able to interface with OPI's processes for getting our reporting information, both in terms of the student side and the accreditation side. The charter school, I mean, we kind of had got the reporting side for student achievement. We've got the accreditation reporting. It's become a big deal problem in terms of our ability to get the data into their new system. Trying to report on the courses we have, and layer on top of that, the charter schools and the ability to get those rolled into the reporting structure as well. And then on top of all of that, getting our student testing stuff. So, I mean, it's getting, I guess it's getting slightly better, but it's a long grind and there's no real relief in sight. I mean, other than, I think there's some hope that maybe, things at OPI are going to get a little bit progressively better over time, staffing wise and that sort of thing. So finally, just some upcoming projects. Windows 11's going away and after July, so we're trying to get all of that rolled out and updated and taken care of. Working to support both ACT and AP testing. Really still in a space where we don't have enough machines to probably do that properly or support the kids and what they need to do on that. That all kind of ties back to technical conversation as well. And the final thing, Gary showed us the new analytics and insight platform that the district's using that's pulling in data from all the other sources, PowerSchool, so that globally, it's a single platform where you can look and he pops some things up on the screen about, student residence, attendance, behavior, a whole host of things that are all kind of melded into that single analytics platform. So they're kind of excited about having that come online. And on the facility side, is my bills. I'm not sure Todd said it, but something that February was a real butt kicker. The weather was just, people forget how tough that was, I think, on the facility side. Had frozen sewer line at Rossiter, frozen storm drain at 4Gs, leaks and frozen equipment on smaller scales throughout the whole district. And they had about 400 some hours of overtime from the staff and just snow. And again, think about what your yard looks like right now. Like 2 weeks ago, there's a lot of snow and just caused a serious amount of really hard and good work from the folks that were responsible for doing that. And I just wanted everybody to hear the kudos that you've given those folks for how hard they worked to manage the snow during that time. And both just and mentioned too, even the building custodial level about getting out there and handling the smaller stuff that the buildings and grounds people are doing it every day, making sure the doors and ice removal and all things are going on. So really deserves to be recognized. The work that all those folks put in. Just at project level, we talked about the Smith HVAC project that we awarded the contract for tonight. Smaller roof replacement coming up at Capitol High. And continuing, as you guys probably talked about, I think, talking a little bit even earlier tonight about the Helena High School HVAC assessment. Doing just trying to figure out some options there and planning for contingencies, depending on how things play out. Also, there's a new, hopefully, 800 amp breaker coming to Capitol High. get installed during spring break, if you get coordinated with Northwestern Energy. And I didn't get to ask Todd, I mentioned, that was a question I forgot to ask, did you guarantee this was gonna solve the electrical grid? Is that what you said to me?
Well, we haven't had a problem since I ordered it, so.
Well, and it's already solved. Good deal. And then got some roster painting, that's gonna get done before the end of spring break too. Hired a new safety and operations manager, Mike Higgins, and these are his words, it's already knocking it out of the park. So really, glad to have him on board. And then, the custodial, pieces I mentioned, kudos to the folks on that side for doing all the snow and ice removal pieces on a daily basis, coming in early to do that on those days that it snows. Folks are getting tracked out now for some flooring projects and getting coordinating some asbestos mitigation work for the Smith HVAC stuff as part of some too. So got a new evening custodial supervisor, Mark McGuire, a former Fortune's daytime custodian, and he's now working the same shift as the folks he's supervising, and that seems to be working really well. So still 4 vacancies on the custodial side. And finally, safety and security stuff, been continuing to get DEQ reimbursement for the water fixture replacements, for the drinking fountains at school, and continue to kind of complete and work out on the Department of Labor inspections we've had, and got the Warren Elementary Chlorine Injection System repairs taken care of. So that's what we got.
Very thorough report. Very thorough report. Thank you.
Go ahead, yes.
Budget finance, trustee Armstrong is en route now, I believe, to Europe, and but trustee Cletus has covered that. Is that correct?
Thanks, Chair Hathorn. So this is from trustee Armstrong. As prices, we're currently running a deficit, which we are covering by using our interlocal fund. Just wants to reinforce the fact that interlocal fund is made up of money we can't count on. Excess variable money between the two districts, the elementary and the high school. So it's like emergency savings. We're pulling 2.3 million from interlocal to cover our operations so far this year. We started the school year with 5.99 million and estimate we will end with 3.7 if no unexpected events arise. We're waiting for the legislative session, to be finished, so no bills have been passed yet. With that said, though, if the STARS Act passes, we'll get between 2 to 2.1 million. And then if we get that 3% inflationary adjustment, and if we pass the elementary levy, we'll get an additional 718,000. Other factors that have to be accounted for with the STARS legislation, if it does pass, we'll have to pay 500,000 for beginning teacher pay. We're talking about steps in teacher contracts, that'll be another 600,000. Lanes in teacher contracts, another 150,000. Increases in liability insurance, we estimate 140,000. Last year it was 196,000. Increases in utilities, unknown, but I suspect it's going to have a negative impact. Declining enrollment, student population going down, it's going to affect the funding. Another unknown negative impact, most likely, will be tariffs, and then impacts to changes in federal funding for the Department of Education. Unknown, but suspect negative impact. So where are we? So additional funding from the legislative session, we could potentially see 2.72 to 2.82 million. Like I said, and we'll be at a 2.2 million we have to invest to stop the deficit and the 500K and so on and so forth. With all that we know, we'll be at a 790,000 deficit at minimum. If we pass technology levies, then the bare bones 520,000 will be pulled from the interlocal. So then we'll be at 270,000 deficit. From a financial viewpoint, we must pass the tech levy. There
are no zero inputs for compensation increases for any employee beyond current contracts. As of this moment, this is her summary. And Janelle, so that's it. This is where we're at. Any questions? I don't have answers, but.
One question, perhaps you tell, but was the amount that we've taken drawn from the interlocal so far this year, was that anticipated? So we're on the track to what we had expected, or was it additional, unexpected?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. I wasn't leaning into my microphone.
That's someone.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the amount that's been taken out of interlocal, which you said is 2.3 million, whether that was anticipated at the beginning.
We had rejected 2.1.
Okay, so it's
close.
Yeah, thank you.
And we still have 3 months of school.
It's gotta keep breakfast standards relevant.
Still got some time.
All right, policy.
So it remains. All right, so we actually had a kind of on the shorter side of policy committee meeting. We met on March 4th. We, something that kind of keeps coming up is policy 5055, so leave of absence policy. There's some terminology and process type stuff within that that is being revisited. So we're gonna have that again come up. We are not meeting for April, so we'll meet again in May. But it will be presented again with some language changes and we'll kind of see if that affects any processes or procedures, any contractual type impacts and things like that. So we're keeping an eye on that and hopefully we'll be able to see that in May in a way that we'll be able to present it to the board as well. Other than that, we've had just some regular reviews. We didn't have really any changes and you guys voted on the 2 policies we brought forth. Good measure. Questions, strengths,
teaching and learning. Hey, that's me. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. We met on March 5th, covering 3 main items. We had an action plan update from curriculum and assessment. We looked at the winter benchmark assessment data for reading and math for elementary. And then we also looked at some curriculum updates. And just an overall comment, just when you hear all the things that are going on, it's just so impressive to see both what at the level of administration, all the things that are going on to keep teaching and learning on track, innovative, and also keep looking at outcomes and assessments and figuring out how to make that information actionable, sort of down through the buildings for kiddos and their learning. So I'm always impressed by that. A few key action items that got checked off. I'll just share this. It's an example of all the different kinds of work that are going on. Principals collaborating with their school leadership teams to mobilize action plans for each building. Title coaches meeting with admin to share ideas and where they are on action plans with each of their systems. Moving each elementary school to 70 minutes of math instruction per day, including 10 minutes of number sense. Having each school develop a calendar of engagement activities. Having each school provide their RBIH, Rural Behavioral Health Initiative, yeah, okay, screening at every level each semester. So that's kind of a range of things that have been happening. In terms of the winter benchmark assessment data, so it's hard to talk for me anyway to talk about data when you don't have some charts to look at because it gets to be percentages and numbers. So I'm just going to give you a couple of examples here. But the data that we looked at provided, gave us a chance to look at the percentage of students meeting 100% of typical growth. And so these are assessments that were done just right at the mid-year, right in the winter here. So percentage of students meeting 100% of typical growth, the percent of students on or above grade level proficiency standards, and then other looks at how each grade level was doing on student progress, and then looking, kind of tracking a cohort of students and looking at their progress as they move through 3 grade levels. So kind of taking snapshots from a variety of different angles. The data was taken from Acadience, which assesses reading for kindergartners and first graders, and then from iReady, which assesses reading and math for 1st through 5th grade. And so there was a lot to look at in this benchmark data. One thing, I'll just give here an example, looking at reading. So this year, 39% of our 2nd graders, 42% of 3rd graders, 50% of 4th graders, and 43% of 5th graders have already met their 100% of typical growth in reading. And again, this is kind of halfway through the year, right? So, yeah. So they've hit expected growth for the whole year, and so their growth for the year will no doubt exceed typical growth trends. And, you know, there's an aspiration to shoot for 2 years of typical growth. And for many of these kids, a good number of them, anyway, a good proportion, they're on track to achieve that. Comparisons with the previous 2 years, because I just gave you statistics for 2025 for this year. Comparisons with the previous 2 years reveals mixed trends. Some show year-by-year decreases, like, you know, the 3rd graders, for instance, may have shown, I think they were pretty flat from the 3rd grade group, 2023, 2024, 2025. Some were flat, and there were some year-by-year increases as well. So what about math? This year, 34% of 1st graders, 25% of 2nd graders, 19% of 3rd graders, 18% of 4th graders, and 33% of 5th graders had already met 100% of typical growth in math in early winter. So again, it's just important to sort of grasp what those numbers reflect. The percentage of kids who have already met 100% of typical growth for the full year, and they're only halfway through the school year. So I'm not going to narrate the other data, like I said, you know, for me, it just gets all like numbers in. But I believe that's available all on our district website. And yeah, it does just impress me that the teachers and staff really want to make the data useful. The point of challenges, there was some discussion of some of the challenges and achievement. And then curriculum updates, there was a whole graph with lots of curriculum updates that are ongoing. Justine and Caitlin shared ongoing innovation as well as refinement of curriculum and practices that are already in place. Again, a couple of examples. Elementary teachers are starting to incorporate U5, which is a phonics supplement. Some middle school teachers will be piloting something called illustrative math next year. So they're starting training on that new resource, and it helps to translate math or to teach math through a highly visual sort of curriculum, as I understand it. And CHS is seeing positive outcomes from their implementation and intervention time. Charlie mentioned this. So HHS, or actually Adela did too, is planning to implement something similar next year. At least they're looking into that. So lots of work going on in the curriculum. Okay, so that's sure. Yeah, please.
11:30 p.m. We've got all night. I just want to say, I was at that meeting too, and I've got a digger. One thing about the grade 5 I think is so amazing is those kids were in kindergarten when COVID happened. So when you look across the country, math, kids have struggled more with math. Our 5th graders are one of our highest performing cohorts. And we are outperforming the nation. In Helena Public Schools, I mean, the only, like, first grade is the only one that's really close, and they're 1 point ahead of them in terms of the number who are already done with the beginning to learn this school year and get finished it. Sort of done, like, I think in January, I think, end of January. But it is a significant achievement because it wasn't just that they learned a lot and did a great job and did, but they also overcame all of those challenges during COVID when they were very young, they were 5 and 6. And it's just worth noting that that was significant and it was a huge amount of effort. Thanks for adding that.
Okay, oh, that's me too. Okay. They changed the order, so you're not on like 2 times in a row. For all of you who have to listen to me. The main work in progress is continuing to move through the progress of assessing the proposals from our request for proposals for our health plan. We met on March 5th also. And we discussed and worked through our scoring questionnaire, part of the proposals that we've received from 4 different companies that are bidding to become the TPA or third-party administrator for the medical portion of the health plan. We also looked at questionnaires from 5 companies who've submitted proposals for dental and vision coverage because we've unbundled those and we're trying to work on lowering costs by doing this unbundling. We were guided through the process by our consultants from Alliant, and our questionnaire scores will be combined with financial scores, and that will determine who will be our finalists in this RFP process. We're still shooting for those finalist interviews in April. As that's going on, we're also waiting for the next update from the Montana School Insurance Alliance, John Doran's project. That's related to the health trust. This spring, but I understand that that has now been postponed for several months. That's what's happening, maybe the late summer and early fall. And I don't know exactly why the postponement, except for they must have run into lots of difficulties. Yeah. I mean, it's a big, complex undertaking. So, meanwhile, Superintendent Welch referred to the USI, which is another insurance consultant, is providing the district with its perspective on the health trust MTSIA, proposal, as well as our own plan. And we met for more conversation with Scott Hoff, a group of us and associates about both of those. So we got some input from them. They said essentially we need to see a formal proposal from the MTSIA plan in order to really be able to assess whether it's going to be good for our district. They also offered a brief assessment of our current plans. They placed our actuarial values at 92%, 91.9%, but for our option 1 plan, 79% for our option 2 plan. And they focused a good bit of attention in their assessment on our pharmacy benefit manager or our prescription plan design. We're currently with Express Scripts, but that actually confirms what we're already doing because we're looking very seriously. We're going to be looking at bids for a new PPM, and that's in a separate RFP process, which is also just unfolding now. And one more note here, Rich is currently working on an analysis that would help us to see how we could turn down, lower the actuarial value of our plan, what kind of benefits, changes and choices that might entail. So all those things are going on simultaneously in all benefit for it in the district. So Rich, the committee, they're kind of busy. And Adam with this question. Okay, that's what I have. Questions, suggestions, statute.
Okay. Montana School Board Association, we have a board meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks. In the interim, many board members have been working with the legislature. So there was a support from MTSBA, and I think most of that has already been reported on. STARS looks good. We're going through
the 3% inflation adjustment looks good. The board certified, as Superintendent Wells mentioned, that there was some pushback from legislators that they did not. They wanted to decrease the amount, and I think it's, do you know, Superintendent Wells, what the increase is? From, okay, but anyway, there was a push to decrease the amount that they would actually award, and I think there was some, I don't know, deal that if it was delayed, that they would, award the full amount. So none of that is written in stone, but that's kind of where that is, so, for our school district, you know, it's good and bad, you know, if they does go through and we get some straight funding, we get, you know, middle school funding done, that would help us an awful lot. And on the other hand, people are in a budget crunch, so having that delayed is a setback for us. Now that the transmittal break is coming to the end, several of the board members were back up and listening with the legislators providing testimony, and I've enjoyed that experience for me. So it's been interesting. Actually, kind of reassuring, especially on the House side, that there's been a lot of collaborative work and productivity, and so you know that's good to see as our state and country going to struggle with that sort of thing. The next one is parent council visits. I did go to Kessler. They spoke a lot about their building deficiencies, much as what Superintendent Wells shared. They're very excited about the possibility of getting Kessler rebuilt, and they expressed their interest in being a part of that process and assisting in any way they could. They spent a lot of time planning for their carnival, which the kids are really excited about. At the time, Anna Alger visited. Serendipitously, I didn't know that she was coming, and they were planning the legislative gathering there. And then that sort of transformed into a lot of talk about legislative bills. And finally, they had several questions for me on district finances, and just went on, and it was a robust discussions, very engaged and very well informed. So it was a really fun meeting to be part of. Yes, Patrick. Okay. You went to visit Capitol.
I did. I went to visit Capitol, and we talked about a number of things that Charlie already reported on: the ACT, free ACT testing, registration for next year, lots of meetings with counselors for each class cohort, and you know, a really good job in trying to bring eighth graders in and eighth grade families in and giving them information they need to make that transition to high school. And then we also talked a little bit about the project to review it and I'll use the word streamline the high school curriculum in which departments have been asked to look at redundancies and super small classes. One reason, among others, is to address that sixth class assignment that fell on some high school teachers as a result of our budget cuts last year. And Brett just talked a little bit about some of the challenges that are involved as you try to create workload equity and flexibility and keep a robust but curriculum that's also economically feasible. So I appreciate you sharing some information about that. And then I also attended the meeting, the PTO meeting at Warren more recently, and so much going on. You know, they talked about all kinds of activities, reviewed lots of special events that are happening recently or upcoming. For example, the Charlie Cart is coming to Warren for a week in March. The cart comes to each classroom, and the kids get the chance to cook, make food. What a wonderful thing. It's a partnership with Food Share and St. Pete's, also a wonderful thing. They have a program to help kids get ready for Governor Cup. I know that happens across the district. Career Day happens on March 28th. For the 2nd to 5th graders, they have 17 people coming to the school to present on their different careers. And Folk Night is happening in a couple of days for 4th and 5th graders, where they gather at Ryan School with their peers environment and there's a good burger, just staying and savory. Doesn't that sound like fun? There was a lot of discussion about the critical extras that are provided by the organization. Food trucks during Teachers Week, men's. This is a new thing for me is pencils. So I'm really, the kids evidently love them. The 100th Day Giant Sunday in the gym. Giving funds to each class so they can go on a special field trip. They run for all kinds of things that they're working, that they're, applying their fundraising to. And then we had a brief discussion about the tech levy and what that would pay for. A concern certainly came up that Chromebooks were in too short supply. They're especially given the need to use them for assessments. We know this, but they are also feeling that. And then we also talked a little bit about legislative. Yeah, it's just so enjoyable to go listen to witness just all the enthusiasm and ideas. These parents bring for the kids and the teachers and the administration's lives. Good.
Well, BK for visiting two schools, I think we moved to office states, and visited PTO meetings, it's kind of an above and beyond, but it gives us that connection to the school leaders, and I find it to be really interesting, and hopefully it's a symbiotic exchange of information because, we're there to answer questions as well. So, I don't know, I'll check with you, maybe we still have a couple of schools that we haven't hit, and we might be reaching out to if you're interested in going to other ones.
I just want to add that at Warren in particular, they were just so grateful that someone from the board was there. They just said it 3 or 4 times. Yeah, about how, oh my goodness, there's so much you made it hard to come. So I just say that, and it's wonderful.
I can tell you that the Kessler, they know how to do it. We were at the Uni Grill having a burger and beer and have that with yourself and really getting into especially the salad. It was a lot of fun and really nice. As we move to upcoming meetings, before I talk about the meetings we do have on schedule, I want to first talk about the meetings that we're going to have and are not on the schedule. There's a little bit of confusion, I think, that's my perception from the meeting tonight, as to why the trustees have not talked about all of these facilities, issues, and bonds that were presented. And it's because many of you have not heard about them yet, because that is the way the process is supposed to look. The administration has done its work to see if they wanted to make the recommendation, and now that recommendation has been made. And you have the school facilities 9150 that has 7 steps. And how is that related to meetings coming up? We are going to be meeting to get those 7 steps done. That doesn't mean we're going to have 7 meetings. I'm not exactly how sure that's going to unfold, but kind of just giving you a heads up that we have quite a lot of work to do in the next couple of months to get that done. And that's when we will talk about finances and we will talk about where the kids are going. They will all be publicly noticed and we'll have public comment, and it will be a complete, transparent, and open process as it is designed to be. So that's forthcoming. So thank you in advance, everyone. We've quite a smorgasbord of work to do in front of us, but I appreciate everyone in advance for fully joining that and sharing their views, and ultimately in the end, we'll be the ones that will be voting on any recommendation that is coming your way. Okay, the ones that are on meeting are on the agenda. Tomorrow we have a special board meeting that will go into executive session pretty quickly. At 5 o'clock here tomorrow, so everyone get a good night's sleep and get some food, and we'll go at it again. This one will be much shorter. Tuesday, March 25th is another tour, 3:30, the board work session at Helena High School Library. It looks like policy will not be in April. Did you say that there will be one announced in May? So that's forthcoming. Tuesday, April 8th, budget and finance, 12 o'clock here. Well, in the other room, but same building. Tuesday, April 8th as well, 5:30 is the full board meeting at the Lincoln Center. Wednesday, April 9th, teaching and learning, maybe busy. Monday, April 14th, facilities and tech, 12 o'clock. Tuesday, April 22nd, another tour, 3:30 p.m. And a board work session at Kessler. So those are upcoming. Any questions about that? I think, Trustee Cletus.
Chair Hathorn, I really appreciate you reviewing the process of this. I'm only my second year, but I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like people over there knew more than I did, or are hearing things, or they're rumors that me sitting at the table. And it wasn't just today, it was like a couple weeks ago at that Bryant work session. So I'm glad to be reminded of what this process is supposed to be. Not sure where things got leaked or whatever, but at least now I don't feel like I'm in the twilight zone, because I'm hearing things in the audience and I'm like, what are they talking about? I felt like that at Bryant too. I'm like, what's going on? So it's interesting to sit at the seat, not knowing some stuff. So what's the next step? So these parents, these community members, these teachers, they made all these very compelling arguments in different directions. So, and I took lots of notes, but so at what meeting are we saying this is what we want to know? Like, we want Rex and his team to give us option A, B, and C. When does that happen? Because I want to be transparent. Like, that's my goal.
Well, the good news is we will be transparent. We must be transparent.
Yeah.
It's policy and we always follow policy. So all of these questions, numbers 1 through 7, must be answered in an open meeting. It doesn't mean that we have to have 7 meetings, correct? And so I'm assuming that we'll be working with board leadership here to get those scheduled out and on the calendar, and then they'll be publicly noticed and we'll be, one thing we did collect today after the superintendent report was the questions and the things that the board had asked to hear from. So the administration will be providing information, talking most likely that we didn't ask for, but also specifically getting information that we requested, so that we feel like we have the information that we need to make some of these really hard decisions. That doesn't mean that if we didn't request it just this moment, that we can't continue to request, but it gives the administration a starting spot so that we can get this process going. Now, we cannot complete it for 90 days. That's the earliest that we can make the decision. So we have a chunk of time to work. But I'll be working as soon as I can with the administration to get those, that meeting structure lined up and get it on the calendar and out to the. Is that, I'm going to superintendent?
Yeah,
Okay.
you think about the information is that typically we want to have the board understand what that looks like before our community. Sometimes that doesn't work. The information does get leaked out and we have to adjust how we handle the information. If I think your first item of understanding is that the direction for me is what? Are you moving forward? You need some information from me through policy 9150 to make an informed decision. But at that point, then you need to find out, is it option 1, 2, or 3 in which we're going to go forward? But you can't do that until you get the information. You can't have the information until we have a public meeting. And so, as I said earlier, this process is cumbersome. And it's hard to get information out quickly. But through the cascading events of information, we want to have it here and then share that information out with our public. So we have some information and we have meetings to set up quickly. That's why I said earlier that we'll probably have some special board meetings because we can't rely on the every 2-week meeting cycle. It just goes too slow.
Right, don't forget, the focus tonight with the public comment was mostly on Hawthorne School. But as you recall, there was about 6 items up there that we're going to be considering, and they're all intertwined within one another. So all that's gonna have to be planned out in a meaningful way that, the board can be well informed and ready to make decisions on all of those items. So, just,
And I appreciate everyone's time tonight. There was a lot of it. One reason that we didn't know it before it was announced tonight is that if we were all together in Rexwood's way of thinking that should be, that would be a legal meeting. So it's like, it's not a surprise that we asked them to put together a plan. It was in process and then it was announced tonight. So, I mean, it's never an easy or seamless or everyone feels great about a process where part of the decision you're making is whether or not to open or close. And elementary school, that's going to be extremely emotional, and those emotions are warranted, and I'm glad we could hear them, and I can keep hearing them. But I don't think it's going to feel good every step of the way.
I think it's important to know that discussions have happened. So the administration was working amongst themselves to make this recommendation, but that information has not been to the board level yet. That's yet to come, and that's what we'll get our information in ourselves.
I just want to ask if we have other questions, should we just email them to just go to Rex or something?
To the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, I will respond, but I will also put communication only because we can't reply at all, because that turns into a board meeting. So you have to be really careful about what this open meeting looks like. And so if you have a question, I will respond to you individually, or I will collectively, but I will make sure that you don't reply at all, because then it becomes a two-way communication. So questions are great, but I want to be really careful how they look like across all members or all trustees.
And I just say that also, the board may want to hear those answers as well. I mean, those can be deferred and brought forward if it fits into the agenda, into a public meeting, so I'll get the answers and I'll have that information. Okay. All right. Jeff is just dying to make some extra comments before I turn. Few minutes. Okay. Besides Jeff, any other comments before I do? Okay, thank you all so much. Super late, get some sleep and we'll get back at it. So thank you. This is adjourned. So I need adjourned.